ọmọ alárẹ̀. Ayé wo la ò jẹ rí? Tell them, let them know, say, won't lay back. Then they see us as they emulate. Then one begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know how far, Baba. I see they go. Oh, well, ọmọ gbàgbé òṣì. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Aha! Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Àríyá rẹpẹtẹ. Come on! Ìjẹ̀bú jó dáadáa. Ìjẹ̀bú Jayọba. We done the ball with the represent. Olówó lọmọ ṣe yóò. Ìjẹ̀bú lọmọ kò sóṣì. Ayé wo la ò jẹ rí? Tell them, let them know, say, wọ́n lè bá. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Come on! Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Egbe. Ó pọ̀. Come on! Mo fọ́ kó yínú.
Emi Lokan, don't turn, Ebi Lokan. Yorubas are screaming. Hausas are crying. Igbo brothers are saying. Don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How common man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokan, don't turn to Ebi Lokan. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga. Oh. Emi Lokan, OTD, Emi Lokan, Baba, Emi Lokan, Edaku, Emi Power. Emi Lokan, OTD, Emi Lokan, Baba, Emi Lokan, Edaku, Ojetiwo. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we promise to fix. I've been a Dangote refineries would they depend on how much.
Let's make it stop.
sergeant, na crook I dey shoot. It be like music, say na hook I dey cook. See as they laugh, they open 32. Who you see? Na Naija actors.
Which one?
Chidi Mokeme.
King of Shanty Town, Ogene.
Make them no come carry me go Ikotek Mene. I for shoot, make you no go hit Mr. Ebu Bele.
See Yabo Joe, Ekwele.
Shoot Mercy Johnson, she get belle. See that Igwe where they rap.
Which one?
We get baby. I for shoot Regina Daniel's hand, but that's weird.
There's a guy standing beside her.
Oh, that's Ned. The guy with the blue suit, huh?
No, that's red.
Eating brown cookies, bruh.
That's bread.
I for shoot Nancy, but she too fine, and no be hypo.
Shoot Adesua.
Na banky wife, oh. Make them no go kick your head, no shoot Jim Aiko. Bimbo Ademoye, na that type I like. Shoot Patient Ozoko.
You know they fear Juju.
Chueta Lago.
You know they fear Juju.
Pete Duce.
You know they fear Juju.
Kanayo.
You want shoot to Juju?
I for shoot RMD, but that man too cool. I kill both.
Okay now.
Between my bed.
I see.
I see Panamata, the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at him. I'm not Ikea. Mama, say, I want me to go. I got no Telumba, or where would he get? I got you to the
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹlòkò bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pa Jíṣà Tàdàdé ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ́.
And there it is, right there. So there it is right there. Hope you were suitably entertained by the introduction. Is it introductory or introduction? So hope you were suitably entertained by the music. I am certainly entertained by this handsome welcome that Fourth has already instituted. Are you enjoying it? So yes. If you let me know if you're enjoying the musical mix. I try to zhuzh it up. Let me just play you. I am absolutely glorying in this one. It's the beat, and then you know, singing is a skill. It's not just the utterance of words. It's actually a skill, and even rap music is a skill. It's the timing, the tempo, and the fluidity. This clip is a good encapsulate all of that. I'm absolutely enjoying this at the moment. It's just a minute. Listen to this.
Staff sergeant na crook I dey shoot. It be like music, say na hook I dey cook. See as them they laugh, they open 32. Who you see? Na Naija actors.
Which one?
Chidi Mokeme.
King of Shanty Town, Ogene.
Make them no come carry me go Ikotek mene. I for shoot, make you no go hit.
So there it is right there. King of Shantita. Ogene. Who was that? Who was that ringing? Oh, hold on. One moment. Let me play you a bit of music.
Staff sergeant na crook I dey shoot. It be like music, say na hook I dey cook. See as them they laugh, they open 32. Who you see? Na Naija actors.
Which one?
Chidi Mokeme.
King of Shanty Town, Ogene.
Make them no come carry me go Ikotek mene. I for shoot, make you no go hit Mr. Ebu Bele.
See Yabo Joe, Ekwele.
Shoot Mercy Johnson, she get belle. See that Igwe where they rap.
Which one?
We get belle. I for shoot Regina Daniel's hand, but that's weird.
There's a guy standing beside her.
Oh, that's Ned. The guy with the blue suit, huh?
No, that's red.
Eating brown cookies, bruh.
That's bread.
I for shoot Nancy, but she too fine, and no be hypo.
Shoot Adesua.
Na banky wife, oh. Make them no go kick your head, no shoot Jim Aiko. Bimbo Ademoye, na their type I like. Shoot Patient Ozoko.
You know they fear Juju.
Chueta Lago.
You know they fear Juju.
Pete Duchi.
You know they fear Juju.
Kanayo.
You want shoot to Juju?
I for shoot RMD, but that man too cool. I kill both.
Oh, right. So that's my image. I don't know how we got there. All right, let me see. All right, let me do that. Sorry, I'm streaming simultaneously with a mic, and I think something has overlapped. All right, apologies for that. Like I said, I'm streaming simultaneously with Mike. He's doing a different show to a wider African audience, and I think somewhat something overlapped there. So something overlapped there, but hopefully that's been cleared up. So yeah, hopefully that has been cleared up. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So let's start it off with that. All right. So thank you, Choma. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So we started off with that greeting, and sorry for the skittish somewhat of a start. Like I said, I'm overlapping somewhat with Mike, who is hosting a different session. So good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? The usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, or as soon as you hear this invitation. Because if you're listening now, you are in already. So please click on the like button. Help us get the numbers up. Please do that. Please click on the subscription button as well. Help us get that number up too. That number here, it needs to go up quite. Yes. I'm not going to do any poor me, but those numbers certainly do need to grow up. For the effort that we put in, the numbers needs to match somewhat in the region of the effort. So click on the like button, click on subscribe. Please do that. And then having done that, click on this hyperlink right here. I'm sending it to the comment section again. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to be, we would love to have a new voice join us in this session. Been a moment since we last had a new voice. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be an active combatant in the thrust and parry that is the one man went to more jousting session. So let's put it that way. if you want to be an active participant in the thrust and parry, that is the one-man went-to-mode jousting experience, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, pops you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, let you on the screen, invite your thoughts. So nothing complex, nothing complicated, just do that. So click on like, click on subscribe, share links on your social media spaces. We need to expand the scope of the conversation. We have a consistent viewing, but we now want an expansive viewing. It is nothing then when you're not experiencing growth. And the best way to experience growth really is through that. You clicking on like, you clicking on subscribe. That is what enhances the growth of the thing. So do those. And then click on the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen as well. Follow the example set by Forth right there. So super chat, super sticker towards the stream. So all those so we like all those, we look forward to all those. So do all those things, and then you feel a growing feeling of well-being. Your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of well-being. So do all those things. Like, subscribe, share the links, click on the dollar sign super chat towards the stream. Do all those, and your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. Subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So certainly, somebody that is not subsumed with a glowing feeling of anything, it's a journalist called Soyinka. So we kick it off with this. Quite a few things to read out. So quite a few of them, I'll only really give you the headlines, but let me give you this readout. DSS arrest investigative journalist Soyinka, not to be confused or conflated with the Nobel laureate, of course. This is just some rascally wayward you. That's him right there. So that's him right there. So DSS arrest investigative journalist Soyinka. So what's going on here? An investigative journalist, Adejunwon Soyinka, has been arrested by operatives of the Department of State Services DSS at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. Correspondents understand that Soyinka, who is the regional editor of the Conversation Africa, was arrested on Sunday. In a distress message sent to the Punch newspaper, one of his friends stated that Soyinka was picked up shortly after arriving from the United Kingdom. According to the friend, no reason was given for his arrest, and Soyinka had been held incognito. It says incognito, but it should be incognito. So within the reach of communications, that should mean. The message reads, Adejunwon Soyinka has been detained by officers of the Department of State Services at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. The incident happened around 5:40 a.m. on Sunday, the 25th of August 2024, shortly after he arrived in Nigeria via a Virgin Atlantic flight from the United Kingdom. As at the time of this report, no reason had been given for his detention by the security agency. Soyinka has not been reachable. Soyinka has not been reachable as messages and calls to his phone have been unanswered. When contacted, the DSS spokesperson, Peter Ofanaya, said he was not aware of Soyinka's arrest. I am not aware of the matter you have just raised and have no comment on it, he said. So arrested to be disappeared, essentially. And I'm only really bringing you that storyline because it aligns with another storyline as well, which is the narrative of an acronym called PIDOM, P-I-D-O-M, who is also an investigative journalist that has been going into the underbelly of the Nigerian wrongdoing and has been getting some sort of leaked documents to inform the populace about the goings on within government. So he has been picked up as well. I'll give you his readout, then I'll play you a clip to that. PIDOM Nigeria, Tinubu attacking citizens with DSS police abusing people's rights, says Atiku. So this PIDOM, of course, he has been disappeared as well, and it's curious the person he's actually reached to for help. It is not Atiku, but it is even more weird and bizarre. Freedom Nigeria, Tinubu attacking citizens with DSS, police, abusing people's rights, Atiku Abubakar launching at him again. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has lambasted President Bola Tinubu's administration for the rise in human rights abuses in the country. Atiku stated this in a released statement by his special assistant. And by the way, we don't want Ford to be the only super chatter because we've been seeing a significant slowing down in super chat. So we want to see that made up in the course of this session. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has lambasted President Bola Tinubu's administration for the rise in human rights abuses in the country. Atiku stated this in a release signed by his special assistant on public communications, Frank Shaibu, lamenting that citizens were being arrested in a Gestapo manner without the knowledge of their relatives. He said Tinubu had turned against the people by allowing the Department of State Services, DSS, the police, and even the military to abuse the rights of citizens without any consequences. The People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate in the last general election said the most affected since Tinubu took office have been journalists whose only crime is reporting the news and exposing government indiscretion. He argued that the Cybercrime Prevention Act 2015 has a tool for abducting Nigerian citizens. The dangerous trend of enforced disappearances has become a national embarrassment for a country which claims to be practicing democracy. On May the 1st, 2024, Daniel Ojukwu of the Foundation for Investigative Journalism. And by the way, as much as I disagree with Atiku Abubakar, this is how opposition is played. So to use real life substance things to in a detailed manner go after the government, not to go and criticize that the Chinese are seizing jets and that is bad governance. So this is how opposition should be played. So maybe Obi should be taking notes, but I don't think he has the capacity to learn anyway. Freedom Nigeria, Tinubu attacking citizens with DSS, police, abusing people's rights, Atiku Abubakar. So I'll speak through it this time around. Pardon me. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has lambasted President Bola Tinubu's administration for the rise in human rights abuses in the country. Atiku stated this in a release signed by his special assistant on public communications, Frank Shaibu, lamenting that citizens were being arrested in a Gestapo manner without the knowledge of their relatives. He said Tinubu has turned against the people by allowing the Department of State Services, DSS, the police, and even the military to abuse the rights of citizens without any consequences. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, presidential candidate in the last general election said the most affected since Tinubu took office have been journalists whose only crime is reporting the news and exposing government indiscretion. He argued that the Cybercrime Prevention Act 2015 has a tool for abducting Nigerian citizens. The dangerous trend of enforced disappearances has become a national embarrassment for a country which claims to be practicing democracy. On May the 1st, 2024, Daniel Ojukwu of the Foundation for Investigative Journalism went missing and was presumed abducted by kidnappers until he was later discovered to be in police custody on the order of IGP Kayode Egbetokun. Ojukwu's crime was that he exposed the corruption of a government official who currently serves in Tinubu's administration. On July the 23rd, the DSS arrested one Aliu Sanusi in Sama Road of Sokoto, the state capital, for printing and distributing materials ahead of the #End Bad Governance protest. Even the arrest and release of the former BBC Pidgin editor and current West African regional editor of the Conservation, Adejuwon Soyinka. So he has been released, by the way, the Soyinka guy. Even the arrest and release of the former BBC Pidgin editor and current West Africa regional editor of The Conversation, Adejuwon Soyinka, clearly shows a pattern whose objective is to intimidate journalists for speaking the truth to this government. Now, the police have arrested Bristol Tamanobiafiri, Bristol Tamunobiafiri. So this is a name actually that purports to be a Nigerian name. Let me spell it for you. Bristol is simple enough, but the last name is Tamunobiefiri. So how do you even begin to attempt to pronounce that? Bristol Tamunobiafiri. So now the police have arrested Bristol Tamunobiafiri, who owns the Podom Nigeria blog on X, formerly Twitter. After detaining him for over 2 weeks, he was granted an administrative bail, which would be impossible to meet. This is despite the fact that the appeal court in the case of EFCC versus Uber, etc., held that administrative bail is illegal. Bristol should, therefore, be arraigned in court immediately or released. Atiku urged Tinubu to take cases of human rights abuses seriously, or Nigeria would remain at risk of being slammed with sanctions by foreign nations. So this is a disturbing trend, I have to say, because, of course, you expect this as a standardized behavior under the Buhari administration, but somebody that purports to be a progressive and somebody that purports to be people-centric, certainly not what the expectations are. So let me play you this clip on this PIDOM guy. I did say he reached out for help, but he reached out for help in strange quarters. What this?
Okay, so first of all, for those who don't know PIDOM, he is an anonymous whistleblower, primarily using Twitter, who gets information from up to and including the highest levels of government and puts them out to the public in the interest of the public. So the name PIDOM is an acronym that actually stands for People in Distress or Missing. Right, so because that was how the handle got started. It started as a sort of counter effort to people who were getting kidnapped. So it was like a sort of one man's effort to try and sort out these problems. Now, sometime on Thursday morning, which is 3 days ago now, I checked my Twitter account, as I often do, and I saw a message from this handle. Bearing in mind that I hadn't spoken to this guy in a couple of weeks, we had a bit of a fallout, but that's a story for another day. So I saw a message from him, and I opened the message, and the message said, actually, this isn't PIDOM. And it was someone claiming to be someone close to him. And supposedly, this person said that the instruction from PIDOM was to hand over the Twitter account to me, that PIDOM apparently had been arrested in Port Harcourt and had been transferred to the Force Criminal Investigation Department in Abuja under the auspices of the National Cybercrime Center of the Nigerian Police Force. And supposedly, PIDOM's instructions were that this account should be handed over to me and that I should keep on I should use the account and basically impersonate him, pretend to be him, and that in doing so, that would somehow create an alibi for him, which would sort of get him off. And the evidence that was provided for this was an administrative bail sheet. And supposedly the instruction was log into his account, start tweeting in his voice, act as if everything is all right, and somehow that will be used as an alibi with the Nigerian Police Force. Now, obviously, being that I wasn't born yesterday, I immediately smelled a rat. Because first of all, I took a look at the administrative bail sheet. The surety that was demanded was either a federal civil servant, a level 16 civil servant, with a property worth 500 million naira, which is mathematically impossible for a level 16 civil servant to own legally, or a private business person with property worth 500 million naira in the FCT, who would then have to drop their tax clearance certificate, their CAC certificate, and it's basically an impossible set of bail conditions, right? They had no intention of letting this person go. Bearing in mind that 500 million naira is 200 million naira more than the bail amount that was set for Godwin Emefiele, the former CBN governor. So clearly there was no intention to let this person go. And I instantly suspected that I was speaking to an intelligence operative or at the very least someone working for the government pretending to be close to PIDOM. So the instruction from this person was, do not go public with this under any circumstances. Keep this hush hush, pretend to be him. And then the person sent me login details, which kept failing, but eventually he or she sent me a login detail which actually worked, and I actually gained access to PIDOM's account. So immediately I gained access to the account, I immediately changed the account password and two-factor authentication so that only I had access to it. So I basically locked everybody else out of the account who might have been logged into the account. And then as soon as that happened, all of my, not all, but most of my personal accounts and devices started having security problems. Someone started trying to hack into my WhatsApp. Someone started trying to hack into my Telegram. I don't know how many attempts were made to hack into my Twitter. A sort of very suspicious two-factor authentication code was sent to my WhatsApp, which I was later informed could potentially be something called a zero-click exploit. A zero-click exploit is a type of malware which is sent to your phone, which you don't actually have to click on or open, which is why it's called a zero-click exploit, which is a very expensive thing to do, by the way. And as far as I'm aware, only state-level actors have access to that sort of a spyware, which is sold by Israeli groups like NSO Group. As a result of that, I've actually had to replace most of my devices between Thursday and today due to security concerns. So I decided that the only thing that makes sense to do in this situation is to go public with it, because based on the fact that whoever this person is I was speaking to has given me access to PIDOM's account, so I know for a fact that PIDOM cannot be safe. Something has to be going on here. So I went public with it. I put all this information out on my Substack, which goes out to, I think, 50,000 subscribers or so. And yeah, the very next day, bear in mind that this is someone who was supposedly taken in on the 5th of August. So that's more than 2.5 weeks now. The very next day, when this story started going everywhere, it became a national story. Then the police, for the first time, came out and acknowledged that they actually supposedly have this person in custody who they suspect of being PIDOM after 2.5 weeks. Bear in mind that under Nigerian law, you're not supposed to be detained for more than 48 hours without charge.
Okay.
2.5 weeks without sitting in front of a judge. Finally, they acknowledged it, and then they rushed out a statement saying that they're going to take him to court next week, which we don't
David, if you don't mind, David.
Oh, all right. So that is David Udein right there, who is a hero in a script that is writing all by himself. A hero in a script that is writing. The guy is just he lives entirely in his own head. It's what they call a Walter Mitty personality. I've said that about people like Pansat before. It's a Walter Mitty personality. Let me actually show you what a Walter Mitty personality is. It's based on an American book that then turned into a movie on a guy called Walter Mitty. But the character traits: an ordinary, often ineffectual person who indulges in fantastic daydreams of personal triumph. So what describes better David Udein? An ordinary, often ineffectual person who indulges in fantastic daydreams of personal triumph. So there is right there, David Udein, very much a hero in his own script, a rebel without a cause. A rebel even without a clue, not even a cause, a rebel without a clue. A rebel without a clue. Why not don't want Tinubu re-elected? So this is a story now that is clearly in play. This is a story that is clearly in play because all of the moving parts indicate in that direction. Why North does not want Tinubu re-elected in 2027? Pardon me. Right, several northern political figures and groups have expressed deep dissatisfaction with President Bola Tinubu's administration, accusing him of neglecting northern interest and mistreating the politicians whose support helped him rise to power. These grievances range from concerns about governance and security to the perception that Tinubu has favored the Yoruba ethnic group in major government appointments at the expense of northern representation. Prominent northern leaders have pointed to the concentration of key positions such as the petroleum minister, finance minister, chief justice of Nigeria, and others in the hands of the Yoruba ethnic group. So the petroleum minister, I suspect, is a South guy. They argue that since Nigeria's independence, no ethnic group has held such a large number of influential roles simultaneously. This perceived marginalization has fueled growing resentment within the northern political establishment. The Northern Elders Forum, NEF, a significant socio-political group in the region, has voiced regret over supporting Tinubu in the 2023 election. So the Northern Elders Forum never supported Tinubu in the 2023 elections. They supported Atiku Abubakar. It was actually the Young Turks within the northern power structures that supported Tinubu, led by El-Rufai. According to correspondence, Professor Usman Yusuf, a member of the NEF, reportedly lamented that Tinubu's administration has led to deception, destitution, and hopelessness for many in the north. He said, "People have lost hope. It pains me to see our people lining up to collect cups of palliatives." So, what sort of life were they living before the Almajiris in the north? They were living a life of abundance until Tinubu pitted them into penury. Yes, that's the term. Pitted them into penury. Actually, let me take it from the top again and speak through. Several northern political figures and groups have expressed deep dissatisfaction with President Bola Tinubu's administration, accusing him of neglecting northern interests and mistreating politicians whose support helped him rise to power. These grievances range from concerns about governance and security to the perception that Tinubu has favored the Yoruba ethnic group in major government appointments at the expense of northern representation. Prominent northern leaders have pointed to the concentration of key positions such as the petroleum minister, finance minister, chief justice of Nigeria, and others in the hands of the Yoruba ethnic group. They argued that since Nigeria's independence, no ethnic group has held such a large number of influential roles simultaneously. This perceived marginalization has fueled growing resentment within the northern political establishment. The Northern Elders Forum, NEF, a significant socio-political group in the region, has voiced regret over supporting Tinubu in the 2023 elections. According to correspondence, Professor Usman Yusuf, a member of the NEF, reportedly lamented that Tinubu's administration has led to deception, destitution, and hopelessness for many in the north. He said, "People have lost hope. It pains me to see our people lining up to collect cups of palliative. Renewed hope has turned into hopelessness. People have lost hope." NEF spokesman Abdulaziz Suleiman echoed these sentiments, promising that the North would not repeat the mistake of backing Tinubu in 2027. The Northeast Governors Forum has also raised concerns, accusing Tinubu's administration of neglecting their region, particularly in areas of infrastructure development and electricity provision. The forum's chairman, Borno State Governor, oh God, is Zulum turning against Tinubu? The Northeast Governors Forum has also raised concerns, accusing Tinubu's administration of neglecting their region, particularly in the areas of infrastructure development and electricity provision. The forum's chairman, Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum, highlighted the lack of road and rail connections between the Southeast and Northeast as a particular grievance. So, I'm not quite sure. I I'm not quite sure if that's Tinubu's body. No, if that road was not there, then maybe Buhari should have built it. Rather than building the road to the rail to Niger Republic, maybe we should have built from Borno to the southeast. Recent meetings amongst northern political heavyweights, including former Kaduna State Governor Nasser El-Rufai and NMPP's Rabiu Kwakwanso, as well as visits by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to former President Muhammadu Buhari, have further stoked speculation of a northern political realignment ahead of the 2027 elections. Although Atiku described his visit as a stellar homage, many analysts view these moves as strategic positioning for the next presidential election. So, without equivocation, the North are somewhat turned against. Did I actually spot a super chat? I think this must it must be a full moon, a super chat from Babati. So there it is right there. So and I think now, so there is no equivocation that the North is somewhat shifting against Tinubu, so not even slightly, openly. So they are brinksmanshiping him. Yes, if that's they're brinksmanshiping him. So Tinubu brings man back. 2027, Tinubu takes action as northern leaders oppose re-election. So it will be do or die in that 2027. There will be blood on the carpet, not metaphorically or not literally, maybe even literally as well. But there certainly will be blood on the dance floor. 2027, Tinubu takes action as northern leaders oppose re-election. President Bola Tinubu may have commenced moves to regain the support of northern leaders and those aggrieved by his administration. According to correspondents, close aides to President Tinubu disclosed that several initiatives were being implemented and new ones being created. Tinubu wary of North plight. Whilst insisting that Tinubu was not afraid of any political or pressure group, the source asserted that the plan was to counteract the recent actions of some northern leaders opposed to his re-election in 2027. The newspaper cited a source as saying the presidency was working to address some of the issues, adding that a two-pronged approach was being deployed. The senior official said the first is to increase patronage to the North in terms of appointments. So which slot goes to the North? They can't give them something of strategic importance. But so that's the dilemma, isn't it? Give them something that is important enough for them to satiate their angst, but not something that will empower them to impact negatively on your administration. So finding that slot. So they can't, of course, they can't get the army position. So they can't get the finance position, certainly not, and they can't get petroleum. So you ring fence those, just give them something that sounds important, but doesn't actually carry any power. The senior official said, the first is to increase patronage to the North in terms of appointment. With this, we can silence the noise and complaints on the lopsided appointments, which has no basis. So if we actually look at Tinubu's cabinet, let me just bring that up. Tinubu's cabinet. I'm not quite sure that we can say that it is actually lopsided. All right. I'll bring it up in a moment. Let me just finish the readout, and then we just do a quick scan of Tinubu's cabinet to see just how lopsided it is. The senior official said the first is to increase patronage to the North in terms of appointments. With this, we can silence the noise and complaints on the lopsided appointments, which has no basis. The second is to address the prominent problem of poverty and illiteracy, which is a serious issue. This was part of the reason for the creation of Northeast Development Commission. So addressing that illiteracy it's not something that can ever be. Goodluck Jonathan, he tried and failed, much to his chagrin. Called Jagaban or leader of the warriors by his supporters, Tinubu 72 is a long-time political power broker in the prominent West African nation. He took over from President Muhammadu Buhari, a man he helped to the presidency. So, all right. So let me just give you this this little one from Adejadeoju. It says correspondence report, human rights activist Dejadeoju asserted that Tinubu's fate hinges on the Nigerian electorate's assessment of its governance, emphasizing their constitutional right to vote accordingly. Adeyoju, however, also suggests that a lackluster opposition could bolster Tinubu's chances of securing a second term. So that's that. So that's just a meaningless nonsense. But let's do a quick scan of Tinubu's cabinet. So he, of course, and Kashim Shettima, Femi Gbajabiamila, George Akume, who is somewhat of a northerner, Abubakar Kyari, that's a northerner right there, Alius Abdullahi, that's a northerner, Hanuta Musawa, that's a northerner, Kiyamo Abubakar Atiku Bugadu, that's a northerner, Bosun Tijani, Mohammed Baduru Abubakar, that's a northerner, Bello Batawale, that's a northerner, Tahir Maman, that's a northerner, Yusuf Sanunu, that's a northerner, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, that's a northerner. I don't know what these people want exactly. Adekunle Salako, that's not a northerner. Yemsen Wike, Maria Mahmoud Bunkere, that's a northerner. Wale Edun, not a northerner. Yusuf Tugor, that's a northerner. Mohammed Ali Pate, that's a northerner. Tunji Alausa, not a northerner. Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, that's a northerner. Abdullahi Guazo, that's a northerner. Beta Edu, she's gone. Doris something, she's not a northerner. Mohammed Idris Malagi, that's a northerner. I don't quite know what is the, if he's lopsided in any direction, it looks as though it may well lob that side to the north. So of course, what they really want is the presidency from him. So that's what they really want, isn't it? Really, but let's go on from there to another one. So this is Atiku again, plain effective opposition. Atiku slams President Tinubu for rapid approval of nephew's O deal, whilst similar transactions suffer delay. So this is a legitimate criticism, and this is one that they'll find very difficult to debunk. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has asked the President Tinubu's administration to explain why O&O PLC, owned by the president's nephew, got an accelerated approval to buy the onshore assets of Ajib and ENI, whilst other transactions such as the Shell/Renaissance deal and the Mobile/Seplat continue to suffer delay. The former People's Democratic Party presidential candidate also slammed the Tinubu administration for implementing a sham subsidy regime, as revealed in the financial statement recently released by the Nigerian Petroleum Company, NNPC. In a statement issued through his media aide, Paul Ibe, on Sunday, Atiku said, Tinubu visited the FMDQ in New York, visited Qatar, visited France, where he told lies about removing petrol subsidies. Obviously, this is not a man who is serious about attracting FDI. More worrisome is that he's not even brave enough to admit that subsidy is being paid. The NNPCL admits that 7.8 trillion naira is owed to National Oil Company by the Nigerian government. IMF estimates that subsidy payments this year will constitute 3% of GDP, which is about $7.5 billion. This is This will be about 11.8 trillion. Yet, the petrol scarcity continues to linger, whilst the Tinubu administration continues to frustrate the Dangote refinery and even its own NNPC facilities. Obviously, the subsidy regime has become an even wider conduit pipe through which monies for funding the 2027 election will come from. The former vice president reiterated and emphasized his claim that O&O was receiving unfair and favorable treatment in the oil and gas industry, which he believes is harming more capable and deserving investors. Atiku also knocked the House of Representatives for failing to take proper action on the NNPC, which has now gone ahead to mortgage the country's national oil assets to vested interest. Atiku said, within just 8 months, the Nigerian Upstream Production Regulatory Commission approved a deal which saw the divestment of ENI/AJIP onshore assets to O&O. Within this same period, Nigeria controversially withdrew all litigation against Shell/ENI in the OPL 247 scandal in what has been described as a quid pro quo. So a quid pro quo is that you scratch my back, I scratch your back. That's what a quid pro quo is. However, the attempt by Seplat to buy Mobil's onshore asset has continued to stall. I wonder, I think people may well have interest in Seplat if memory serves, unless somebody corrects me. However, the attempt by Seplat to buy Mobil's onshore asset has continued to stall for the last 3 years, even as the consent letter remains untenable stable. The deal between Renaissance and Shell continued to stall. In fact, the only deal that has fully scaled through so far is the one involving O&O. We now know why it got accelerated approval. Ideally, democracy ought to be government of the people, for the people, and by the people. But democracy in Nigeria has become the government Tinubu, by Tinubu, and for Tinubu and his family members. So I suppose it operated differently under Buhari, I suspect. Last Thursday, correspondents announced that O&O PLC had finalized its acquisition of Nigerian AJIP oil from Italian energy major ENI, marking a significant achievement in its long-term growth strategy. The total consideration for the deal is $783 million, which includes reimbursement and consideration for the asset, as confirmed by O&O in a press release. Commenting, Wale Tinubu, Group Chief Executive, O&O PLC, said, today's announcement is the culmination pardon me, commenting, Wale Tinubu, Group Chief Executive, O&O PLC, said, today's announcement is the culmination of 10 years of toil, resilience, and an unwavering belief in the realization of our ambition since the 2014 entry into the joint venture via the acquisition of ConocoPhillips Nigeria portfolio. Atiku added, in July 2023, the House of Representatives, following the adoption of a motion moved by Miriam Onuaha, directed NNPC Limited to suspend the acquisition of OVH assets pending an investigation by its committee. The House of Representatives ad hoc committee requested the NNPC Limited to furnish it with information about the registration document/history from CAC of OVH. So it goes on and on. Okay, let me just give you all of it. It gets quite technical towards the end, and I'm not quite sure if you guys want to be bogged down in that funk. But the House of Representatives Committee requested the NNPC Limited to furnish it with information about registration documents/history from CAC for OVH, New Oil, and NNPC Retail Limited, board resolution of NNPC Limited to purchase OVH, audited financial statements and management accounts from 2015 to date of OVH, New Oil, NRL, and NNPC Limited, and the payroll from 2015 to date of NRL and OVH, board resolution of NRL/CHQ for movement of head office to Lagos, and evidence of tax payment from NRL and OVH from 2015 to date. The NNPC ignored all this and went ahead to transfer its ownership and properties in this retail arm of OVH, thereby mortgaging the future of Nigerians, article said. So there it is right there. So whether I agree or disagree or not with whatever article I just said, and I probably don't even understand half of it, what I do give him is a detailed opposition. So these are detailed, documented, processed, due process criticism that then leans towards corruption of the government. So these are hard-hitting spaces which the government cannot ignore. So if you contrast that with the sort of opposition that Peter Obi does, all it does is to tug at primal instincts of people, tribalism, religious jingoism, inferred meanings. We cannot continue like this. You know, so rather than that, this is a better form to do it rather than the whatnot that Peter Obi always dishes out. There is no substantial evidence of anti-party activity against Wike. This is the PDP. Unbelievable. Power past power. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has said that there was currently no substantial proof of anti-party activity against the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemson Wike, to warrant discipline. The Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Ibrahim Abdullahi, said Wike has consistently reaffirmed his membership and reiterated his loyalty to the party. Abdullahi stated this in an interview on Arise TV on Thursday. He added that the PDP would allow him to continue with his membership until there is substantial proof. He said, well, discipline is a very important factor in political party management, but it is a relative term depending on how you choose to look at it. The last time we checked, Yemson Wike is saying that he's a bona fide member of the PDP. He is still, reiterating his commitment, loyalty to the party. And to that extent, we are bound by allowing him to continue to do this until we are able to prove substantially that he's not a member of the party or as presently constituted. Abdullahi, however, said the disciplinary committee headed by Chief Tom Ikeme would invite the former Rivers State governor for questioning. He assured that the committee would be transparent and fair in its decision. He emphasized that the National Working Committee will be bound by the decision of the committee. The Deputy National Publicity Secretary added that there would be no sacred cow. He maintained that all party members indicted by the committee will be sanctioned by the NWC. We have a committee now in charge of discipline, which has just come on board. All of these expectations will be addressed by the committee. First, there is a committee just 2 days ago constituted and then led by elder statesman Chief Tom Ikeme, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, a very important committee. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs, a very important committee like that, peopled by very distinguished members of this party, former governors, former senators, will be expected to have the capacity to assist, the party. We are not claiming to know it all as an NWC. We have not admitted that we are the only ones that can solve the problems. Party management requires involvement of founding members of the party. When we have crises like the ones you are talking about, we shift it to committees, and that is why we have not just one committee for discipline. we also have a committee in charge of reconciliation. Therefore, these committees are expected to go down, invite every other person, including Jensen Wike, to ask and interrogate them over all these allegations leveled against them. And if justification is found, we will sanction them accordingly. You rest assured there is not, and I need to be quoted on this. Not a single member of this party will be vindicated once they are found to have associated themselves with anything anti-party. The committee are going to recommend the sanction, and then the NWC will wield its stakes appropriately. I can tell you this, but we have this committee just 2 days ago, although the committee had been in place since 2017 on other issues. So that is PDP telling us that Wike has done nothing wrong. Dangote Oil Refinery increasingly skipping U.S. crude for local supply. So it looks as though matters may have been resolved with the NNPC. Just a couple of paragraphs from this. Nigeria's Dangote mega refinery is taking more of the country's own oil for processing, whilst inflow from the United States appear to be waning, Bloomberg has reported. The plant is set to import just 4/5 of its feedstock from domestic sources in the third quarter, data compiled by Bloomberg show. That compares with less than 3 quarters in the prior quarter, according to tank tracking data and information for traders. All prices were pressured last month on reports that the plant planned on reselling some of the U.S. barrel it previously purchased, underscoring the pivotal role Dangote already plays within transatlantic whatnot. Is this guy now a crude dealer, or what's going on here? Oh, all right. Should we just leave that there? Let's just leave that there. So that's Dangote then getting more supply from Nigeria. So that we've already dealt with. Let me see. This. I'll give you this only as the headline. Kogi PDP moves for Dino Melaye suspension. Describes senator as a liability. Kogi State chapter of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) has described Senator Dino Melaye as a liability to the party. Party elders in the state, led by Ibrahim Dansofo, urged the local executive committee in Ijumu to initiate immediate suspension proceedings against Melaye. This, they said, would emphasize the need to restore party's integrity and focus on viable leadership. On Saturday, Melaye said the acting national chairman of the party, Elijah Samuel Inyawu and Umar Bature, have destroyed the former ruling party. Melaye claimed that the three chieftains had irredeemably destroyed PDP, condemning his remarks. So that's Melaye. Melaye is Article's boy, so it will take some doing. So I'll give you this only as a headline: corruption. I do not think any Yoruba person will go against Ayilala or doubt the efficacy of Ogun. Ondo traditionalists call for traditional oath swearing for politicians. So a lot of people have been calling for that. That as well as whatever religion they claim they follow, that should be in there as well. 130 Yoruba groups gather in Lagos to review state of the nation. So I think this is somewhat a clap back against the excesses that we've been seeing in recent times. No more excuses to track crude oil theft. This is Madam Ngozi. So it's a short read. So anytime Madam Ngozi speaks, of course, always worth a listen. So let's give this one a go. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, WTO, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, says there are no more excuses for failing to track and prosecute those responsible for crude oil theft in Nigeria. Speaking at the 2024 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association in Lagos, Okonje Iweala noted that technological innovations have made it possible to monitor and address the intolerable act of crude oil theft. Okonje Iweala said, a second aspect of security relates to the security of national assets. Nigerians have seen for years how organized crude oil theft on a massive scale seriously undermines the economic and financial health of the country. All Nigerians must agree that stealing our national assets of any type is intolerable and must be stopped. She said oil theft has hampered the strengthening of the foreign reserves, adding that there is so much technology available now to track such theft, and there must be no more excuses for inaction. So the technology has been there for a good while now, but it's never been implemented for reasons of, the people stealing the oil are also the people responsible for technology. So this one, the last one, Yoruba Ronu, obedient son of Kudirat Kekere Ekon, spotted in Aso Rock chambers. Liberalism my foot. He vowed not to recognize Tinubu as the president, but at official ABAT said the guy is an adult and his mom has nothing to do with his thinking. So that's the obedient right there in the surrender, family business. So there's that. So I'll play you a couple of clips, see if anybody turns up for the conversation, and I will see how it goes on. So yes, we need to be seeing the super chats coming even more. So we only had 2 super chats. So we need the complement of 5. Let me play you this clip. Let me actually play you this one first. This is Arthur Eze telling us the history of his wealth. This is only 20 seconds.
I'm supporting. I started my life here in Kano. The first money I made in Kano, 1 naira in Kano. You are not born. When I back anymore governor, he gave me Kano TV $12 million. But there I was very poor man. I drove by road, not by plane.
So that's Eze telling us that he made his fortune in Kano. So he made his fortune in Kano. Let me play you this clip. We've been following this guy for a good while now. So now let's see now what he has to say. This is let me just play it.
Democracy is the reason why Africa is not developing. Democracy is what is pulling Africa back. Political creativity is required if Africa must develop under democracy. And that is where the Tinubu effect comes in. As far as the Tinubu effect is not being applied in your state cannot be like Lagos State. Your state cannot prosper. To really understand what I mean by the Tinubu effect, you must try to understand the weaknesses of democracy. Under democracy, every state is expected to go to the polls to elect a new leader after 4 years. And if that leader is doing well, the maximum he can get is 8 years. Now, for development to happen, there must be a plan. There must be a short-term plan, mid-term plan, there must be a long-term plan. And any idea that would lead to development will definitely take a long time to mature. So you can see that 8 years is not enough for any leader to effect development in his state, no matter how beautiful his ideas are. This is one of the reasons why African countries are not developing under democracy. What did Tinubu do? Knowing fully well that he's going to hand over power maximum after 8 years. He had a plan. He had a blueprint. He formed his team of very young people that would understand his idea. He showed them what he had. He showed them the blueprint. They worked on the blueprint. All of them together worked on the plan so that when he left power, every one of them continued working according to that plan, according to that blueprint. Fashola took over from him. Fashola was part of his government. Ambode was part of Fashola's government. He was the accountant general of Lagos State. Sanwo-Olu was part of Fashola's government and part of even Tinubu's government and Dambode's government. He didn't bring people from outside to take over power from him. He worked with insiders. He worked with people who already understood his plan. And because Lagos State is the only state that has a plan, that has a blueprint, and that has been working according to the plan in place, Lagos State is the only state that is prospering. Lagos State is the only state that is self-sufficient. Lagos State is the only state that is not crying despite the economic hardship of the country. As a matter of fact, if Lagos State were to be an independent state, Lagos State would have been far more developed than any other country you can think of in Africa. Not because of any other thing, but because of the Tinubu effect. The reason why no other state can achieve results is because the Tinubu effect that is applicable in Lagos State is not applicable in other states in Nigeria. So, for all the people saying that Lagos State is prospering because it is a former capital city of Nigeria or because it has seaport, it is not true. Echakezoku Nayo, Kodeno.
So there it is right there. That guy must be a wind-up merchant. I think he's deliberately doing it to poke at his own people. Imagine they'll be incandescent with rage. Our brothers in the East, they'll be incandescent with rage. So now, this I was going to stop there, but let me give you this one. Do you know who owns the oil fields in Nigeria, the pork belly fat of the oil fields in Nigeria? So I'm about to show you the top 10 people that own the pork belly fat of the Nigerian oil. So yes, I'll show you, but it won't come to you largely as a surprise. It's only really an affirmation of what your suspicions are already probably were. So it's only going to be an affirmation of what your suspicions already were. The pork belly fat of the Nigerian oil field. The people that own the top 10 most profitable oil fields. So here it is like there. Top 10 licensed oil well owners in Nigeria. So of course, it's going to be Danladi also. So you already know that. So the first one, OML 110. So that's a pork belly fat right there. Alhaji Mai Deribe. Alhaji Mai Deribe. Alhaji, there'll be nobody from the oil producing regions, I suspect, that owns anything of this. I'm just saying that off the bat. Alhaji Mai Deribe. Alhaji Mai Deribe, a prominent figure from Borno. So that Borno being the hub of oil in Nigeria. Alhaji Mai Deribe, a prominent figure from Borno State, oversees the lucrative OML 110. This oil block is home to the prolific OBE oil field, estimated to contain approximately 500 million barrels of reserve oil. So use if we are averaging like $80 per barrel, so you do the so he was gifted 500 million barrels. So that is him right there. Of course, Prince Nasiru Adobayero, cousin to the former CBN governor Lamido Sanusi, manages Asupo Umutu fields under Seplat. So this is the Seplat that Atiku Abubakar was hustling from in that previous readout. So Prince Adebayero owns Seplat. These fields boast a daily production capacity of 300,000 barrels per day, generating around $30 million daily at current market prices. Imagine that. If you had 30 million, even if you have $3 million, you think you're the king of the world. This guy gets $30 million daily, every single day. General Theophilus Danjuma, OPL 246. I think it's OPL 245 that is the real pork belly fat, and I think Tinubu has cornered that, hasn't he? General Theophilus Danjuma, through his Sapetro, controls OPL 247, a major contributor to Nigeria's oil exports. This block produces 230,000 barrels of crude daily, playing a pivotal role. So far, the three so far are all northerners. Him from Borno, Adebayero, of course, from Kano, wherever Theophilus Danjuma is. Who's the next one? Colonel Sani Bello. So another now. Colonel Sani Bello, affiliated with the International Petroleum Development Corporation, holds sway in he actually has two, OML 112, OML 117. He operates his operation is integral to Nigeria's oil sector, leveraging significant production capacity. Alhaji Mohammed Lumidi. So he, of course, where is he from? With ties to former military leader Ibrahim Babangida, overseas 115, along with so these are sort of Alhaji Sela Mohammed Gambo. So then this is so let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got 6 northerners before we get to the first southerner. Mike Adenuga, corn oil and multiple blocks. So he gets 200,000 barrels per day. So that's Mike Adenuga right there. Quickly back to the north, Alhaji Aminu Kantata. Is it Kantata or Dantata? Alhaji Aminu Kantata. Nobody from the oil producing field so far. Alhaji W.I. Folawiyo. So, and then Atiku Yadua Bayero. Atiku Yadua and Bayero are a prominent couple who own Intel and hold a respected position in Nigeria's oil and gas. So out of the top 10 oil field owners in Nigeria, only 2 from the south, and those 2 from the south, Yoruba people, nothing for the south who actually own the oil. And of course, that's the narrative. That's Nigeria right there. Nothing defines that country more. So nothing defines that country more. If anybody wants to hop on, I'll send the something again. I'll play you to outro these two tracks time around. I'll play you that track that I've been delighting in, and then we go to the K guides, and then we start the session if people turn up.
Staff sergeant na crook I dey shoot. It be like music, say na hook I dey cook. See as then they laugh, they open 32. Who you see? Na Naija actors.
Which one?
Chidi Mokeme.
King of Shantytown, Ogene.
Make them no come carry me go Ikotek Mene. I for shoot, make you no go hit Mr. Ebu Bele.
See Yabo Joe, Ekwele.
Shoot Mercy Johnson, she get belle. See that Igwe where they rap.
Which one?
We get baby. I for shoot Regina Daniel's hand, but that's weird.
There's a guy standing beside her.
Oh, that's Ned. The guy with the blue suit, huh?
No, that's red.
Eating brown cookies, bruh.
That's bread.
I for shoot Nancy, but she too fine and no be hypo.
Shoot Adesua.
Na banky wife, oh. Make them no go kick your head, no shoot Jim Aiko. Bimbo Ademoye, na that type I like. Shoot Patient Ozoko.
You know they fear Juju.
Chueta Lago.
You know they fear Juju.
Pete Duchi.
You know they fear Juju.
Kanayo.
You want shoot to Juju?
I for shoot RMD, but that man too cool. I kill both.
So the guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ àgbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So BT joins us to speak to his super chat. So there's Babati right there. Larry to talk us through the goings on within the Nigerian space from his educated prism. There it is right there. The elegance that is Prince Daddy, the majestic man himself. Solly is in the house. Always a delight when Solly is here. And Ekene to give us Bah Humbug on the whole proceedings. Bah Humbug. We kick it off with BT, who just wants to give a little more flesh on the super chat that he sent earlier. BT, is he not going to end up in Saudi Arabia?
How the mighty has fallen.
It's his behavior, isn't it? It's just too unruly and too,
Remember the African footballer of the year, the current African footballer of the year. And there have been reports, because I followed the Serie A like a couple of years when he had that breakout season, and that there have been rumblings of his behavior in the locker room. And years past, teams will overlook that behavior because talent usually overrides that. They will take you in and find a way to manage that. So for no team to want to take him in, I remember it came from Lille to Napoli for 70 million pounds, like 3 years ago. So for a Saudi team that were initially offering 130, 140 million pounds to now be offering 65 million, that means there's nobody that really wants him.
I think he will ultimately end up in the Premiership. I don't see he will either end up in Chelsea. I don't think Chelsea can spend anymore. I think he'll end up in Newcastle. I think he'll end up. Yeah.
Did you see did you see Jackson today? Did you see Chelsea today? They looked amazing.
Yes, it's a one-off.
I know, but it doesn't make it easier for the campaign to bring Osimhen in if Jackson keeps doing that. So it makes it harder. But I think that video that he dropped on Twitter or Instagram, that it was ranting against the Super Eagles coach, I think that really did him in with because it into the narrative.
That damned him.
The narrative that I'm an Arsenal fan. Everybody knows I'm an Arsenal fan. I've always campaigned to bring him in, and even now at some point, because Baba is also a national fan. We can't have this kind of behavior. I think that's some kind of.
But even outside of the behavior, it's not really struck me as an Arsenal style player. It strikes me more as a Tottenham style of play.
Yeah, but that would But even if it goes to Spurs, but for 65, for people to start bidding below 70 million. Remember, like barely 6 months ago, at least you could get like 100 million or 110 million for him. Now it's like 65 million.
The other thing is, if you look at the this particular window now, there's not been any heavy spend because this financial fair play has really is really put a choke on the market. Nobody is going heavy anymore.
Man. Ryan Sterling was earning 350 a week.
Yes.
Come on now, Ryan Sterling. Come on.
Yeah, but they're not. There's no. I don't think anybody has yet spent 70 million on a player in this.
I'm saying Simmons earned at 250, right? But is the African footballer of the year. He had a track record. So I'm just saying I have never seen where somebody has this kind of talent and this kind of performance, and their off-field issue or locker room issue is so bad that no team is willing to look away and just sign the talent. That means it must have really been terrible in the locker room then for this to happen. Because usually, one man, if you have talent and you badly, they will still take you in and find a way to manage it, right? That's the way it is usually. Talent usually overrides all the cap. But for them not to even want to bid for you at this point, that means it must have really been terrible behind the scenes. Because I've been reading this for like 2-3 years about his behavior around the team, and 65 million from Saudi. Oh man, this is and Spurs. You said, oh god. That's a drop.
BT.
So, yeah.
BT. You see, Osimhen is just so unfortunate for him. When I knew that he was going to have problem, when he went to Nigeria, the kind of people he was hanging out with, right? He was hanging out with the likes of all these Cubana chief
It was
priests.
very Owambe, wasn't it? Which is not.
No,
Those clubs,
You
those
know
clubs,
he
one
even donated money to Bobrisky when
no.
he
That one is not even. It's not even the
these
case.
clubs, they see all
Right?
these things, so they watch,
No,
they watch all these things.
it's not even the case. You see, there are instances where the people you hang out with really matter, and that's where the arrogance is actually coming from. He's a young player, and everybody expects him to be a little bit humble, right? But this is a guy that is not really humble. He was having issue. He felt it's actually out of the world. Even when he went to the Nations Cup, right? We heard there were some issues. He was having issues with the national coach. You know, most of all these clubs see some of all those things because they hold your national coach in high esteem because they believe that if you are playing for your country, you are playing out of loyalty to the country, right? And when you are having problem at home, you are also having problem. This Osimhen has actually had several problems even in Napoli.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
There are instances that probably the coach wants to substitute him, he behave unruly, he does all sort of things. And arrogance it kills, right? Most of all those boys, when they feel, they've actually gotten what they want, they believe that they're actually on top of the world. And there has been players that are far, far beyond Osimhen, right? For me, yeah, maybe it's my own personal preference. Osimhen is not. I prefer Lookman to Osimhen, right? Osimhen is not my kind of player.
For what team? Chelsea or Arsenal? You're an Arsenal fan or something?
No, I'm not an
Oh,
Arsenal.
like okay, just overall, right?
No,
Yeah,
overall, as in,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like in terms of forward, right? Lookman, I
Oh,
still prefer Lookman to Osimhen, right? So, but still, I think the problem is, when you are in a position, humility really helps you to achieve whatsoever you want to achieve. No coach wants to bring an unruly player. If you are unruly, because no coach have that patience to be able to like manage a player that wants to feel on top of everybody. It's so unfortunate for him, right? And I feel he needs to learn because it's so unfortunate. Because if he goes to Saudi, that's going to be the end of his career. And at the point, this Fabio, because I've been following, what's this guy? Is he Fabio? What's that guy that's been mostly bring updates? Okay, this Fabrizio Romano, right? So I've been to try to see what's actually happening. It's so unfortunate for Osimhen. I think he needs to learn his lessons now. He needs to put his heads down. He needs to be a player for the team. It's not everything is not all about you, right? You may think this space. Number one, you are not an Oyibo person. This space, you need to absolutely convince them for them to
Hold
see
on.
that player.
Like, are you saying it needs a mentor? Is what you're saying? It needs a mentor or what?
No, the problem is, you see, in terms of mentor, right? One thing is for you to be humble and for you to really have people that can talk to you, right? That can talk to you, basically people that you look up to, that can still talk to you when you are really going wrong. And I don't really see Osimhen listening to anybody. This is a guy that doesn't even listen to anybody. So most people just kind of like leave him to do his thing. Doesn't leave.
But I keep saying African Player of the Year. Is that his only selling point? I mean, what is the value?
He
What is the
won.
value of an African Player of the Year, really?
No, it's even more. He is the first African player in the last 26 years to finish top 10 in Ballon d'Or. It was number 8, right? He finished top 8 in Ballon d'Or voting. The issue is this: what happened is when he had the breakout season, I watched the whole game. I mean, my man cave, I have Sierra stuff. I was just because it was a journey. You'll have enjoyed it if you watched that journey of Napoli. Even though he had all these goals, the best player on the team was Kvaratskhelia. That was the engine room of the team. So when the media said, "Oh, the guy that led us to the Scudetto is Kvaratskhelia," and they had him crowned like the next Maradona, he got mad. So the season after that, you could see the schism. Like, oh, so they were not passing the ball like they did before. They had issues with that offensive. Like, it was different. because he felt like he was the best player. And I'm like, dude, forget that. It's not about you all the time. You got paid for it. You want to leave, but don't that because of a personal ambition, then got the whole thing. You will see, go online, you will see Osimhen during practice will be screaming at coaches, walk off the pitch. It's online in Napoli. But it never really made the news like that. It wasn't like they didn't make it a big issue because he was scoring all these goals. So he has some kind of anger issues that you just yell at people and just coaches if he doesn't get his way. Even on the pitch this last season, you will see me yelling at people. Give me that. Like, dude, you can't do that. So this been going on for a long time. And this is a guy that a year or 6 months, 7 months ago was valued at 130 million. Now barely at 65 million with one foreign club in Saudi bidding for him. That is crazy.
It sounds like it thinks it's indispensable.
Yeah,
so
like,
I mean,
there
are very few players in any professional sport that fall into that category. Of course, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. I don't know if you want in soccer, of course, Messi. Messi is a super cool guy. He doesn't behave like that. So he may have overinflated his worth.
Even Ronaldo, who is arrogant, he's not as arrogant as Osimhen.
Yes, yeah. That is true. Yeah.
But that one we see kind of hang out with his teammates. Whatever. Have you ever seen Osimhen post all his teammates or hang out with them or do anything? It was like just like a lone man. It's me. I scored the goals. No, you're not the best player. You score the goals, but you're not. So I don't know where it goes from there. One man is saying the Spurs, but for how much? If Saudi is bidding you for 65 million, they probably offer you 50 million at Spurs because you have no offer. Right now, you're desperate, right, one man? Because Napoli doesn't want you.
If it goes to Spurs, it'll be in Spurs for like a year, rebuild his profile.
Like a loan offer.
Not even like a loan offer. Because I don't think I think they just want him off their books in Napoli or whatever it is.
No, because they overpaid. Oh man, they overpaid him because the goal was okay. He had this breakout season. We will overpay him, but that means it gets overvalued. Then we will now sell him. You see, that was the plan. So they overpaid him on purpose so they can inflate his value and then offload him and make profit. So if I buy you for 70 million and I can get you off for 130 million, I made a lot of money. The problem is the next year after that, they had issues. So he didn't really perform as well like he did the previous year. So his value went down to like 120, 110. So nobody really wanted to pay that much money for him. And Victor Osimhen was unwilling to take a pay cut. That was
why would he take a pay cut?
It doesn't have to take a pay cut now.
And so how is he working now so far, One? So how is he working? He could have gone to PSG. It could have gone to PSG for 95 million. He did not. He chose not to. So now we are 65 million now. So how is that working out now? How is he working?
I'm not sure. I'm not the one
I still think it will end up in England.
I think it's still gonna work in his favor, though.
But not for that 250 a week anymore.
Yeah. I think it was. I think there is 11 million that was insisting on SSO the whole package to be like $11 million. So I think he might still get that if he goes to Saudi.
Yeah, if he, I don't know much
Saudi Arabia now. If you go to Saudi, that you're done now. We know that now. Once you go to Saudi Arabia,
I say if you take the Saudi deal, because that guy's probably not worth more than 20 mil. He's not worth more than 20 mil. I'll tell you. They profile him. They appraise him. It's probably to me. I mean, again, I don't know much about that area, but it looks like a unidirectional player. He's not that versatile, if I'm not mistaken. I mean,
he's like
a grow.
Is a diet Mountain Dew Haaland. No real skills. No real skills, but can get you goals. It's not. So
the only guy is only worth $20 million. He's 65 to jump at it and go right away.
No. Napoli bought him for 70. His value went over 100 million.
I'm saying his value has dropped.
But you can't say 20 million now. Come on, it's
I'm just saying. Some players, no matter how good they are, really. If you put them in a team setting, they're nothing more than complementary player. And Osimhen seems to be like that. He can get you goals, but is he a championship player? That's the question.
The championship player. the championship player on the team is maybe Lopolitano, but Cavascalia is
He is a championship player because
So
he's
he's
a
a
proven goal
championship
getter.
player.
come
Nah,
on,
Wama is not, in the
He's a
African Cup of
proven goal
Nations is not.
getter.
you get your
Nah,
goals.
how many goals we get in the African Cup of Nations? How many?
No. Look at no. Look at his work rate. Even Lukman's goals came because of Osimhen. The penalty,
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. See, when I say no, a player like Jordan, no matter what, like Kobe, you're gonna go get it. No matter the obstacle or the resistance. Osimhen is not like that. If in the African Cup of Nations, if it was that good and great, he will get 1 or 2 goals, no matter what they do to him, because it's that great. It's not that great. It's not. I watch him. It's not that. It's very good player.
Can we? Okay. Before I let one man, because I think I took over his show now. So can we do like a final prediction? Where do you think he ends up? I think perhaps Chelsea will still find a way to get it.
I think it would definitely still go to Chelsea. But my problem is this: the Napoli president was in England. Over this weekend, right?
For Siemens negotiation
Yes.
issue. I think for Lukaku now. For Lukaku, they got Lukaku already.
I'm very sure they will definitely discuss Osimhen, right? So for him to have actually gone back and got the Lukaku deal signed, then probably there is an issue, right? And I think the coach self, the Napoli coach, doesn't even want to have anything to do with Osimhen.
Yeah, it doesn't. Because he played with Lukaku in Roma, like when they played together, so it wasn't going to happen.
For me, in terms of delivery, Osimhen any day he will still deliver.
But man, like my thing is this: if you're really a true world-class strike player, you don't wait, you don't stay this long in the market now. Usually, you should have been snapped up now.
That's justice now. The problem is all this manager and some people are home telling him. You see all this. They usually had. Right, going to the club, things changing. For me, let me not deceive you. That's my own personal thing. I think it's still this Cubana chief priest gang. You understand?
All this skit online, just like all this ghetto kind of.
Cubana chief priest was in Napoli at a point. All these. You are the best. You are the this. You are the that. And I think he gets into his head.
All right, brilliant. That sounds like an after-hour sort of conversation.
One man, go back to your bad goals. That's what you want.
Yes, that's what the audience are here for.
But I asked now, just a final brief for everybody. Where does it end up? I said Chelsea.
I think it'll end up at Tottenham, Spurs. Yeah.
Your team might be.
No, my team is
Newcastle.
Newcastle. No, yeah, but I think it'll end up at Tottenham. Yeah.
Nobody cares.
I think it'll end up in England anyway, definitely, but at Tottenham, yeah.
Okay, thank you, one man. Enjoy, guys.
All right, brilliant. So let's kick it off. So that's the excellent BT, just giving us a little football flavor. So let's kick it off. Shall we start it? Let's start it with Stolly, who was here first. If it's not ready, then we go to Larry. So Stolly, are you there?
Yes. My silence does not mean I'm not ready.
Your silence is not golden, is it? But yeah. So do you want to kick it off for us then? Where would you like to start it?
All the topics, but if you can start again from the beginning, because I can't remember.
Well, I'll run you through some topics, maybe not all of them, just for the benefit of our other panelists as well.
No, I'll go through it very quickly.
All right. The DSS arresting this journalist Soyinka, who has subsequently been released. But if you add that to that, the arrest of this DMOP or whatever it's called, the PDOM, then are we seeing then Tinubu slowly turning into Buhari cracking down on free speech?
I even thought the Soyinka was the PDOM self, So the only problem I have with all this PDOM, Soyinka, David Udein, is they tend to defame people in their excitement and sensationalism, So once they get something and they get the feedback from the people, they start getting excited and they now start, posting out unverified news. And the moment you post out unverified news and it turns out to be fake, that's defamation. And the moment you have defamation on you, then everything you say is not valid and the government has the right to do whatever they want to do with you. at that point. You know, that David Dudain, his wet dream is for governments to catch him and give him attention, you know. So government will never do that one because the guy has, you know, he has said so many fake things, but his supporters, you know, they don't do research, they don't read, you know, they are just angry at the government and they will just take in whatever he says. So anytime I hear David Dudeng, I don't even always want to listen to anything he has to say. You know, he's always so quick to want to gain attention from the government. But yes, this is somebody that said he fought for democracy.
You know, I think it's actually trying to monetize his notoriety because it's on YouTube now, trying to hustle the YouTube game. You know, I think it's just trying to. I think it's after money, really, that obedient money. You know.
Maybe it will work, maybe it will not work, but you know, we're in a different climate. Everybody is hungry. Nobody has nobody has time for nonsense. You know, so I think it's too late for that. He has to verify his news and actually post out credible content. If not, you know, but I don't think government is bothered about it. But at the end of the day, I keep on asking myself, what is the difference between this regime and this military that you people keep on talking about that was so bad? Everything military did, these people are doing plus more, you know. So, and this is not the end. We haven't.
Like what? What are they doing that the military did?
Are they not? How many protesters did they arrest in the last protest? Exactly. So
What do you
you
mean
know,
exactly? Sorry, was it your expectation that in a protest as big as that was, people will not be arrested?
1,000, over 1,000.
No, 124. What do you mean
I
over
heard
1,000?
I heard it was over 1,000.
I don't know where
And
you heard that. It's 124.
and also they are arresting protest leaders. So is
Which protest
protest?
leader have they arrested? Name one.
I don't know. So,
Funny.
but they arrested protesters. So,
Yes,
I
but is it your expectation that in the protest as big as that there will be no arrest? Was that what you expected?
can I just finish what I want to say first?
No, you can't just say things that doesn't cohere now.
There's a reason.
You saw that protest. There were libraries that were vandalized, everything destroyed. There was a purpose-built ICT center in Kano that was completely ravaged and savaged. There were burnings, there were lootings, and all of this. So, are you
Okay.
expecting that there will be no arrest off the back of that?
My point of mentioning that is not there. My point is you have bandits running up and down in the country.
That's a lazy argument. What do you mean?
No, can I?
Because
And
they
I
are
keep
not
on saying,
arresting bandits, they should not arrest protesters that
I
burnt down
didn't say
buildings.
that. You just didn't let me finish.
Oh, all right, carry on.
As you know, you don't let me finish. I'm getting to a point. My point is you are arresting protesters. Is it a crime for people to protest? No. Yes, some people committed crimes, but I doubt everybody they arrested committed crimes. And they just wanted
Why are you doubting that? On what basis?
because they did not support the protest in the first place.
Yeah,
When
no,
when
but you are saying the people that they arrested did not commit crimes.
I said I doubt everyone they arrested. Some of them did not commit crimes. Because when they came out with guns, they came out with canisters, they came out with tear gas, and they were already picking people up. People that didn't destroy anything. And we saw videos of that. So obviously, if we've seen videos of them arresting innocent people that did not destroy anything, obviously they are not in support of the protest. But that's not my point. I wanted to point out that protesting is not against the Constitution. And secondly,
it wasn't stopped. Did they stop the protest? The government was at pains to say that we don't want to stop the protest. We cannot. Every single government functionary told us that it was the fundamental right of any Nigerian to protest, but they just didn't want anarchy. They said that all the way through.
When you are shooting live ammunition and tear gassing people, you know, you don't need to say that I am stopping the protest. You are already putting them under pressure not to protest.
Tear gas is not a means of crowd control in an anarchy situation.
Are live bullets a means of crowd control?
I'm not sure that live bullets were fired. I think one
They
soldier
were.
fired a live bullet.
They were fired. They were fired.
You
I'm sure.
just drop this narrative. You are
But
struggling to make it coherent. The government did not try to stop the protest. That's one. There were riotous criminal behavior in the course of that process, which we all saw, and it is the duty of the security forces to effect an arrest. So there is nothing you are saying that is conspiratorial. So just
okay. Can I speak now?
It doesn't hang together, all these things you say. But carry on.
You see, you keep on saying I'm moving goalposts, but you are the one that doesn't let me finish one thing before I move on to the next thing. All these things that you are saying, I didn't argue it with you. If you want to say that they didn't stop the protest, shooting live ammunition and tear gassing people is a way to stop a protest. The people did not even destroy anything, and you're already picking them up and putting them inside van. So if you are saying that I'm trying to make up something, we all have the videos, but you don't want to speak on that. You are trying to speak on the little people that were destroying things in the north. And I'm talking specifically about the south. And when I'm talking about the protesters, I'm trying to point out that look at how swift it is for them to go and take action against innocent people that are protesting. And don't talk about the north. I'm talking specifically about the south. Okay. Then you have bandits that are running up and down, doing giveaway on TikTok, using Nigerian bank accounts, Nigerian SIM cards, and nothing is being done about it. That is what I'm trying to point out. So when I'm saying that this government is worse than military regime,
so nothing is so this bombing that took place today to blow up our bandits den, and the one that took place 2 weeks ago, and all of this parading of bandits that we see, the arrest of the people that are kidnapped the Sokoto monarch, all of that's not doing anything.
How many years have they been bombing them for? Exactly. So
no, it's not exactly. It's a guerrilla warfare, isn't it? You have no concept of all these things. What do you mean? How many? It's a guerrilla warfare, isn't it? Do you know what guerrilla warfare is?
Yes.
They're not fighting a standing army. They're not even fighting one unit of entity. They are fighting a multiplicity of banditry.
So
it's too complex for this sort of lazy, formation.
So the bandits are smarter than Nigerian law
Did
officials.
you even understand what I just said? Do you understand what I said?
If you have the ability to be picking up people in the country, no matter where they are hiding, why can't they pick up bandits? Are they not using?
Are they not?
So why hasn't it ended?
Look at this guy. You must be. You're being clownish. Are you trolling? Why hasn't it ended?
Why hasn't it ended? Because it benefits.
All right, just carry on. I think you come here to wind people up. I think.
I'm not coming here to wind people up. When you speak, I let you speak. I stay silent, even if I don't agree with it. But if I want to speak, even if I'm not even going against what you are saying. You just you want to pick at things that I'm saying.
No. How would it have ended? So what do you mean? Why hasn't it ended?
If this was happening in the USA, wouldn't it have ended? If
this
was happening in the UK, wouldn't it have ended? It would have. So
the parallel between Nigeria is the USA.
I'm giving examples the same way.
The example of Nigeria is the USA and the United Kingdom. All right, carry on. Just carry on.
I'm giving examples the same way you always want to justify.
One man. The point that Soli is making is that if they are really doing a good job fighting this banditry and terrorism, why haven't we won the war for over 10 years? We've been fighting this thing. If we are really doing a good job, that is what he's saying.
Look, it's not a war that can really be won.
Why can't we be won? Why can't we be won? Is that the way? Is it the way we're going to live for the rest of our life in that country?
No, it can be contained, and it is being contained.
No, we don't have to contain it. We have to defeat them.
All right.
We have to defeat for us to have peace
all right.
and for
All right.
everything to for the economy to run and for us to have prosperity in that country. When we don't defeat them, then we are not doing any good job.
Who is them?
Who is them?
Yes.
What we are talking about those that are carrying out the terrorism against the people.
But who are they? Who are
You
they?
know, I mean, you want to tell me they don't know them? If they don't know them, then they are not fit to be in that position.
What I'm saying to you is that this is a hydra-headed space that is not centralized. So within that banditry, banditry is a catch-all, and people think there's just one entity. All those banditries that they are doing, there are satellite pockets of 50 to 100, 30 to 40, constituting several independent banditry space. So there's no one centralized banditry that they're tackling. They're tackling a multiple. They've defeated quite several cells, but there's just a multitude of cells out there.
Then we have to draw out a strategy how to defeat them.
We
have to improve. We have to improve. We have to improve.
You can only contain them now. You have
we have to improve our intelligence gathering to know who these people are, where they live. And a lot of Nigerians have told them where they live, but the government doesn't go after them. People in the areas have informed the security where they live. They won't go after them. So what Soli is saying, just listen to this young man.
I'm
Is
listening
telling
to
us
it,
the
but
truth.
it doesn't get it. But
you don't want to listen to him.
I am listening to him. It's just making a lazy.
But the critical question is asking that if we are really doing a good job, as you are trying to say that government is trying its best, why haven't we defeated them for the past 10 years or over 10 years that these people have been ravaging, unleashing terror on the state across the northern space and even across the whole country?
But do you remember when Hassan came here and told us that they've contained them quite heavily in Borno? So there's that. It's more. Yes, the government can be doing a lot more. So I cannot even argue, and I don't even want to argue with that. So I'm with that. But to say, they are arresting protesters, why have they not defeated bandits? That it doesn't even cohere with anything.
It's drawing comparison that why if government can use all means and if government can go after the protesters with this zeal and effectiveness, why can't they use it against terrorism and this banditry to defeat them so that we can have peace in the country? So that is what it is. It's not just saying that government. It's just drawing that comparison that if they can put in place all the machinery to get a protester, why can't you use that kind of zeal to go after? Just imagine one man during the protest, before the protest day. Do you know how many police personnel that they brought to Abuja? Over 4,000. Over 4,000 police personnel on the ground against Nigerian people that they want to just to exercise their constitutional right, just to demonstrate, to protest. Over 4,000. Imagine they carry out 4,000 to go after terrorists in Borno State. Do you think we can defeat them? Or 10,000 military officers? Just Abuja, over 4,000 policemen.
Look, that's still a lazy argument, Adanle I have to say. No, you are saying over 4,000 to contain a specific situation. So yes, that situation can be contained within that specificity, but you're talking about an ongoing, years-long situation. So yeah, are they deploying sufficient enough security towards that? Maybe not, but you cannot say they should surrender the whole of the Nigerian thing. Then who maintains law and order? Who does other things? So it's a more sophisticated sort of conversation than that binary choice.
Well, one man, let us continue with Soli. I'm on board with Soli. I think he's saying the right thing, and it's just everything he's saying, I think is on point. So, but you're trying to push back against him as if he doesn't know what he's talking about. That is where I disagree with you, one man. This guy is talking sense and is doing well. Let's just don't try to push back against him and make and be saying that, oh, he doesn't know what he's saying. Actually, he knows very well. He knows what he's saying, and he's saying it he's saying it with fact.
So,
All right, back to Solly with the Bola Balu. Go on.
one man, you can argue it all you want, but if these bandits were targeting only politicians' family, we will see banditry, we will see all this Boko Haram, we will see everything end in less than a year. In fact, in less than 6 months. But when the government does not care about the people, the government does not care how it affects
The bandits are not targeting the elites.
Which politicians' family have they targeted?
Several. How many times do we see on the news
Like
that the XYZ's rep, just Google it now, XYZ's rep was kidnapped along with his family, the emir of XYZ, the Obi of ABC, the Oba of whatever. What do you mean they are not targeting the elites?
I asked for politicians and their party.
There are several politicians. Now it's always on the news. Maybe you don't follow the news, but carry on.
If it was so prevalent, all of us would be able to mention at least one of them, but apparently it's not. So that's why they are not doing anything about it. But at the end of the day, this government, let's not even focus on all these people that they are even targeting. They can find out people that the Spanish people that are helping them raise flags, or the Spanish people sponsoring protests, or the Polish people sponsoring protests. They can do all that because it affects them, but they cannot find bandits, they cannot find Boko Haram. It's such a big problem. And when we try to compare it to other countries, we cannot. But when we are trying to compare and justify jets that president is buying, then we can compare it to other countries. So it's just so unfair to the people. They always have some kind of defense. Look at this Dambelo guy. He's bringing out facts, he's bringing out proof, he's bringing out receipts. And what does the government do? Instead of the government saying, oh, let us change our ways, they are trying to look for how to extract him the same way they did. They have such a high intelligence. They knew how to extract Nnamdi Kanu sharp from wherever they extracted him for, outside their own country, outside their own border, but they cannot secure inside their own border. They are trying to secure somebody that is in China, just because it's exposing the truth. So when it affects them, whether they are doing good or they are doing bad, they know how to implement the resources that they have around them. But when it's affecting other people, or when it's time to oppress people, then they don't know what to do again, and we start giving them excuses. That is why I said, how is this government better than military? Because every time, every day, they keep on getting more powerful. They keep on oppressing people more. They keep on implementing things that we were saying was bad during military regime, impoverishing the people to enrich themselves. Not like they are not already enriched, just unnecessary implementation of suffering and starvation all over the land. That's just what they are doing. Everything to benefit themselves, and taking more to benefit themselves on top of it again, not being satisfied because of the greed and the lack of limits set for them. So that's why I say I don't know what the military did, but I don't think it could have been as terrible as what these people are currently doing. I don't think there was insecurity up to this level during military regime. I don't think the military regime were enriching themselves at the suffering of the people, causing more suffering and starvation in the land.
The military were not enriching them.
Were they stealing palliatives?
Have you heard of
Was the
Ibrahim?
military stealing palliatives?
Have you heard
You
of
know,
Ibrahim? Oh, hold on. Have you heard of Ibrahim Babangida or Sani
I
Abacha
have.
or Abdusalami Abubakar or so the military guy, man?
Were they stealing palliatives from the citizens?
They were not stealing palliatives, no. They were not.
And they were not stealing food from the citizens.
No, they were not. They were doing everything for the upliftment of the people. They were fantastic.
Okay, at least they were not stealing food from the citizens. They were not starving the people to death and still taxing them on top. So, and if we talk about how the military was going up and down, kidnapping people, buying them, is this government not doing the same also? So that's why I say I don't see, and it's getting worse. I've not seen anything get better, but let's move on to the next topic, please.
All right, that's the next topic on the screen. I suspect you'll only run the same commentary to it. Why does not want Tinubu re-elected in 2027? So try and see if you can vary your submission on that.
Obviously, there's some tribalism involved, but at this point, who cares? I'm Yoruba. The president is Yoruba. If they want to take it back to the north, I support them also, and I suspect a lot of Yoruba people also would agree with me. After all, he didn't win Lagos State, did he? And a lot of Yoruba states also, the money that they used to bribe them for election cannot even do anything anymore. And knowing how foolish these politicians are, they are not going to increase the bribe, So, and people are hungry, people are angry. And you know how Yoruba people are now. They always want, if they have the opportunity to get back at you, they will want to get back at you. They will collect that money, and even the Ekiti people that I said that they will collect a bribe and vote for the person. I don't think it's going to have that effect anymore during this period, because by 2027, the starvation would have entered, fifth gear or 10th gear or whatever gear is going to get. And these politicians, they are so insensitive that they are not going to care about the increase of starvation, the increase of poverty, because they are not feeling it till the last minute. And that's where it's going to be forced to rig the election. This is going to be that 2027 election is going to be the most rigged election that we're ever going to see in the history of Nigeria. And we can all see it coming. The North is not going to support this next presidency. All this nonsense of you give North 8 years, you give South 8 years. He has ruined everything because of greed, and because he's a criminal in power. So he feels like he can do whatever he wants, and I don't think it's going to play out in his favor, and he's going to drag all Yoruba people into the mud with whatever he's doing. He's going to drag us into the sockaway pit hole, because he's going to forever mar, and he's going to forever put a disgrace on our tribe. In fact, when we're even talking about him being Yoruba, I'm starting to doubt that he's a Yoruba man, because there were suspicions that this guy was from Guinea. We have to actually do more investigation, because we know how Yoruba people are, even the wicked ones. This guy's own level is just unprecedented. That is why I'm starting to question if he's a Yoruba man. We used to make fun of Obasanjo, but Obasanjo is more of a Yoruba man than this guy. I've never seen a Yoruba, even in our history. Have we ever heard of anybody that is up to this guy's level? No. So
his level of what?
His level of evil.
What evil? Just leave all of that. What evil?
Starving the people to enrich himself. Is that not evil?
How is he enriching himself?
So he's making himself poorer.
No, how is he enriching himself?
He's using the resources of Nigeria to enrich himself.
How? You don't understand what how means? How?
By using you want me to give an example?
Yes.
Okay, when we look at the subsidy, who does it benefit?
Who?
Who has it benefited so far?
Who does it benefit?
The government.
Which government?
PDP government.
No.
It's benefiting PDP. It's benefiting PDP and Labour Party.
What are you even talking about? What are you
Because
talking
you
about?
are acting like
No, I'm asking you to back up what you've just said. You said it's benefiting the government. How?
when they removed the subsidy, it was
Yes.
alleged that it was supposed to benefit the people because they were going to use it to implement infrastructure. They were going to put it in other sectors of the economy and blah, 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 yadi, yadi. Is going to benefit the people. And at this point, we can see that they are still hiding palliatives. We can see that
Who's hiding palliatives?
during the last protest, did they not find palliatives that were being hidden and rebranded and resold?
Yes, in Edo State.
And other states?
Right.
So I've answered your
Edo
question.
State is a PDP state.
Which states did you see delivering the palliatives?
Well, we play clips of Borno State delivering it. Every other state
Out of
delivered it.
36 states. Out of 36.
Which state did you see not delivering it?
I didn't see them delivering it.
Yeah, did you see them not delivering it?
Yes. By stashing it in warehouses.
Who did? Who did?
Edo State is an example.
Right, and who else?
I saw like 5 other places, but I can't remember it off my head.
You're this guy, man. Just carry on.
So are you denying that
what I'm saying is you have no understanding of what you're saying. You are saying he's wickeding the people to enrich himself. I'm asking you how. You cannot even think of once. You said it with so much conviction that you would have thought that you'll be rattling off examples of you can't even say anything. And I'll ask you the next one you don't even know. But you just, I don't know, man. Just carry on. I don't know what you are saying most times.
The reason why I'm hesitant to mention anything and I'm being vague is because you are going to poke at every single thing. Even when I'm being vague, you are poking at it. You don't let me finish any sentences. Even when you counter me, I let you finish. I've always let you finish, even if I do not disagree, even if I do not agree. But I don't feel the need to go into specifics if you are going to be poking at every single thing I'm saying. And you are poking at it as if I'm lying or and you are pretending to be negligent about what is going on when you know exactly what I'm talking about. But you just
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You just want me to go into. We've played it here. I sent you the clip. I sent it to you on Instagram.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Instagram, and you've played some of it here. Some of it you did not even play it.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know that I've sent it to you on Instagram.
Sent what to me?
The videos.
Which videos?
The news articles.
Oh, just carry it. No. Let slowly run his slot, and then we go on to. I don't actually like to interject you because I don't like confused that I interject you too often. But it's just there's no substance behind anything, and you say it with so much conviction that you say that just hold on. You say, oh, this is most wicked. They are stealing everything. This, that, and the other.
Can I reply without interjection now?
So cite an example, and then you say now. It is now. You know.
Can I speak now? Because what's the point of me speaking if you keep on interjecting? I'm saying it with conviction because I know I've sent you the proof. And you know that I've sent you the proof. Now, if you are telling me that I should go back to Instagram while everybody or other person is waiting for me, and I should now go inside our Instagram DMs, and I should go to and I send you like 5 to 20 articles a day. I should go through all those articles per day and go back for the past 2 weeks or 3 weeks and get it to you and send it to you. I can't do that. I can't bring it to you on demand. But you know, and I know, the two of us know that I've sent it to you. That's why I'm speaking with conviction. That is why. And the fact that you said I'm speaking with conviction, I won't just randomly come here and start speaking anyhow. You know how I don't like when somebody is defaming somebody or saying false narrative. I don't support David Udein. And basically, you're saying I'm doing exactly what David Udein does. You're telling me to do the impossible because you know that you are putting me under pressure to bring out this information, but it's there. Now, if I say I want to bring out this information, the session is already over, and then we move on to another topic. So it's somewhat being manipulative. That's just the way I see it. And when I ask you to prove some of your things, you tell me XYZ and we know also. So you're basically accusing me for what you are doing also. Because you literally did it some few minutes ago. When I asked you to bring proof, you said XYZ and we know. But then you accuse me of doing the same exact thing that you are doing. So it's just not fair.
Are you still there, Soli?
I'm still there.
Yeah. One man, Uncle. Continue now. Where is one man? Has one man dropped?
I can't even remember what I was talking
No,
about.
I'm here. Oh, I'm waiting for him to continue. Is this go to the? It's just it only frustrates me because I'm not against all this criticism of the government, and I'm also critical of the government, but not this just wholehearted criticism that is not based on any nuance or bring some vague example. There is no country that any of these things that Asoli is saying is not going on. People send me clips of places flooded underwater completely in first world countries, unpassable roads in the United Kingdom, rattling like a roller coaster or something. Every country has its own whatever it is, but it's just the total damnation and condemnation. Oh, they are only going to steal it now. They do something. Oh, how is it going to benefit the people now? And then another thing. Oh, it's just another ploy now. It's just it doesn't really anyway. Let me take you to this one. Sorry, see. It says there is no substantial evidence of anti-party activity against Wike. So that's Yemsen Wike now. That the party is trying to resolve what the conundrum that he presents. All right. Solly has gone off in a half. So that's Solly gone in a half. Let's go on to Larry. Let's see if we can get a bit more nuance. Larry, are you ready? All right.
Good evening, woman.
Good evening to you. Larry, I'm sure you concord that maybe I'm a bit too hard on Solly, but it's just there's no roundness in the submission. It's just where my frustration is. Maybe I should just keep quiet and let him
No, I
rattle
think
it up.
I think it's better you just let him, pour out everything he wants to pour out, right? So I think it's better like that than you and him going back and forth. So it's better if you are gonna time it, let him go through everything he wants to go through, and when the time lapses, you can move to another person.
All right, maybe we'll do that for the future. But I just get frustrated sometimes that what is this government that the military government was not looting from the people? I mean, we're still recovering Apache's loot till as we speak.
But
But
one man. Look, you cannot say uh, uh, if not in totality, what this guy is saying is true. At least 70% or 75% or 80% of what he's saying are true. If he's saying that military were even better than what we have today, I agree with him. The amount of looting we are seeing in Nigeria today was not done during the military time. This monumental looting to the end to destroy the country, that is what we are seeing in our country. Soli is right. All over. So what are we talking about? You might not like the way he's saying it, or maybe what you are looking for to hear from him might not be what you are hearing from him. But don't say that what this guy is saying, that is saying total. It's not rubbish. What this guy is saying, it's what is happening in Nigeria and the dissatisfaction of people, and is what is expressing here. We can't say that, oh, just let him, he's not saying anything. No. This is the way their generation feel Their generation is generation that are so passionate of their country, that love their country. This is the way. This is the way they express their anger against the country. The country has abandoned them. There's no future for their generation in that country. And that is why you see thousands of them moving out of that country every day. If not through the right route, they go through the desert just to escape. Because you have government that has failed to guarantee future for them in that country. And some people can say, oh, these young people are lazy, they don't want to do anything. No. When the country cannot even guarantee a better future for the workers today that are going to retire tomorrow, then what are you talking about the youth that we are seeing? When millionaires are taking their children out of the country every day, what does that tell you about that country? So the passion at which this guy speak and he deliver you this thing, we should let him speak. When don't I'm not saying that you should not ask questions from him sometimes, but don't let him don't do it in such a way that he doesn't know what he's saying, because you say that every time to him that you don't even know what you're saying. No, he know what he's saying, and he's pointing out to you that he has posted so many videos and articles to you that you did not bring up.
Well, no, that's not true. But
he just said it to you now.
No, I didn't want to take it on because it usually sends me. I'll probably show you examples of what it sends me. But some of them are too graphic. Some of them too so generic. This Soyinka story that we're doing, he sent it in, so we're doing that. So and so often I can mix what he sends in. It sends in people trying to smear Kekere. So we're doing that. You know, yes, it sent in price of kerosene skyrockets, you know. So those are sort of things that he sent in. The audio clip that we played a couple of sessions ago, he sent that in, you know. So we do, we play a lot of this one here, where the militants were saying, this one right here.
You guys contribute largely to crude oil theft, and then the nation is losing so much of its wealth.
So he sent that in. So we play a lot of the things that he sends in, but obviously not all of them. We pick and mix from what everybody sends in. So I think that's
just take it gently with him. Don't make him look as if he doesn't know anything. That is just what I'm saying. He's so passionate, and I really for a person of his stage to come and mingle with us here, to come and talk with us here. I think he represents his own generation on this platform, and we should give him that time to speak, and speak in any way you want to speak. We can ask questions, but not to rubbish him that he doesn't know what he's saying. That is just what I'm saying. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So, all right. So thank you. So let's go on to you then, Larry, and kick it off properly now. So should we kick it off from the Soyinka headline, the not Wale Soyinka, but the Soyinka journalist that was detained by the DSS?
Yeah, we can kick it off from there. So so I read the whole thing, you know, about them arresting him and he's been released. But for me, I think the major thing is this: it's always easy for people to say, oh, probably they are clamping down on journalists and everything, but I don't really know what they have against him. So probably the security agencies should let us know more, because I think there are a lot of things, right? Particularly most of all those guys in diaspora, right? There are a lot of things that are really going behind the scene, and most of these are actually coming from, probably some of them get funding from somewhere, some of them do all sort of things. There are a lot of people that even in Nigeria do not really know what some of those guys are actually doing. So probably some of those things are things that governments actually have access to, And when they profile some of them, when they come in, they want to ask questions. They want to trace transactions. They want to do all sorts of things. So, but it's always easy for for journalists to quickly shout, they are clamping down on journalists. They are doing this because we are speaking for the people. But they hardly go deep to really tell us what they've actually done, right? No sane government will just clamp down on journalists, right? Every sane government wants to, if there are things that are not really open to people and they have access to it, they need to ask questions. It happens everywhere in the world, right? If you have access to some critical classified information and you are letting it out, right? And probably they get to know that probably you are giving it out to their adversaries. Now they have to clamp down on you. It happened in the United States, right? Snowden. You remember the case of, is it Snowden or what's that guy's name? You know,
Yeah, that was stuck in some embassy for years on
yeah,
end.
yeah. So it's a normal thing, right? So and
He's in Libya now. The guy live in Libya. I mean,
yeah,
sorry, in Russia rather.
in Russia, yeah, which is kind of like an adversary to the United States. So it happens. So, but a lot of people don't know some of all those things. Don't trust some of all these guys. They do it, particularly the ones that are outside the country, right? They do all sorts of things. There are people of interest, that reach out to them, and it's a whole lot of things. So for me, right, I don't have a problem if you call people for questioning, right, and if they are found culpable, so try and prosecute them, take them to court, and so let's see what actually comes out from it. But when people cry, they cry, we are being victimized and everything. So I really want to know what you've actually done, right? Because if they are clamping down people outside while they are not really clamping down people inside, then it shows that there are some things that probably the government actually have access to, right? That they feel some of these guys have access to, and they need to call them for questioning. The best time to call them for questioning is basically when they come into the country, because some of them have, it's not really easy for you to, go and, probably someone staying somewhere in the US or staying somewhere in the UK, for you to get whatever you want from them. So you have the right to ask questions, but don't victimize them. Ask questions. If they are culpable, prosecute them. That's what I'm actually in for.
All right, brilliant. I somewhat agree with what you just said there. This David Udeng as well. There's a bit of me that actually thinks he works in alignment with Atiku Abubakar. It seems like an Atiku man because Atiku always comes out after David Udeng, referencing heavily whatever David Udeng has put out to use that to criticize the government. Have you noticed that as a pattern?
You see, David Udeng is not a person I trust, right? He's not a person I trust, and he does a lot of shady things, right? And you see, even this is it Pidom or this guy that they said leaked some classified information. I know it's kind of like linked to David Udeng, right? Because even what David Udeng said for me is not clear. Oh, they reach out to him, they gave him the login. No. Those are just flimsy things, right? It's not really for smart people. They gave you the login, you actually use the login, you do MFA multi-factor authentication and all those things. No, those are still they are pedestrian. They are so cheap, right? And I think I'm still trying to figure out that classified information. And don't forget, David Udeng himself, I think what's actually happening is they're trying to crack the people in government that are leaking some of those classified information. There are people in government that are currently leaking serious classified information that are giving it to those guys. Do you remember this issue of Niger, right? Niger issue. There are some classified information that David Udeng leaked, particularly with military, and that actually aggravated a lot of.
It was even military grade, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Something that
that actually the whole ECOWAS was really, really furious, and they felt, that how can that actually leak? So I think what they are trying to do is basically crack down on the people in government that kind of like leaking some of those classified information. So, that's why I said, if you bring somebody in, I don't have a problem in you bringing people in. right? Bring them in for questioning. If there's need for you to go deeper, look at transactions, look at trails, look at everything, right? Because what it's easy for journalists or some of those journalists to say, "Oh, we are fighting for the people," and deep inside there are one or two shady things that actually happen, and it's always easy because they are not in the country. Because it's easy for you to really quickly track things in the country, but when they are outside, right, they do some other things. They even have access to some other countries that have interest in your country, right? Like, see, David, then recently was there. They approached him to write things against Dangote, blah 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 blah. For me, I was like, this guy is too cheap, right? It's too cheap because they gave me. He said they gave him. I think he said they gave him $10,000 or something. I'm like, are you so crazy? So they want to give you a big job like that. They want to give you $10,000. So what are you saying? So for me, I don't have a problem, in as much as you don't victimize them, in as much as you don't deprive them of their right as citizens, right? You have the right to call them for questioning. You have the right to investigate them, right? And you have the right to prosecute them if they are found wanting. So if they follow those process, I think it's a legitimate process to really undo things like that and let people know some of those information that some of those guys actually have that they are really giving to probably the enemies of the state.
All right, take us to the headline on the screen. Tinubu takes action. Hold on. Tinubu takes action as northern leaders oppose re-election. So this is a space that we've been tracking for over a few sessions now, and it looks as though Tinubu is finally starting to buckle through that space. It's going to offer them, according to what's been reported, positions, bigger positions within the government, and a bit more palliative measures towards that region. So what are you then making then of Tinubu trying to make friends with the North again?
Well, I don't have a problem if he tries to make friend with them, but I don't want him to do the same mistake Jonathan did. Right? And I expect him to be able to really know the right thing. You see this issue of blackmail, oh, the North, look at the people talking. Yusuf was a pro Atiku all through, even during the election. Oh,
yes, now they came out now and they said after we supported the Northern Elders Forum never supported
No,
Tinubu
they were
during that.
pro Atiku now.
Yeah.
They were pro Atiku. And
yes,
for them,
they said power must retain in the North. That was their stance.
The problem I have, right, when people cry of being marginalized, particularly people from the North, and I ask myself, where exactly is that coming from? Right? And I think it's to be, the North needs to understand something. Nigeria does not revolve around the North. It's Nigerian. And I think most of the things that is kind of like happened, a lot of things have actually been highly skewed towards the North. So now they are shouting, oh, the key positions. Where were those key positions during Buhari's era? Finance was in the North. All the key positions were basically in the North. So was there a problem there when it was in the North? So now, you've just left, most of the key things, right? And it's not really...
Larry,
yes, sir.
I think we have to clarify this thing very well.
Yes,
when
sir.
we are talking of the North, is it the entire North or some section of the North?
Yeah.
Because if we are saying the North, I'm not seeing any pushback from the North Central.
Baba, the problem is this.
So everything in the North is not...
the problem, the people speaking, right, they assume spokespersons of the North, right? So they don't, when they come out to speak, right, they don't speak like, oh, this is our space, right? They come out and say the North. So when you want to counter that, and when you are not even seeing the other people coming out to say this is not our stand, for me, I believe silence means acceptance, right? Because if you are silent and you're not really coming out, because most of all those guys, right, and that's the problem, they come out, and basically people from the Northwest, they are always come out to assume leadership of the North, and they feel they speak for everybody in the North. And that's why you see them either Arewa or Northern Elders Forum and and some of all those guys. So when you want to counter some of the things they say, because they are not coming out as we are just representing this side, they come out like we are representing the North. So you have to counter it by that. And how do you counter it? You counter it with data.
But there is no counter narrative coming out of the North, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And for as long as because if they let this sort of narrative germinate, because they are seeding the narrative now, this vested interest from the Northwest, they are seeding this, and you can also see an alignment being formed. This relationship now going on between Atiku Abubakar and El Rufai, and then we're also hearing Zulum being somewhat critical. And Zulum is not even, you think Zulum was more a Tinubu man for reasons that his brother is the vice president.
They just wanted to put Zulum's name out. Zulum is not for them, and they know it. They just wanted to, you know how these things work. They are politicians. They purposely want to make some of the guys that a lot of people know as leader of this particular side, and they bring everything together. Right? What's Lukman with Zulum? Lukman is not, those guys are basically Yusuf, Lukman, all those guys are basically Northwest, right? So, but for me, as far as I'm concerned, when people cry for being marginalized, so I ask myself, where exactly is that coming from, right? And even in this government, I really don't see them being marginalized, because most of the key things, they have it. They have education, they have agriculture, they have, those are things that, for me, I feel they should take advantage of, right? And really help themselves, because those are basic problems they have. They have the problem of education. And if you have an education minister that is basically coming from your side, right? How will you really take advantage of that? They have...
as part of ways to reach to the North, Tinubu, part of their plan is to try and address this educational deficit, which is a big thing to attempt. It says, this is what they attempt. It says the senior official said, the first is to increase patronage to the North in terms of appointments. With this, we can silence the noise and complaints on the lopsided appointments, which has no basis. The second is to address the prominent problem of poverty and illiteracy, which is a serious issue. So we saw Goodluck Jonathan attempt to address that, certainly poverty and illiteracy, with all of these Majeri schools that he was building. And how did that end up for him? How did that work out for him?
So for me, right, I know what they want. They always want to take ownership of the purse, and that's always been their problem. If the purse is not in their custody, they have a problem. And that's why you always see them, right, where they come out. The problem they have, number one, is the security architecture, because it's out of their way. And the second problem they have is the purse. So if they don't have the purse and they don't have where the power lies, now they feel, they don't have what they want. When you had it the other time, right? You had it for close to 8 years. You had the pulse, you had the power. What happened? And a lot of things are actually highly skewed towards them. The main honey well, right, where the milk is in their hands. And I think what Tinubu is just trying to do is basically, yes, before I came, you guys have everything. Let's start looking for a way to decentralize some of all those things. You were talking about key oil blocks, right? These guys, they own all the key oil blocks. And, and the other sectors where they, like the Bureau de Change, that's another key thing that they felt is basically for the North. That is not for anybody, right? And that place now, it's not booming. And even the oil and gas thing, they are beginning to decentralize the oil and gas side. So they felt, that's why you see the likes of Atiku quickly coming out, like, what about this contract? What about this contract? You understand what I'm saying? Because they know themselves. It's not because they love the country. It's for their own personal interest. Atiku is now shouting, "Oh, why not surplus?"
Is that not a legitimate criticism, though? Because
No,
there's been 3 instances now that things seems to have gone in favor of O&O oil.
You know,
I think they got the OPL 247, the Malibu one, and then some ENI judgments that they quickly settled in order to favor O&O. And then there's there's a lot that seems to be going in the way of O&O.
Let's not be emotional, right? Let's deal with facts. The ENL case, since when has that been on? That Nigeria was not even getting anything from that. Is this something that has been on for 5 years, 2 years, or 1 year? I'm asking you, one man, because you know.
It's been on for a good while. I think it has
almost 10 years, and Nigeria was not really making anything from it. Now, number 2, all those things that you said they bought, are they buying it from the government or they are buying it from a private company? I'm asking you.
Yeah, but Atiku's argument is that similar deals, because all of these deals,
no.
They still have to get a sign off. Yes.
One man, don't mix it up. Don't mix it up. It's so deep than you think, right? It's so deep. And Atiku himself has an interest in those other ones he's talking about. Atiku himself has deep interest in surplus, the surplus deal. Intel has deep interest. How many oil blocks does Intel has? This same Atiku that is shouting, do you remember Atiku and is he Atete? Atete, I don't know if Baba is here. Atete issue. I think it's OML 243. That was having issue. Then the Obasanjo had to overrule him. So all these guys, they know what they are doing. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying, oh, probably there is a little bit of favoritism, and even the money they use in buying this thing is not cheap. Over $740 million went into this deal. And Afrexim Bank actually came out that they facilitated the loan. So for me, I'm not,
But Larry, you live in America. If that happened in America, you go to jail. If that happened in America, there's a problem with Nigeria, and that can never change. With the attitude we have, can never change. Tinubu should have done this.
What do you say?
It's not white. Woman is 100% white. Woman is 100% white in this. Woman is white. Your woman is 100% white. What are you saying?
I don't really understand what you're driving at.
Woman is 100% white. You live in the Western world. You're 100% white. What are you saying? Tinubu, other company, Tinubu did it with the expressway. He be for own personal gain. You know what he's doing. We're not fools. We know what he's doing. He doesn't pick out his son to get rich. That's not right. It's not happening in modern society. It shouldn't be happening. It's not right.
Well, I don't really. Well, it's probably it's actually your opinion, right? But for me, I don't follow emotions. I say things based on the way I say it. So, and you also,
So the Dan Atete one, O&O is involved, or also according to the comment section.
No. So
there are just too many things leaning in. The O&O was just a satellite.
The genesis of that was during Obasanjo period. Probably people, if I still have time, I can give you the genesis of that was during Obasanjo period. When Atiku was against them giving that Atete guy, it was actually against it. I think Obasanjo overruled him. So that OML, Oando, when did Oando come? So this is something that has been for a long time. So, but as far as I'm concerned, you see this issue of why not give it to this? In as much as whatsoever they're actually having with all these guys, right? It's not more like you're taking things from the government, you're buying it. And for me, I really even prefer us nationalizing some of all those assets, right? If we have people, if the Elumelu and the likes of them, right, if they have interest, what I support governments, giving them that opportunity. I want more people from the South to also come out, from Southeast, from South, to also come out and go after some of all these transactions. We knew what was happening during Obasanjo, that even Lumelu had to like come out, that they had to block him from getting some things. So for me, it's not just Oando. I want some other people to also come out. I even want people from the South to come out, right? Go after some of these big deals. Look for the money. If you need the government to support you, they should support them. It shouldn't be some people's feeling that it's more of their birthright.
Does the presidency have to have sign off on these big deals?
Yes, there has to be.
And the speed at which O&O is getting all these sign offs is not unusual.
And well, you see, I wouldn't say it's usual. I wouldn't say it's not unusual. Right. So, but for me, I think what I'm more interested in is more people from the South to chase some of all these transactions. They are big transactions, they are big investments. Some of them can go into like $1 billion if they can source for the money, and if they are sure they have partners that can actually help them. So they should go on for it. So I really want that oil sector, to not be in the hands of some particular set of people. They've had opportunities in the past. They've shared some of all this oil well, and you can't even go and collect some of their own. So the best thing is to look for when the multinationals are leaving. If some of them feel they want to leave, they want to sell, buy. Abi, is it surplus that someone from the South will buy from Bayero? Or is it this Intel own that belongs to this article guy that someone will buy? The only thing they can buy, more people, if they can form communities, right? Bring money together and buy some of all those things. I support it. Because that is the oil. That is where the money
isn't it bad for? But isn't it bad for Nigeria economy for one guy to control the whole economy? It's bad for one businessman to control the economy. It's not good for Nigeria economy. You should have multiple business control all this stuff. Don't do one person. So it's bad for Nigeria economy.
But you have multiple companies controlling it, Charles.
I don't understand what he's saying. One man
We
controlling.
don't. Dan could control most of the stuff. We don't. Where's the truth? I know you heard, but that's a fact.
No.
We don't have.
Sorry. What don't we have multiple companies controlling?
Like if you let one guy for our whole economy is bad. For Nigeria economy, like one is control. It's like a business failed, and the whole company's gonna fail. It's not right.
Yeah, but we don't have one company controlling. But that's not the case, Charles.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No. I think you probably are wrong. But yeah, carry on, Larry.
So for me, right, I want the likes of Elumelu, some of them that have interest, the Atoeze, that have interest in some of all those deals, if they can come together and bring money together. If some of these multinationals, if they say they want to leave, then people should kind of like buy, and particularly people from the South. So it's not just Oando, every other person too, right? Particularly people, I'm really more concerned about people from the South. At least let's let them kind of like have a share where, everybody see it as more of something that belongs to us, not something that belongs to some set of people. A lot of things in Nigeria, has been so skewed to some particular set of people, and they had access to those things basically because they were close to the military, kind of like through the military they got some of all those things. So
do you think all those oil wells under the military should be cancelled? Just going through this list, it's eye-popping. Alhaji Maid the Rabbi, Ado Bayero, the Danjuma, Sani Bello, Mohammed Ladumi, Ludimi. The Ndimi family are there, so I'm not quite sure why their name is missing. Alhaji Gambo, Adenuga, Alhaji Kantata. These are the people that own the oil fields in Nigeria. Not a single South person there. I'm sure South people own oil blocks, but these people claim marginalization. Yeah, it's marginalized in their favor.
So they have, and those other ones that you say other people have, those are not the major ones. You are talking about, see the first one. How many barrels is that one pulling out?
It's unbelievable. I saw one that this one is pulling out. The reserves for this one, OML 110, is 500 million barrels. 500 million. If we're looking at it at $100 a barrel, and that is Alhaji Mai Deribi. You know, it's just unbelievable. This one here, Dan Tata, I think his well takes in about $30 million a day. You know, I mean, what's going on here? What's going on?
So for me, right, these key ones, if they can actually do it in such a way that at least we can, you know, we can have more guys. And also in terms of refining, I think more southern guys also still need to, if they need to put money together, they should put more money and, you know, going more into refining, right? Because that's another sector. It shouldn't be, you know, not just Dangote and Abdul Samad. You know, I know some other southern people are still trying to come up, but more people need to come in, right? Because this is the wealth of the country, right? I understand. Yeah, Wale, and you know, Wando, they might actually have one or two preferential treatments, but I don't really see that as anything until probably someone else from the south come out and say probably Tinubu is kind of like blocking him, like what Elumelu just told us. But Elumelu too, he didn't even say anything all through Buhari period. It was after Buhari left that he came out and said they deliberately blocked him, right? So I think now it's actually an opportunity also for them. If they see some of all these deals, if they need to form community, put money together and go after some of all these deals, I support it 100% as far as I'm concerned.
One man.
Yeah.
Sorry, Larry. I think what our friend, what's his name, Charles was trying to say. I think recently I read that that information somewhere when somebody was saying that Brazil has oil like Nigeria has oil. Saudi Arabia has oil like Nigeria has oil, but their way by which they process their own oil in their country is quite different from how Nigeria does theirs. Well, some people come out and say here in America it's different, like that it's like that of Nigeria, whereby individuals are allowed to have oil block here in America. Companies can have oil block where you can go drill oil. What's wrong with this dog? Goodness. So anyway, so my point is that the reason why Saudi Arabia and come on, the reason why Saudi Arabia and what's his name, Brazil does not have this problem we have in Nigeria is like, for example, they have Petrobras in what's it called in Brazil. They 100% oversee the whole oil drilling and everything. In Saudi Arabia, Aramco does that. I was watching one video recently of where Aramco has a situation room where any ship, wherever you are coming from, you enter into their space. You cannot just say you want to live with oil. They have that technology. I mean, was it DWTV or one of those foreign TV was they did interview on them, whereby they were showing them where they were situation where they were very huge room like that, whereby they monitor everything. So my point is this: is that why can't we go through that Saudi Arabia style of whereby people drill oil, we can account for all every one penny of our oil, rather than go through this US or Canada system, whereby they are more advanced than us. They have institutions that really work. That even though they allocate you, they give you an oil block, they can still monitor you and know what you're doing. Because the Aramco, the Saudi Arabia style, and the Petrobras of Brazil, I think their own system is more, maybe because of the corruption, they have the kind of this problem that they might have with Nigeria is having right now. We could have gone through that system, go through that way. That is why you have all these people stealing oil. You cannot account for the oil that Nigeria, ship out of that country every day. Some people would declare the wrong amount of oil. Maybe they've already loaded 3 ships, and they will let the line to it that they only loaded one ships. So you see, for me, I think we need to learn from some other big member of the, I think Brazil and what's his name, Saudi Arabia, the member of the OPEC. let's not go by this US system. Even I think in Russia, or maybe Russia, maybe it's almost the same thing too. They have individuals mining their all different oil blocks. But the point I'm trying to make here is this: why is Saudi Arabia so successful?
The corruption is very ripe in Russia as well. But
I'm not talking about Russia. I'm taking Russia out of it now. I'm talking about Petro. I mean, what's it called? Brazil with Petrobras, and what's his name? Saudi Arabia Aramco. They are very successful. Let us use that template rather than give all these things. See, when some people when it's my own turn, I want to talk about the way Larry was just going about this whole thing. I understand his own position, but when it's my own turn, I wanted to criticize what he said. I saw you there, woman.
Just on that space you were in, Rational Mind, Okonje Iweala, she was actually speaking on this as early as today. She was saying no more excuses to track crude oil theft. This is what she was saying. And she was saying that the technology is such that what is available today in terms of technology, that it's just, it has to be deemed as an act of sabotage by the state that oil is still being stolen, because there is absolutely categorically no reason why that should be the case. This is what she was saying as early as today in Lagos.
Yeah. But, woman, everybody, I'm sorry, I had this conversation with somebody some days ago, or some few weeks ago on this platform. The response was that, what was this guy that signed for Kanu from Abia State, what's the name of this senator? That he went, because I had
Abaribe.
Abaribe. He said Abaribe, because I think I had him too. That he said he went to went to go and visit the Naba chief. He had something like a similar situation room like that, whereby they can monitor anything coming out of Pakse. If they have it, I think Falana once said it too, that they have the technology in Nigeria. NNPC has it. But why are they not using it?
They refuse to deploy it. There's a gauge that they can use to measure how much oil is being. They refuse to use it.
Yeah, like Saudi Arabia on. They said if anywhere in Saudi Arabia, if maybe there's a pipe that is burst, they can detect exactly the location of that. So if they have that technology, because some of those are boys in the creeks that drill hole into pipes and then kind of like siphon crude oil. Why can't you see? The thing is, the Nigerian situation is it's so deep. The rot in that system is so deep that okay. If this guy has this technology, the Naba chief has that technology in his own office, so by all the coastal part of Nigeria, he can see it in an instant. I mean, he can see it. I mean, the feed that is coming into his office is just live. He can see it. Why can't they deploy and go and arrest any ship going out of Nigeria or entering Nigerian territory without clearance? That's the question we keep.
But you know the answer to that question now.
But why do we have to come every day? We'll work continue. People like Okojo Iweala is talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. Falana talk about it for some almost like a month.
You see, he has to take political will to deal with that space, because we're seeing it from the North moving against Tinubu as is blocking a lot of their work. No, hold on. Forget that. We can see it from the North moving against Tinubu for him blocking a lot of their watering holes. So that and you have to question why he's left Mele Kyari in that space as well. So a lot of those traditional watering holes, he has to take a lot of political will and political sacrifice as well for it to be addressed, even at the detriment of your own personal life. You know, these people have been milking that system for so long. They are accustomed to that way of life. That if you remember when they kidnapped Okonje Iweala's mother or somebody,
Okay.
you know, it's a heavy lift to go after that space, you know.
What man, I understand. you see, you just I'm not for this kind of kumbaya that most of us come here and do, because Tinubu is a Yoruba man, and so therefore I could not criticize him. Well, it's like Olegbe Olegini. That's what he's doing right now. He's replacing those old thieves from the north or wherever they come from with his own. So let's not come here and start making it look like it's like, oh, they're against Tinubu and they're against Yoruba people. What the crap? What's that? I mean, who's Tinubu? Whose interest is Tinubu fighting for?
No, that wasn't even what I was saying. I'm saying to take on the oil theft space, which is embedded into the elite space of the Nigerian country. It's not. It's too big a leap for anybody to take on.
Okay, if he says it's too big a leap, but then the only leap that he is taking now is replacing it with his own cronies there, so that they too can also have their own share from it. Is that what he's doing? I mean, you see, this let's solve this political will crap that we always talk about. Of course, yes, people need we need somebody with balls to really take on these guys. But he also has to take his own interest out of it. But Tinubu is not really fighting for anybody's interest, except for his own interest and his cronies. Yes, if you can say maybe some people are against him, yes, they are against him maybe because he has taken the feed body from their mouth and give it to other babies to suck on it. But the point is that collect the feed body from everybody's mouth, let it go to the states. Like Okojo Wela said on that in that article you said it's an act of sabotage. It's a terrorist act on the state. The hard-earned money that the state needs to execute its own project. It's a matter of national. You see, all these things is intertwined. It's interconnected. Because if you cannot have the resources, the revenue needed to execute those public policies for the country, it's an act of sabotage on the country, and that's a matter of national security. But they're not seeing that from that perspective. It's their own turn now to eat. So whoever house is God, they don't care. You know, after all, the northern people were there; they were making their own money from it when their own men were there. Now it's my own turn now, and my own people to eat. But the question is, these people that are eating, are they also fighting for their own tribe interest or their own silly pocket, like people from the north were doing when they were there? Because after all, despite all the oil blood they had, what region is the most poorest in that country? The northerners are the most poorest. Look at what happened in this last protest. So that's my point, man.
All right, let's get back to Larry. We'll look round to Houston. There are not that many of us here, but
Can I say something before Larry?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, Larry, sorry. We have to acknowledge something that Tinubu is doing different, though. What we had during the time of Buhari, where NNPC does not render any account of what he is making as an organization and what he spent. The story is different now. I mean, the situation is different now. Every bit of income they make go to the central bank. So that gives room for accountability. That we did not see during the time of Buhari. So what they are making, as far as that sector is making, is concerned, an NNPC that is government agency that participate in that sector for Nigerian state now give account of its stewardship and being monitored, and the money they are making is being tracked by central bank. That was not there before. That's a good thing that Tinubu have done. I'm not saying that maybe because of his own handle that he has brought in that got the richest oil block in Nigeria. I'm not saying that it's nothing, but that agency that represents Nigerian state, we can track every kobo that is coming in now that we didn't know before. So that's a good thing. We have to give that to him. So continue, Larry.
Okay, one man, just so that it won't be like, when I was talking about OPL 245, right? So that it won't be like I'm actually anti-article. So if you look at this thing you have, can you go down a little bit to where you have Atete? Go down a little bit. Go down, because there's a lot of things people can actually read. Go down. Yeah, to that point where you have Atete had cultivated a fearsome image. I just want you to read something out there. Okay, yeah. So after that, there's a paragraph after that. Okay. Can you read this paragraph? From bots holding on OPL 245.
Is it as Abata Oil Minister
Yeah.
Etete had cultivated a fearsome image, keeping a lion in the extensive grounds of his Abuja mansion? Most squeamish visitors would try to avoid feeding time when Etete's servants will bring in 2 live goats for the lion to chase and devour. But holding on to OPL 247 was not a done deal. In a submission to the National Assembly in Abuja, Etete said he had been asked to dinner by the Vice President Atiku Abubakar, whom he said had asked him for a stake in the block in return for not cancelling the license. On top of that, Etete produced tapes of conversations involving Atiku's intermediaries as well as some Shell executives offering large bribes. Shell and Atiku dismissed the tapes as proving nothing. Should I carry on?
So yeah, because of time. So this is actually a lot of deals that this guy did. So him coming out and say, "Oh, what about this deal? What about this deal?" These are basically still deals that he has interest in. This Atete issue was close to that Malabu issue. Probably if you have time, because of time, I wouldn't want us to. This is detailed, summary of everything that actually happened.
Is OPL 247 not Malibu? I thought OPL 247 was Malibu.
Yeah, that's the genesis of it was this Atete. That Atete was the main guy. Atiku came in, give us that share and stuff like that. So as far as I'm concerned, right, all of them know themselves. And I will still say it again. People from the south should also come up and get some of all those things. I know what most of them have been doing is going outside the country to go and look for oil blocks. Ato Eze, I think recently went to Venezuela. Alakija, I think Alakija went to Sierra Leone to go get oil blocks. So if they have this opportunity in Nigeria to also bid, if some of these multinationals are going, if they need to bring themselves together and gather money, they also need to buy some of all those things. That's what I believe in, right? I don't really believe in everything, being to some particular set of people. Even refinery, more people from the south should look into building refineries. It might not be as big as what Dangote or Absamad is building, right? They should also come together and see, because the country resources belong to all Nigerians. Probably, yeah, during military, a lot of the guys, they had access to some of all those things. It was shared during military. At the point, people were saying probably Buhari should cancel everything. But I think he looked at it, he felt, Nigeria cannot afford to cancel it. There's going to be a lot of legal issues and everything. And which I think Tinubu too cannot, people can say, oh, probably Tinubu should cancel it. You can't even do that. Right? If you can't even cancel some of all those.
Lokobiri was he came out a couple of days ago actually saying that a lot of these licenses were just collected as souvenirs that
Yeah,
is
of
going to
course.
look to start. They are not exploring it, they're not exploiting it, they're not harvesting it in any way. They are trying to sell it, nobody is buying it, they're just sitting on it, just those licenses.
Yeah, exactly. I know Buhari at the point was people were saying probably Buhari should look into it, but which I'm not sure Buhari also wanted to, look at the kind of person Buhari is. He doesn't want to look into it. Probably it's something if Tinubu wants to look into it, in as much as every other person from the south also have access to it, not just southwest, south, southeast. They should also look into it and bring resources together, and if possible, even if the states, right? If the states, take for instance now, if Rivers, Bayelsa, and probably Delta, if they can pull resources together, get some of all this oil block and let it be to the states, it's something that it's also encouraging, right? Because if you really want to solve the problem in the oil sector, there has to be sense of responsibility, there has to be sense of ownership. And that sense of ownership is not even there. Because you look at the list that you said, we are not even seeing any of the key guys in Niger Delta there. And those are the key guys. So what are we now saying? So that's what I see on that. I think probably Tinubu should look deep into that place, that space. There's a whole lot of things that can still happen in that space.
All right. Let me take you to a couple more topics. Then move the conversation around. I'm not sure if you have any interest in this corruption. I do not think any Yoruba person will go against Ayilala or doubt the efficacy of Shango. Although traditionalists call for traditional oath swearing for politicians. So this is a space that we've often reflected on. So what are you saying? Fún wọn pé
No,
okay,
I want to talk about this space. Probably Baba or Baba Jale Koko or Mike can talk on this.
all right, let me take you to where may interest you. This is back to the Dangote narrative. This is coming out of Bloomberg. Dangote oil refinery increasingly skipping U.S. crude for local supply. So there are two things coming out of this space. One, it looks as though matters may be settling between Dangote and NNPC, but deep into the piece, it was also actually saying that that is actually selling off some of the crudes that it brought from the United States. So what game is Dangote playing?
No. He's not playing any game, one man. He's just a businessman. He's just a businessman. He bought some of those crude. He got into some other contracts with the United States with the notion that probably he was not going to have that soft landing in Nigeria. And I think he's gotten the soft landing he needs. So what's the essence of him keeping those crude? When he's gotten assurance from the government, they are doing everything to ensure that he gets what he wants, right? So as a businessman, he also, and he's a little bit illiquid, right? And he needs that. And he has used some of those money he has to kind of like, get this stock. So what's the essence of keeping the stock, right? So he should just sell those ones in as much as he can get something better in Nigeria. So that's what he's just doing. It's not like, it's not like it's not like it's something unusual. It's a normal thing, right? If you are sure that you can get something from Nigeria, what's the essence of buying from the US?
All right. Let me take you to this space then. There is no substantial evidence of anti-party activity against Wike. So this is the stance of the PDP, which astonishes me somewhat.
One man, the thing is this. One thing is for us to be emotional and say, oh, Wike is this, Wike that, probably Wike is serving in the government and all those things. But if we sit down and look at it very well, right, I'm not really sure that there are things to pin Wike down. Wike is just a smart lawyer, right? The fact that he told his party before serving in the government and they didn't object to it. So what has he done wrong? And serving the government, it's not like he's serving APC. He's serving the nation. Right? So I understand there are some pro-Atiku people that felt, oh, probably, they'll still feel probably Wike. It was part of the reason why Atiku didn't win that election and everything. They can always say, oh, it's Wike, is this, is that. But if we look at it without putting any emotion, we'll definitely know that, Wike has not really done anything against PDP. It's not like he's gone to APC. It's not like he's talked against PDP. I've never seen Wike, talking down on PDP. He's always said, yeah, he's a PDP man. The only thing he's really interested in is serving in the government, is helping the government, which is his legitimate right to do. Even if they say they want to sack him today, Wike will always go to court. And they can't even sack him, right? Because he has not really done anything against PDP. And this is this same Wike that have been in the party from day one. All these Dino Melaye that you see, they go from here, from APC to PDP to this to that. And they say, oh, is Wike, is this, is that. So do they even have the integrity to talk about Wike? So as far as I'm concerned, Wike played his game well. He understands the game and he played it very well. So I don't even see PDP coming out to say, oh, we are going to sack Wike for what? Because you have to have, things against somebody probably has done this against your party. Because for him to have even, ensured that PDP had rivers, as a state. So if he had been for APC, probably would have, trade off PDP and kind of like bring somebody from any other party. So, well, they can shout from now to tomorrow. And the people shouting are basically pro-Atiku people that felt Wike was actually the reason why Atiku didn't win. And Wike was not even the problem, Atiku didn't win. It was just pure ego. Because that time that Wike and the likes were saying, okay, fine, let's go the party chairman. If Atiku was so smart then, at least you know what you want. What stops you from, oh, Mr. Chairman, please? Because what happened at the end of the day? After the election, after they lost the election, the chairman still left. He would have just talked to that chairman at that point. Beg the chairman, don't worry, I will compensate you. If I have the opportunity of getting there, maybe 1 minister, I will give it to you, I will compensate you. At that point, Wike and the likes, and Seyi Makinde and the likes of them, they won't even have any points. They ask for this, okay, we've given you what we want. So, but for now, I don't really think there is anything they can use against Wike, except probably they just want to fool themselves. That's it, one man. One man, you can go to someone else.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So excellent delivery by Larry there. So we go from Larry to Ajande Koko. Ajande Koko, you're up next.
Thank you, one man.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. So the conversation we were talking about journalists being arrested, almost a throwback to the Buhari administration. A lot of people will say it's a follow-on from the Buhari administration. Atiku moving heavily into that space to criticize the government. Why they does not want Tinubu re-elected. So we're talking about that, which is an ongoing theme that we've been discussing over the last few sessions. Tinubu taking steps to reconnect with the North, offering them positions, etc., etc. Atiku slaps Tinubu for rapid approval of nephew's O&O deal, whilst other similar transactions suffer delay. So this is Atiku speaking to the subtle corruption going on within the is it corruption or even or sweetheart deals? There is no substantial evidence of anti-party activity against Wike. This is the PDP burying their head in the sand. Bloomberg, Dangote oil refinery increasingly escaping U.S. crude for local supply. So it looks as though matters may be settling in that Dangote space. And then Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, she comes out. No more excuses to track crude oil theft. So she's saying the technology is such now that if crude is being stolen, then that will be that's more an act of sabotage than an act of criminality. And this one here, this circled face here is the son of the new now CJN, not Ariwola, Kekere Ekun, who is an obedient, but is one of those that will say that used to say Tinubu will never be my president, but there he is in Nassau Rock, doing all right to Tinubu. So to those spaces.
Look, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me start with Oriola's son. You see, Oriola's son. Sorry, but I say Oriola. Kekere Ekun's son. Well, I don't think he has done anything wrong. The mother is being confirmed as the Chief Justice of the Federation. And on the day of, how do I say it? Is it ceremony or confirmation, or how do I put it? So I think it's a great achievement for their family, and that is worthy to be celebrated. I mean, worthy to be celebrated rather. And his presence there with his mom to me, I think is normal. The mom has done good, not only for the family, but for the nation. A woman of integrity to reach that highest level position in our judiciary organ of government, I think is worthy to be celebrated. So, coming with the mother for the inauguration, yes, inauguration, uh, uh, you know, I think he has not done anything wrong. He could still support to be if you want to support to be. That is his right. And the Aso Rock is provided by Nigerian people, by the wealth of the nation for the president to reside and feel comfortable and secured to do his job as the president and commander in chief for the country. So whether it's supporting Obi or it does not support Obi, that is secondary. So the most important thing is that the mother is now been appointed, and the day of inauguration, the president with the mother and the other member of the family, to show to Nigerian people that we are her family, and we stand with her, we support her to continue to deliver a good job for the country. So that's for the what you are putting on the screen now. So the other one, Okonje-Iweala, that what did he say? I mean, for her to make that.
Yeah, let me bring it to you. It's just a short term. It says the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, says there are no more excuses for failing to track and prosecute those responsible for crude oil theft in Nigeria. Speaking at the 2024 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association in Lagos, Okonjo-Iweala noted that technological innovation have made it possible to monitor and address the intolerable act of crude oil theft. Okonjo-Iweala said, a second aspect of security relates to the security of national assets. Nigerians have seen for years how organized crude oil theft on a massive scale seriously undermines the economic and financial health of the country. All Nigerians must agree that stealing our national asset of any type is intolerable and must be stopped. She said oil theft has hampered the strengthening of the foreign reserves, adding that there is so much technology available now to track such theft, and there must be no more excuses for inaction. So that's what she said.
Well, so what I'm trying to know now is, has that technology just recently been installed, or has it been there for?
No, she's not talking about installed technologies. She's talking about technologies available within the
Okay.
oil. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That technology is everywhere, and I don't know why Nigeria doesn't want to put into use technology to manage, that sector well in the country. The rate at which they're looting our crude is a threat to our national security, because what we are losing now, from the point of not even meeting the quota, the OPEC quota, and what is being looted, one man, I can tell you, it's more than what we produces every day. The figure, the barrel, the amount in figure that we produce on daily basis, what is being looted, and the shortfall that we fail to meet between what we are producing and the shortfall to between what we are producing and what the target that we are expected to produce, the shortfall and what is being looted is more in value than what we declare as produce on the daily basis. So it's a threat to our national security, because a country that is not making enough revenue to service and to run the economy well, that country will suffer economically, and that will affect the economic growth of that country. And look at where we are today. I mean, we were once number one economy in Africa. We are now number 4. And what is responsible for that is because we are not producing enough in that country overall. And we know that number one that we can pick out as among all the product is the crude. We are not producing enough crude. We are not generating enough revenue, and we are suffering. We are getting a serious setback, and that is what is pushing us back seriously. We don't make enough money to pay the workers. We don't make enough money to fund the military to secure the country. We don't pay enough money to, run the internal security well too, the police. And so this corruption and what we fail to do right in terms of this technology, this woman is telling us that we are not putting into use, it costing us a huge setback on daily basis. So I think it's good that in a public function, this woman is making it, is raising alarm. She's saying it loud, saying the truth to the power, saying it loud for Nigerian people to know we have technology that we can put to use that can prevent looting of this number one product that give us this forest that we are not making as much as we ought to make, and which is causing a serious economic setback on us as a country. So I hope some other people will come up. Femi Falana have said a lot of things in this regard several times in this interview with media houses, and I hope some other people can say it loud as well. And I hope the administration can listen and then start to look into this technology, the use of this technology, so that we can put a permanent stop to this unbelievable, this monumental looting that we have never seen in the history of that country. A serious looting, and that's on that. So what is next? The Wiki, the PDP is saying that they don't have anything to show that Wiki.
No substantial evidence is what they're saying of anti-party activity.
Look, one man, That is not true. They cannot say they don't have substantial evidence that Wike did not commit anti-party activities. Wike did it in the last presidential election. He did it openly, and it prevented the party nominee to come and campaign in Rivers State. So, but what we have today, the PDP of today, woman, Wike is a stakeholder in PDP, not just ordinary stakeholder, a top level that rival that of Atiku. So,
Well, what makes him a stakeholder?
oh, what makes him a stakeholder? He came second in the presidential primary of the party, and he almost won the primary, if not backstabbing that Tambuwa did for him. A person that have delegate across the country in the presidential primary in a party that is well grounded, a party that has structure across the country, that person is a stakeholder. And when they call meeting recently, maybe like some few months, maybe like 3 months or 4 months ago, the party called meeting of leaders of note, not just leaders. Wike was part of them that was at that party. At that meeting. So rational mind, I believe you know that Wike is a stockholder in that party, not just ordinary, but the top level.
And so because he came second, and maybe the other thing you never said was because he was the one, like in his own word, that he was the one funding PDP. All the two PDP was almost going dead. So does that really make him a stakeholder that could not be disciplined? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say he could not be disciplined. You said the question is what makes him a stakeholder, and I've answered you. If you want to say he's not a stakeholder, now tell us. Do you have anything contrary?
Well, for me, it's a stakeholder. If you say somebody's a stakeholder, somebody who is what's the English word I'm looking for? Who is well, that English word is eluding me right now. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that who is devoted to his party. Come whatever interest that he has, he will shit it aside. He will work for the party. That's a true stakeholder, not a surface stakeholder that you just painted now because he came second and maybe like himself in his own words that he sponsors PDP. He was paying all their bills, even their secretariat they could not pay it. He was the one who was giving them money. All the crap he talked about. It's all self-serving. That's what I'm saying. Wike is a self-serving person. It's not even for me. It's not. I don't look at people who are not leaders in the true sense of leadership or being selfless. That's how I look at a leader. My first definition of a leader is someone who is selfless, who is not about himself. But when somebody is about himself, for me, it's not a leader, and so it doesn't make him a stakeholder. But I understand if you want to use the same word that everybody uses in Nigeria, because somebody 1 second he was paying the bills, then it makes him a stakeholder. Forget that. For me, it's not a stakeholder. But I can understand your own definition, the way you put it. For me, if you are a true party man, you will push aside your personal ambition. You will not go against your own party nominee in any of the election. But when he does that, it means he's anti-party. Look at what he did to Tinubu. What he did to what's his name, Atiku. Not because Atiku did not pick you as a deputy, as a vice president running mate. And look at how he went against even the present governor over right now. You see, when it's my answer, maybe I'll have to flesh more on that. Let me just leave it continue. For me, it's not a stakeholder. That's what I want to say.
Rational mind, check your phone. Karen Ajanekoko.
Would you describe Atiku as a stakeholder, national mind?
This is your question.
Uh,
One man,
Rational
one man.
mind. Before you answer, let me put one again. Who exactly in PDP presently that is more of a stakeholder than Wiki?
Well, that's a good question you're asking. I think PDP for me. So first of all, let me not forget your question. I actually go. What was that question you asked? Sorry, so I can take it together with Are you there?
Yeah. I'm here.
So what was that question you asked?
That question asked by Larry. Yeah, I think
Okay.
let go to
It's
that
the same
question.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you see, for me, PDP as PDP stands right now, not even Sheyi Makinde, I will call him, because Sheyi Makinde himself worked against Atiku. He joined hand with this idiot in Abuja. There, what's his name? Wiki. They colluded against their. We know that Atiku has his own problem too. So yes, you can ask me. This guy, Tambu, all of them, they were all properly in APC. They went back to PDP, and all the crap that happened post 2015 or 2015. So we know all of this. So I could say they too are not stakeholders. But you see, the politics we play in Nigeria, when we say people are stakeholders, do you know the meaning of that word, stakeholder? Somebody who feels that, oh, my interest is, I mean, when I talk about interest, doesn't mean maybe it's interest, per se, like it's selfish interest, but my interest should be, I mean, the interest of the party comes first. It's not my own interest. And then based on that, you work for the interest of the party. That is what a true stakeholder is. Not because you don't get your way, and that's therefore you can engage in anti-party activities and still remain in that party, and people will start continuing saying you are just like somebody just being an hypocrite. You do one thing and then you go at the back and go and stab the same thing, that same cause that you are for. You fund it, you do everything. That does not even matter. As long as you continue being a loyalist to that party, that is what I see as a true stakeholder. So to answer your question in a nutshell, I don't think there's anybody right now besides maybe Bala Mohammed, who has always been there. I mean, himself is a two-faced guy, because I understand he's been working against the party in some ways too. He was dilly-dallying with Tinubu during the election tribunal. That's what we had recently. Virtually all of them, I don't think there's any of them that says true. I mean, the true stakeholders died with, I think they all died with Jonathan when they were there. They all died with him. The ones that are there are just transactional leaders there. Atiku for me too, I don't think, but now he's posturing himself to be a true PDP man, because 2019 he was there, 2023 was still there. He didn't move like he was doing his prostitution when he goes from one party to another party. Yeah, so just to answer your question, I would just say a few of them, but those notable ones like Atiku.
It's only because he has nowhere to move to now. It's not out of loyalty to PDP. He has nowhere to move
I know.
to.
I agree with you. Not because they are loyal to anything, but I agree with. That's why I'm saying those true stakeholders, maybe they're not the real names. You know, you won't hear their names much like that. Look at the other one. This Igbo guy that was Iwerem. What was that guy's name? That became an APC man recently. What was that? A former deputy Senate president. Is it Iwerem? What was that guy name? That became an APC. All of them, they are all moving to APC. So those are not. Okay.
Talking about Ayim
Ayim. Look at it. I mean, these are true conking PDP people. But now look at what they did. So we say because their past deeds of being loyalists to that party makes them a true stakeholder. If they now say, okay, they want to go back to it now. For me, I won't consider them as a true stakeholder until you've proven yourself. So for me, you see, when we use word loosely in that country called Nigeria, that country with the way we use English sometimes. I mean, for me, I understand if you say they are stakeholder because he's still there, he's still paying money, still paying whatever. He appears. I mean, that's not it. In your actions, what does it show? Does it show that you're truly committed to that party? That you have to shove aside your own interests. To me, that's so. In a nutshell, I don't think there's any notable person there that is still a true stakeholder of that party. They are all just transactional leaders there. That's all I would say.
All right, check your phone.
So rational man.
I won't be able to check it because I'm doing something. But I just want to answer you. If there's anything you're asking, okay. Let me do that behind the scene for 1 minute. I'll just do that behind the scene.
All right.
Okay. So rational mind. You will all agree now that politics in Nigeria is more of self-interest first, before any other interest.
No, is that Larry? But because BT.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Go on. Go back. Yeah, I want to answer that question.
Because when the rational man was talking about loyalty to party, Yeah, you can't be loyal to a party without any ideology. There has to be something that unites you, where we can hold you accountable. So if we have a belief on, let's say, on tax system, for example, as a party member, when you're in office, then everything you do in regards to taxes has to reflect the party's position, right? But in Nigeria, there's no ideology. So when he talked about loyalty to a party, it's still loyalty to self, because the party is just a vehicle to get what you want. So there's no loyalty to any party. But you cannot have party loyalty without ideology, where people can come together and then hold that person accountable when they win elections. We don't have that. The party cannot, PDP cannot. How you think APC is holding Tinubu accountable for whatever they have in their manifesto in the APC? Because nobody in that party actually really believes that. It's just on paper, if they have one. So that's the problem. Until the party is strong enough to hold their members accountable, and we can also hold the party responsible if for the failures of the candidate, then we won't get anywhere. That's the problem.
I agree with you, Babati. So, Larry, please, can you repeat that question again? I know Ajelo is itching to continue from where you stopped. What that question?
I think Babati just re-echoed what
all
I
right,
said.
all right. I leave it at that then. All right, Ajelo, over to you.
Rational mind. You got it all wrong when you say only loyal party member that by your own definition should be described as stakeholder. No. Stakeholders are the people in the position of leadership. People that direct the affairs, that make input into the direction the party should take. Those are real stakeholders. I'm not saying that loyalty does not matter. But when we are talking of stakeholder in the party, those are the movers and shakers of that party. So Wike is one of them. You might not like Wike. I know you detest him. You don't really like him. That's why you are coming out with this your narrative and all these things you are saying against him. But the party itself is saying now that they didn't have any circumstantial evidence that it carried out an anti-party. Why do you think the party says so? Wike is the strong stakeholder. The party even gave him approval to go and serve. When this guy walked against the party candidate, it was obvious. He said, Wike said it, that heaven will not fall. If what did he say? When he was threatening the party, he said nothing is going to happen. That Atiku, he said Atiku will not win. He said it. He said over his dead body for Atiku to win. That is what he said. He said over his dead body that Atiku will not win. And with the gang of 5 governors, they said Atiku is not their candidate because some gang, some Atiku and some cliques in the party undermine the interests of the South. So what are we talking about, rational mind? This guy did it, but because he's a stakeholder, he have his own people at the top echelon of the party that we protect him, we stand with him, and we do everything for him in that party. So it just showed that PDP, Wike in that PDP, whether we like it or not, is a force to reckon with. This is an opportunity for the party to come out strongly, sanction him, say that, oh yes, they cannot fool us. We all saw it. He didn't hide it. He did it openly. He worked against Atiku. So it's just what it is. But because the party itself knew that what they did back then was wrong. That is why they cannot come out strongly against. Look, going after Wike in that party, you go after a lot of people. And those that are his close friend, like Seyi Makinde, Apahazu, and some others.
Babalego, just a quick question. What do you think it would take? What do you think Wiki wants? Like, really? What do you think he wants? Like, how can, and if you know what he wants, how can the PDP work with him? What do you think he really wants? Obviously, he was upset with what transpired the last time. But what do you think he wants now? If you had to look at the landscape, what do you think he wants?
It is not saying he wants anything now, but what he wanted that time.
But I'm saying that if he's still a PDP member towards 2027, right? Then they need to figure out is he gonna betray the party again? I won't use the word. I use the word loosely now, but I'm saying that 2027 now. Is he going to be a loyal party member as a PDP, or is he going to play the same game he played the last time? Now, that's what I'm asking. What does he really want? What does he want? Because they need to figure that out. If his own G5 is still there that he controls, and they need those 5 gunners or 3 or whatever they are, his own part of the PDP, they need them desperately. So they need to figure out what he wants. So that's the thing now. What do you think he wants? How can they persuade him to be a loyal party member as opposed to playing this double agent that he appears to the game he's playing now? That is working for him so far, by the way.
Let me tell you. Let me speculate. Number one thing that is of utmost importance to Wike now is River State. How it can continue to hold on to River State.
So
the party,
if PDP if they can sacrifice Fubara, they can pass with them.
That is the number one interest. That is his base. If the party should go after him on River State, then the party will gain on one issue. The party will see the other side of Wike. And the party is very smart. They're managing the issue and the problem rather in River State. They're managing it well. They don't want it to escalate. So they're managing the escalation. They are preventing the escalation of it. And that is why they could not come out against him today to say he worked against the party, because that will definitely indicate that they are out for war against Wike.
Yeah, but when you say he wants River back, obviously we know you can't work with Fubara anymore. That relationship already done. So in the primaries, they have to find a way to get rid of Fubara, is what you're saying, to appease Wike, right?
They have to do. They cannot go after interests of Wike and the interest
but for now, Fubara needs to be removed by the PDP. Then that's what
somehow they will do something in the next election, 2027. If Fubara wants to seek for re-election, the party must decide who they have to stand with. And that is when
the Ambode treatment you think?
Oh, maybe something like that.
Like where you just
Yeah, maybe something like that.
They will let you run, no, but you will not win the primaries.
Yes. Just like the way they did. Thank you. You brought out a real what we can use as a real scenario for what is going on. So they will take down Fubara because that state is the number one interest to the political might of Wike, and it must remain it must remain hold on to the leadership of that state and not Fubara. So when it gets to 2027, the party must decide, and if they have to go against Wike, then there's going to be trouble. There's going to be trouble. So Wike is not just ordinary person as far as PDP is concerned. He's been able to, he funded the party. When many of these people ran away, the Atiku and all the rest, when they ran away, he stood firm, he funded the party, he stabilized the party, and he made the party a party that can challenge the party. I mean, the party that was in power then. And he was the one that created that atmosphere, the enabling environment for Atiku to come back and all of them to come back, to come and participate and contest for election in the party. Him and some other. And he was.
No. He was against Atiku coming back. He was against it. He was against it. Don't come here and rewrite history. Also, we usually forget history. He was vehemently opposed to it. Do you remember the 2019?
Right. The point is sustained. He sustained the party to allow Atiku to come back and compete.
What are you saying? He said what? He did what?
He said he sustained the party for Atiku to come back.
No, but you make it sound like he brought Atiku back.
I didn't say he brought him, but don't listen with bias. You see, when you listen with bias,
no, I need to clarify that very well. It's not bias. It's what I heard you say.
That is not what I said.
He made Atiku come back.
He said he created enabling environment that make it possible for Atiku to come back.
That's just political talk. He did not create any enabling environment.
Come on, rational mind.
Come on, listen. You see, sometimes I
sit
down
here. If you put it in the context.
Let me say something about Prince Daddy. You see, when I sit down here, I understand some of us will come here will say, "Oh, it's the reality of the country now. We cannot just you need to put aside emotion. This is not emotion." So I just wonder how this craziness in Nigeria has rewired the way our perception of what is right and what is wrong. I mean, I know it's the reality that the idiots, the thieves, the criminals, they've all sway in that country. They've turned the whole politics upside down. And some of us will come here, will make political analysis. Oh, that's what you can do now. Look at what is going on in River State. You are making it sound like, it needs to be pacified. It needs a political structure. Yes, we know that's the crap they do in that country. But in a saner country, we should be locked up. We should be in jail by now.
National man, that means you've lived too long in abroad. Maybe that's why you think that.
I understand too. I know Nigerian politics and you see, the morality.
Sorry, rational mind. Let me bail out hand over to Ajanle Koko until Mike turns up. I'll be in the background letting people in and out. Yes, Ajanle Koko, hand over to you.
I'm àkọ́kọ́ lé àwọn ará Ìlàjẹ lọ ná.
So that's fault right there. Who kicked off this?
Why are you leaving now? You know, I'm not my own park now. Let me have my so I can go with you. Why are you leaving now?
You can still have your park now. You are with Koko, so you're in good hands now.
Don't mind one man. It's a typical of your behavior now. You just leave behind.
Your mother. What is your rational mind? Wọ́n ti lé ìlàjẹ kúrò nígboro nìyẹn.
Don't worry, Mama, one background. I'll just be off the screen, but I'll be in the background. So the super chat at 4, there is right there, Kulata, who's not on the screen, but in the super chat. BT discovers that he has a wallet, and then he's super chatting with it right there. That's Ayo, of course. That's BT again, by the way. So that's BT twice. That's Ayo right there. Traditional as ever. So that's Ayo still. This is Abdul, who super chats to the stream. That's Ayo adding a bit more. That is Michael Babs right there. So there it is. So that space still open. Anybody that wants to join. Bill, I'll hand over to Ajan Lekoko. I'll be in the background, pressing the buttons until Mike comes. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right. Before you continue,
let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
So, throughout the 2023 election, was there anywhere that we could openly come out and say vote for Tinubu?
No.
Okay. So when PDP says they don't have substantial evidence, because those are one of the evidence that are substantial, right? We can, the way the thing went, right? Probably internally you can say, oh yeah, we saw that probably, he supported Tinubu. Those are things that we felt and we saw based on the results. But he never, I was trying to look at it because I didn't really pinpoint anywhere that he came out and said, vote for Tinubu, don't vote for PDP. That's one key thing. Another thing that I think a lot of us are not really looking at, the problem in PDP is not just Wike. There are a whole lot of people that are against the Atiku caucus in PDP. Look at what happened in Kogi. How did Dino Melaye get the ticket in Kogi? Did any of you follow that politics that Dino Melaye did?
I follow it. It was fraud. It was two fraudulent means now.
Yes, because it was the article.
They deny a lot of people that are delegated to participate in the primary. They didn't allow people. They just wrote the figure. They just wrote it. There wasn't even primary in many places. So
exactly.
Like the Democrats. Just shoot somebody.
Exactly.
I wanted to do.
So the same thing is actually happening across all states. We have the Atiku caucus that want to take over everywhere. We have the other people that have been in PDP before some of these Atiku caucus actually came. Who are the Atiku caucus? Look at all of them. They were not really predominantly PDP guys. People like Dino Melaye, what's this guy? Dele Momodu, right? And some of all those guys, they are not really PDP guys. And even within the states, even this Bala Mohammed that you said worked against Atiku now. Bala Mohammed was part of Wike's guys. It was later that it was not like, okay, fine, he just wants to stay. It was not like Bala Mohammed was pro-Atiku. He worked against Atiku in Bauchi. So basically what is happening in PDP is not just a Wike thing. Look at FCT. Why is it that landlord in FCT, the guy they call landlord in PDP, this former senator, which if you talk about FCT today in PDP is the most senior, the leader of PDP in FCT. Why is it with Wike? So PDP itself really needs to purge itself, because the major problem is that the key PDP people that have been in the party all the years, before these Atiku guys, Atiku and his fan, they came. A lot of them are still not happy. Look at what happened even within Atiku campaign, all this Boala and all of them. Some people still felt that they've been in the party, they did everything. Boala came, they quickly gave Boala appointments. Dele Momodu, all of them, where were they? They were not really PDP guys now. They just came.
Unknown people.
Some of them came and they wanted to take over the structure. Not just the structure at the national level, but they want to take the structure across the states, which a lot of people that are basically PDP people are really against. That you can't just come. We've been
again. We're taking history out of context again. You see, I agree with you that some people came from nowhere and they want to become part of the process. But the question is, what happened to those who were supposedly to be being the stalwart of the backbone of that party? Where were they during the election? Were they active? So people like IM and WRM and all of them. And
Okay.
those southern, southeast PDP strong people, Dave
Okay.
Umahi and all of them. The guy that Dave Umahi succeeded, former Ebonyi State governor, and
Yeah.
also Chimaroke and all of them. Where were all of them?
Because
Where
all
were
of
some of
them,
those?
those guys,
Hold on, I make a land.
Mhm.
Where were those? Some of those PDP stalwarts from the North Central.
Mhm.
Where were all of them? They all
Okay.
just kept quiet. And so you want PDP just to be like that without people to fill the void. When you create a vacuum, people will fill the void. That was what happened.
Wait now.
I'm not
Those
trying to
guys,
make case. I'm not trying to make case for Atiku and his own bunch of criminal in waiting. I'm just talking about that. If you create a vacuum, then people will fill it up. That's what I'm just trying to say.
okay,
It's the context of everything. That was what happened.
all those guys you said were pro South. And PDP itself, they have some laid down rules regarding sharing of posts. So how did it now change when it came to it has to go to the South? You know, that Tambua and Atiku did their own distance. Oh, everybody should go and contest. Oh, they did their own distance. Tambua said, oh, they called him in the north. Some northern people told him, yeah, you have to step down, you have to do this, you have to.
Larry, but did the South do enough in the PDP, knowing fully well that so-called it was their turn? I mean, you could you could see it coming. If you want something and you know it's your turn, there's a way you behave, especially the Southeast. So they didn't play their own politics, right? We cannot absolve them of you can't absolve them either.
Nah, but it was eyes beater. There's nothing. It's eyes beater. Who has the most money?
Well, guess what? So they stole your like I said, they stole their birthright. Then that's the way I put it.
Besides, for me, if you ask,
They didn't steal it. They sold it. They didn't steal it. They sold their
So if they sold their birthright, so whose fault is it then? You can't blame the North in the PDP then.
No, if you
ask, not at all. Not blame the North. Not at all.
Exactly. Yeah. That's my point. Like even if it's your turn in the South in the PDP, there's a way you play your politics. You must first be together as a unit. If it's your turn, you can't be that divided, and yet you want the knowing fully well you have Atiku somewhere lurking around. So you have to blame the people from the South and the PDP as well for not playing their politics right, Larry.
No. As far as I'm concerned, if you ask me any region that have actually paid their price for PDP is Southeast. They've paid their price.
I agree with you, but towards the last elections, the politics was wrong.
Towards towards that last election, what happened was basically the money bags. If you look at the prominent people from South, right, all of them were on one thing: allow this thing to come to the South. The likes of Bode George and all of them, the only thing they were saying was basically, it's not like, yeah, give it to this person.
No, Larry, don't do that. You know what Bode was doing Shekusha. Yeah, it was not. It was not. No, Larry, it was not firm. It was not firm with that. No, come on now. It was not firm. If it was supposed to be from the South, you say it's from the South. Don't say, actually, I will not follow what the leaders say. No. You as an elder, you will say it's for the South. You're supposed to be firm with that. But it was playing Shekusha back and forth. Come on now. You remember what he was doing?
Babati, don't look at things from now. Look at the basics, the foundation. Where did all those things start? What they just stand? Before they did this, their meeting, their committee that they quickly did, that said they should open everything up. Bode George and the likes of them were basically, see, this is the turn of the South, because this is basically what PDP believes in. It's not just that they just come up and say it's South. It is basically what PDP believes in. Not do it comes to the South. So it's now, if you're now using what Bode George is saying now, I think we are just being unfair to some of those guys.
No, when he said then, before the primaries, go watch his interviews on TVC and channels, because they were asking like, listen, your party, you've always done this rotation thing, and they asked him, go look it up. That was prior to the primary, so not after. They'll go watch. It's online. It was not straightforward.
PDP is truly people deceiving people. I heard their party stalwarts come on the television say, well, not really, that it doesn't really go to the South, that that's APC's whatever thing. that day it's based on some other rules. So they keep changing the rules, manipulating, being duplicitous, and see, that last election, it was in the hands of the southeast politicians and the south, and that's how they play their game.
But they were,
Their game.
but Prince, they were divided, is what I'm saying. So it made it easier for Atiku to just sweep in and just take what's supposed to belong.
What were they divided? What were they really divided on? What were they divided on?
Because somebody from the south wanted it because now.
No, it was quite clear. But remember, Wike was having a headway, so to speak. He sustained the party, spent a bunch of money, and the Southeasterners, it was clear they didn't want Wike to be the nominee. They did it, and they were going to support him.
Prince, I can't blame Wike for this. The years Wike was funding the party, being active, because for that 3-4 years, Wike was in the southwest. It was all over the place, like it was pretty much running the party. Where was the southeast in the PDP? If you know it was in the next 4 years, this was supposed to come to us. Within that 4 years, what were you doing in the PDP?
Well, that's why they didn't support Wike. That's why they didn't support him.
That's my point. That's my point. They didn't make the right moves.
Right.
So you kind of, it's my turn, no? But what have you done in the last 4 years prior to that? What have you done?
So the Southeast that we're actually talking about, how many governors were in Southeast? How many governors were in PDP? How many of them followed Wike? Right? How many of them were in PDP and how many of them followed Wike? Because if we are talking about Southeast, we are talking about Ebonyi. Ebonyi was an APC state. Anambra was an Abga state. Right? Enugu was pro-Wike. Which other one? Abia was pro-Wike. So which other states?
They weren't really pro-Wike doing.
They were the governors of those places.
No, you can have former governors from. They
were basically governors during that time. Now they were not former.
I'm saying that there was a space. Remember, post 2019. There was a time that I felt like that region should have been making moves across Nigeria. Doesn't mean that it's going to be just you. You try to get the make a move to other regions that you need to help you out within the PDP. Okay. And if Wike was going to appear to be a stumbling block, you should have made a deal. But we know he had his own ambition as well. Right. So I'm not going to deny that he had his own ambition. I'm just saying that I find it funny that they complain like this didn't do enough, in my opinion. It's all I'm saying. So it made it easier for people like Atiku to come around. So when Body George tells you on interview prior to the primaries that, well, you see, I do whatever the party wants me to do, and it doesn't take a stand in the Southwest. And you have Fayose up and down, like, well, Wike is his own man, Atiku, I've known him for years. And go look, all these guys from the Southwest were all dancing around the question. Should Atiku run? No. They couldn't give a straight answer. Like, no, I'm saying as the South now, because you asked the question as the South, you said South and North.
Okay.
As the South, did they do enough to secure that ticket? No, they did not.
Wait now. Prior to that primary, the old Southern governors, they came together, right? Irrespective of their political party, and they all agreed that, okay, fine. This thing was supposed to come to the South. Now, in terms of that South, look at Southwest. Southwest does not even have any problem. They all want South, right? Look at Ogun State, for instance. You know the crisis in Ogun State.
Yeah, or the PDP, or the Segun Sowunmi and all
those. The Segun Sowunmi, Baba Jebu, and the other ones.
Even the Afari Korodo on Rise TV, Abati, and all this.
Abati. So all of them are, are divided. You understand? So then, if you go to Oyo was also pro. It has to just come to the South. Ekiti, Fayose was a South. It has to come to the South. Osun, it's only Osun that was
that's in governor. Atiku.
That was a little bit Atiku, right? It was Atiku, but it was not against the South. So you understand what I'm saying? So the whole thing, for me, even Atiku, why I blame Atiku is the fact that these people are saying, this is the problem. Okay, we've done election, we've done everything. There is a way you can blackmail them. How will you blackmail them? They said, okay, chairman of PDP, because they didn't have anything. They were now using that as the basic thing. Chairman should come to the South. It doesn't cost you anything to call if I know where I'm going, right? And I know these people are stopping block, and the only thing they are saying is that the chairman should just step down. What stop you from me talking the chairman, bros? Don't worry. At the end of the day, I will give you something better than being PDP chairman. Just let us, do what these people want, so that they won't have any other thing to hold against us.
Larry,
Atiku messed up.
Larry, hold
Atiku
on.
messed up
The
big time.
champ, one
Atiku
second.
messed up big
No,
time. He didn't handle that thing very well. He should have handled it
No,
better.
the chairman of PDP. What was the name again? That guy was instrumental for Atiku getting the ticket. Do you know the deal is stuck in the background? Do you know the shitty deals that went on? So Atiku can't just wake up and throw him away. That's why I stuck to him.
Okay.
Everyone was wondering, what the heck he's sticking to this? This is the chairman. Just get rid of him. No, it wasn't that easy. You guys, yes, just get rid of him. No. That guy was instrumental to all the shenanigans that happened. So Atiku had to pay the price.
Prince Daddy, he was looking for something and he already had it. He already had the ticket, which means that it's powerful. Right? So,
well, they can still sabotage him. A lot of things can be exposed. He knows better.
You know that they will sabotage you, but these are your enemies, right? They are against you. You know they will sabotage you, but they are holding on something. And the only thing you just need to do as a smart politician is just like, let that guy step down. Then they won't have anything to hold on again. It will be easy for you to even blackmail them if they are now coming up with something else. Right?
But Larry, you're actually making my point, because that compare the division in the South to what the article had to fill up in the PDP. It was easier for him to get a Tambowa to buy into what he was selling, even though it was last minute. But it was easier. But there was no joint push by the South to say, okay, this is the person we're going to run it around, though, and let's just put together. If they have done that, it would have been more difficult for Atiku. It would be very tough. But they didn't play the cards. It's all I'm saying.
Guys, let's do a little bit of context here, because when all this shenanigans was going on in PDP, we were all here. Most of us were all here, looking at what was playing out. You see, PDP has a lot of baggages, especially with Atiku coming into the picture. But what I see here is that remember during that campaign, we see how Wike uses strength to push people like Peter Obi out of the party. We see how he goes to Southeast states and he just speak condescendingly about PDP, about Peter Obi. That's on the one side, and then we see how himself threw money into the whole politics, was buying delegates. From what I gathered, somebody said, I don't know how true that is. So the majority of the votes that propelled this guy to victory, that propelled Atiku to victory, was from the South. The Southerners voted massively. Only few that Wike got. The majority of the vote that brought Wike almost close to Atiku was from North Central and some part of maybe Northeast, or is it Northwest. So the Southerners did not even vote for Wike. Even the Southeast states, I understand majority of them, even though half of them, voted for Atiku. So you can understand that there was money politics in there. It was who can pay more. Atiku paid more for the delegates. If Wike was offering $20,000, Atiku probably was offering $50,000 or $30,000, more than what Wike was offering. So that's if Wike did not even try himself to bribe delegates. So their politics is all about money back. So that is one. Now he lost the election, the primaries, and we saw the backdoor play that was going on, at least from some people like Dino Melaye, and even some other people said he was trying to reach out to become the running mate to. And really, if you remember, some of us remember that then there was this sudden quiet. This guy just went quiet because some people were thinking maybe Atiku deal him dirty. you could not, like it was a shock to him that he lost that election to Atiku because of what he felt he has, all the connection that he has put in. You remember, some of you might remember, he just went quiet. All the while, he was lobbying to become the deputy. That time, what's his name? Tom was going here and there and saying that they were shopping for the vice president. They want to do this, they're doing stakeholders meeting, whatever crap they were calling that time. But at the end of the day, they took this Okonwa from Delta. We all know how that went. So my point is that suddenly we got not pick you. You now remember that IU is no longer a member of it's no longer from North, it's from the North or North Central. So the deputy, the president cannot come from the North, and what's it called? The chairman of the party come from the Central. But that was the person that was on ground. Suddenly you want him to change in the middle of the election. Who does that? Who does that? Don't get me wrong. Some people might know what I've said that time. I was for Wiki that yes, they should change it. But in retrospect, if you look at it, nobody's going to do that because that was what Atiku and his people were saying. That we cannot change it in the middle of the game. Let us go through this election first as one party. And then we can now talk about removing IU because IU, the president cannot come from the North. And then also the chairman come from the North. We cannot talk about that. That was what they were saying. But we know Wike knew what he was doing. He knew that Atiku would not agree. And Atiku also knew that Wike was up to something with that. Because this was the same you that removed your own person, your own River State man, the person of what's his name, this guy that was there. What was that PDP chairman that was there for a long time? Well, we know that guy, but some of us know the guy I'm talking about. So you say what? Secondus, yeah. You remove Secondus. This is the same you, this Wike. Before your primaries, you removed it, thinking that how you will be able to do your bid for you. But how you played you, or maybe you did not play, I don't know how that, but that's what some people say. That's what it's so. I'm trying to make us go back to context of what happened. So my point is that you cannot expect to change the chairman in the middle of an election. Let us go through the election. That was what Atiku and his people were saying. But we know maybe even Atiku maybe might end up not doing it after if he cleanses the ticket, maybe eventually becomes the president. Another thing again is that people knew that what's his name? Wike is in Atiku's bad book. Atiku would deal him dirty. If not EFCC, we will send EFCC against him. This was what was bothering what's his name? This is my own speculation from what I read. Also that for a fact, because I know he was butting heads with what's his name? Atiku, and some people from Atiku were saying that they will jail him. They would jail Wike if Atiku ever become president. So my point is that you see, there's a lot of shenanigans going on in that party. But my point is that Wike was not really ready to work for that party. Let's forget that say remove you, not remove you. No, I don't think it was a matter because if it were to be Wike, I tell you, Wike would never allow that. If it were to be said Secondus that was there and Wike was the and he knew what was going on, he would not want to do that. So why would you want to like give your fellow man what you will not take? But he knows what he was doing because he knows that his days are numbered. That was why he better say, okay, let me pitch tent with what's it called? With Tinubu. Because with Tinubu, if I work for him, we know him now, he loves criminal like himself. He will shield me. He will not let me be prosecuted. Because they were even looking for EFCC was looking for Wike. Because he's this guy that is there now, the governor that was there now, they were looking for him. Come and answer some question about some money, transactions from River State government money. And Wike was shielding him. They could not arrest him. Everywhere Wike go, use his security. We saw what happened when what's his name? Former River State governor, when they sent EFCC to his house to go and ransack her house. Wike took his own personal escort and everything to go and take out of that situation. When they were threatening that they were going to arrest. So Wike asked this, let me not go into all this. My point is just that Wike know what he was doing. He wasn't ready to work for that party. And for me, I believe for that reason he should be rusticated. I mean, he needs to be expelled from that party for those anti-party activities. And just to answer to address what you said, Larry, that he never said anything publicly. No, even though he did not say verbatim, we can catch him saying it. But Abiamila went to visit him. Tinubu went to visit him. When they were doing campaign, we saw two. We saw when even Amechi, the governor for APC, when he was trying to curry to Tinubu's favor. Tinubu did not go to that guy. He went to Wike. Have you all forgotten? He just pushed him aside.
Did Obi not visit him?
Come on. This we're not talking about Obi right now. Don't get me started. I don't want to get sidetracked. I don't want to get sidetracked with this Obi, this side talk. But let's just
go visit him. All of them visit him.
Now. Come on, let's not do this now. I mean, if you start bringing Obi into the mix now, I will change my. I mean, it's going to take me off what I'm trying.
Don't you care about his blood pressure? Don't bring Obi up.
Obi, is that what?
I said they should care about your blood pressure and not bring Obi up now. That's avoided.
There's no blood pressure here. I'm just, but I don't know. Maybe you guys can hear me better. But my point is that we saw Bagami went to see him, and now let me finalize. Let me just now say this now. When Badaru, you people forgot what Badaru said after the election. He said Badaru said, well, I said, Wike, this is too much, yo. I mean, how are you going to put this stunt? I mean, like Badaru said it that he worked for them. Then when they were seeing the figure coming out from River says, Wike, this is too much, yo. Badaru said it. I didn't say it for Badaru. Badaru said it. But the president now, the president, the defense minister, he said it. When they went to thank Wike exclusively in Port Harcourt, he said it that Wike work for them. And they were even like shocked that Wike, this is too much. Now just give us small figure. But you look at the figure he went to go and write for us.
I don't mind.
So how soon do we always forget history? These are all there. They're in public domain. The videos are there.
It's all clear. Forget what he said. We know what he did. But like I asked earlier, Babayeko said, obviously we know he wants Fubara out. But besides that, what else do you think Wike wants politically, in the political space? What do you think he is looking for? I've heard he wants to run for president. I've heard ABs. But we all know he wants Fubara out. But beyond that, what do you think he really wants in the PDP? If you had to speculate, man. Just trying to figure out.
He's an orphan now for me. I believe he's an orphan now. An orphan to be. Let me just use the word orphan to be. Because I know sooner or later, they will expel him. It's just, they're trying to, I think what PDP is trying to do right now is, they're just trying to manage the situation. They don't want to, they know what Wike is capable of doing. More so not because he's still a governor or whatever, but that he's a powerful person in the Tinubu's government right now, being the minister of FCC. Look at what he's doing. If I tell you, if Wike were to be somebody like Otom now, or somebody like other past governor that just were like Ayo Fayoshe, I tell you, he wouldn't be able to do what he's doing. But he's using federal might against the guy, a sitting governor. When a sitting governor tells the commissioner of police in the states, do this, commissioner of police will tell him that no, this is what my Oga say in Abuja, the IG of police says. And who is the IG? It's the federally controlled police boss under the presidency. And who is president is Tinubu. And who is Tinubu working for? Who is working alongside with Tinubu? What's his name? My point is this. What I'm driving at is that he is very powerful. So what PDP is trying to do is they're trying to manage it. They will gradually do away with this guy. That's what I think they're going to do. It's of no relevance to them right now.
The reason why I brought The reason why I brought that up is because you remember there were reports that one of the arguments that he had with Fubara was that he was trying he wanted the Fubara and the other members to defect to the APC. He wanted reverse to be APC. That would have made that transition easier for him. Now that he cannot achieve that, and you describe him as a political orphan now, right? Then if he's useless to the PDP, then he's going to be useless to the APC as well, because then it doesn't have rivers anymore. So what it doesn't have any political value, right?
Yeah.
Once he's with the PDP, then Tinubu will also discard him as well.
Exactly. That is why he's fighting tooth and nail to get control of that of PDP in the structure of PDP in River State. He wants to control who is the president. Whoever is the governor in that state will be his puppets. So that's what he was trying to do with Fubara. And I think Fubara said, no, I'm not going to allow you to continue controlling like this. And maybe you also have, whoever controls the governor controls the coffers. And you know what, River State is the second richest state in Nigeria after Lagos State. So whoever controls that has a lot of enormous influence in the political space of Nigeria. So if he loses it, Tinubu will discard it. Except he will now have to declare for APC. become an AP, full-blown APC member. But that's then you have to butt head with Amechi, which I know he doesn't want to do that, and that would cause APC a lot of problem, stress in that because Amechi would make him unwelcome in that party in Rivers State if he becomes an APC member. And if they expel Amechi or anything, that would fractionalize APC. So I see that happening. That's my projection for what I'm saying.
So the guy loses on both sides. Then he becomes.
But the only best bet for him now is to fight tooth and nail to wriggle the control of PDP Rivers State.
He already has that rational mind.
No, he does not. He does not. He does not have a full control of it.
Congress now. Do you know they've done Congress in Rivers?
Well, by who? Who did it?
They've done Congress in Rivers now. Wike's team already have that. So, but the thing is this: in terms of structure of PDP in regard, the governor self might actually be moving to, I think it's AAP or what's that party that they bombed? They said they bombed their head office. So, in terms of structures of PDP in Rivers, Wike already have that because they've done their Congress. I think they did it last 2 weeks, and with that Congress, majorly.
But the debunking, I said it's not moving, and that's what he said when they went to visit people.
That's what he will say now. He's not a politician.
He wasn't telling me the truth. He
wanted to tell
you now. Come on.
Did you see what APP said today? That they are really expecting, they are waiting for him. Forget that thing. What he wants to do, he wants to go to that party so that he will fund some of those guys, some of his guys to go to that party towards the local government election. That party will contest so that he will be able to have more guys as local government chairman using that party platform. That's what he wants to do. So, but in terms of structure, we can already have that structure in Rivers. Now, if you ask me, right, what Wike wants, I'm not Wike, I don't know what he wants. But I think the major thing is still the Atiku caucus. The Atiku caucus is the major problem he has. And it's difficult for the Atiku caucus to even get him out. Because if you see every of the Atiku caucus, they've been, Wike has to go, Wike has to do this, Wike has to do that. And why I asked you the other time, basically was, Atiku knows he wants something. And these people, they came to the table, right? They gave you an offer. And you know that at the end of the day, right, you decide, you had a choice of either accepting that offer of at least talking to that guy or not accepting, and you choose not to accept. So you face it. And you said Wike. Now, let me ask you, if you were Wike, you yourself, you said they've already said, oh, they were going to deal with him. Immediately they get it, they were going to jail him and everything. So do you think he won't protect himself? He's a politician now. Every politician for the first thing is you want to protect yourself. Even before Atiku gets there, you were seeing the likes of Dino, the core Atiku guys, like, let us just get this thing, we'll finish you. You think you will now be so loose and let you get it so that you finish him? Every politician is just a politician now. If you're a politician, number one thing, forget about some other person. You first watch out for yourself. And if you're able to watch out for yourself, you cover yourself. That's what every politician does. We can all say, oh, yeah, he's supposed to love the party. He can't love the party more than himself. Do you think he will love the party more than himself? And Atiku will just get there. And you said they will just jail him. They will put him in jail. They will do this. And you think he will just lose guard like that. No politician does that now. Let's just be realistic.
Yeah, there's a lot of intrigues going on. But for me, you see, I think it's easy to put Wike into political oblivion. I mean, let me not say it's easy. It's not easy, but what I'm saying, it is doable. That's what I'm trying to say. It's doable. Is it going to be easy? No. But then I think they just need to. The only problem that PDP is having is PDP is fractionalized. There's that article group and the Wike group. I don't think Wike has that much of influence like he used to on PDP. But that he has hold them by the block. I mean, I said block, by the scrotum, whereby not as if by holding them in his scrotum means that he has some structures within PDP that are sympathetic to him as such, that are very influential. But that by his pedigree, I think that's what he's just riding on. He's just riding on that's past glory of being a former PDP big guns or goons rather in PDP. That's what he's riding on. He's riding on that past glory. And that the fear is what they're seeing him doing, how he's terrorizing this guy, how he's terrorizing the present governor of Rivers State, how he's able to manage to terrorize him, despite this guy is a sitting governor. That's what is making them like, they just like, they're thinking twice before they act, because they don't know what this guy is capable of doing. And Wike played his card right, in the sense that he knew that if he doesn't become relevant in any way, it's gonna be the doom of him. They will be able to get him. So now that it's within Tinubu political party now, I mean political what's it called, group now, then it gives him that that power, sort of, because it's of no relevance. I mean, it's no relevance to any. There's no political relevance to him with him being in PDP. I mean, like I said, it's just the past glory he has, and maybe the current glory being the minister of federal ministry, federal capital territory under a different political party. So, and then what does that bring? Any glory to the PDP? No, there's no glory coming to PDP, because invariably he's working for APC. The glory will go to Tinubu. Even Tinubu is the one who appointed him there, and he's working for. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: is that I think the only way is if PDP can come together. But like I said, he still has some of his own moles. People like what's his name, Sheyi Makinde. People like those two other governors from the east.
But rational mind. As long as Atiku still wants to vie for the office, that party would never be united. That's the main wahala. That's it. As long as he has an.
I don't see anybody that could rival, that could stand Tinubu except Atiku.
Yeah, but I know that. But for them to be united, it cannot unite the party. Based on what you've seen in the last two cycles, there's no way they're going to circle around him and support Atiku anymore. So you can't chase him out. He's there, and there's no way him and we are going to unite on anything. So don't forget the Saraki group also. They have a different faction as well. So there's too many moving parts in the PDP.
Yeah, too many. Yeah, so that's why I said PDP has a lot of baggages. It really takes and like I said, I think this is an orchestration of Tinubu. I mean, I've said it many times here. Tinubu is the killer of opposition party. Just look at what he did in Lagos State. You will see already he's replicating so many things that he did in Lagos State. When I mean replicating things in a bad way, not really anything any good. I mean, I don't see anything good, because look at what Nigeria is. It's always willing Nigeria to himself and his cronies. We're talking about the oil now. So talking about the opposition party, look at how he has brought that impasse in that party. There's an impasse in that party because they look right. There's nothing they can do. It's like this Wike's problem or Mata Saga is like it's just like a bone, a fish bone in their neck. They cannot swallow it. They cannot push it out. It's going to be a very deep surgery for them to really take it out of the throat of PDP. So it's a real big bone, a real fish bone in their throat. So my point is this: is that is it doable? I think it's still doable, like a surgery that you can take out a fish bone in your throat through a kind of surgical way. I think that's the only way out of it. They just need to unite that party and rally out behind one person, which I don't think, like you said, Atiku is capable of doing it, because some people still begrudge Atiku's presence in. But I think those people that really begrudge his presence, they are almost all gone now, except for Wike. So if Atiku knows what is right for him, he should start making his move now. But the only thing I think where I think I might have problem, two places I think I might have problem is with the OB group and maybe a Wike group. But if they can expel Wike, then he has to contend with OB.
So you said
OB said they're all gone. Who are those people?
You said Larry.
Well,
you said
sorry,
guys. You said OB group. You mean there's a OB? Oh, like they plan to return to the PDP also, or how would they factor in this?
Well, what I'm saying is that there are some people who are sympathetic to OB, who are saying PDP, who wants OB to come and run, especially some of those Southeasterners.
To come back to the PDP, you say?
Yeah, come back to the PDP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Larry.
Yeah. So, Larry, you want to say something?
So you said some people that were against Atiku, they've left the party. So who are those people that left the party?
Okay, like people like what's his name? Some of this, okay, like Pius Ayim and all those people who
Pius Ayim was
they can only do Ojuaye. We know where they stand. At least we see what happened now.
yeah, Pius Ayim was not really an heavyweight because Pius Ayim, I think where is Pius Ayim from? Which state?
I think it's from Ebonyi. It's not Ebonyi.
So and even look at Ebonyi now. Ebonyi is APC state now.
Exactly. That's why all of them are. I think all of them are moving to.
And Pius Ayim was not even part of those people that were with Wike.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I understand, but some people just don't like. If you know this antecedent of this button here that Obasanjo has succeeded in creating for Atiku ever since he was able to force him out of running against Zilia Adua back then, and when this guy Goodluck Jonathan was there, I was able to also like frustrate him out of PDP, and eventually they were able to get. So my point is that there's this disaffection among them, and some of those big goons in PDP, a lot of them, they have this animosity. They have this. They have this. How do I call it? This English word I'm looking for. They begrudge Atiku's presence in PDP. So those people. Go on, please.
Because they see him as that person, right? That quickly goes to Dubai, make some money,
exactly,
get the ticket. After that, he loses, he goes back to Dubai. While the other guys are struggling, he comes back.
Yeah, you know, Larry and National Mind. But here's the thing: you know, this guy doesn't care about to go to Dubai, like you said, comes back for the ticket. But during the primaries of the PDP, he got all the votes from the southeast. They all voted for Atiku. I mean, that was a report.
No. That was what we know. It's not like he got all the votes.
But I'm saying that how come this guy does not really care about the party like that, but he keeps winning? You're gonna tell me money?
He has the money to throw around now.
Yeah, but at some point, should it be about money or about your party?
See,
the integrity of the people there.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. He's the only one that can really win. Who has the political clout?
You see, the basic thing.
He's the only one. Nobody else. Not even Peter Obi at this time now. Because go on, please, go on.
The basic thing is the money and is the delegates. Right? What happens with all these primaries? You know, they have a way of at least reaching out to some of the delegates. Even some of the delegates don't even don't even vote based on what their governor actually said. Every delegate, one of what gives you money that time, if they make you a delegate, national delegate, you are just here or there. You want to know how much are they giving here, how much are they giving here, you know, because you want to also make your own money. And that's the problem, because Atiku will come, you know, Wike will throw his own money, you know, Atiku will throw his own money. And don't forget, the likes of this Delta governor, they were also financier to this articles thing, because they brought money, Delta money. They brought a whole lot of money from Delta, even during that primary. So that was why it was easier, because they couldn't even let that guy go, because he was a great financier of the whole thing. They needed to give him vice president.
Okoa.
Because he was the money bag. So it was basically one of those that the money bag that all of them were looking up to.
So the question now is that what can because let's forget the APC now. What can the Southeast do to get the ticket in the PDP? Because if you don't have any money back coming to help you, apparently in the PDP, you have no chance.
Southeast cannot get the ticket in PDP. I don't know. Probably if Obi comes back, you know, and there's an alignment. Forget about Southeast and PDP.
That one's impossible. I think the article is still there.
Yeah. So forget about Southeast and PDP, right? Southeast is AP's Labour Party. Let's just leave it like that. Until probably there is a realignment later in future. But as it is now, PDP.
But Larry, historically, hasn't Labour always been like an extension of the PDP kind of? They've always like kind of like those who that if you have issues, you just come on. Labour
and PDP, they don't have anything in common now. If not for Obi that went to Labour and PDP, they've never been together. Labour is even more closer to APC
But here's the thing, Larry. The Southeast now, like you labeled them, like most people I have, they're pretty much. It's like the APC and PDP have given them up. Like, okay, that's a Labour region. That's the way everybody just sees that now. It's like a Labour party.
No,
Nobody's even want to. So you kind of in your political calculation at the party now, you pretty much just ruling out the Southeast.
No, I'm reading out the South. Is the only person in South in there's PDP, and PDP is dead in Southeast.
Wow.
PDP is
Really?
dead in Southeast. Except all these Guanyin. Probably I don't know if they are still sustaining the party.
So they lost. So pretty much.
How about Enugu State?
No. That guy's very no.
Enugu State, right? Enugu State is a wicked guy now. Who brought the guy? Is he not? Who brought the Enugu governor? Is he not the pro-Wike guys? Is he not? Is he Ugwanya, or what's the other guy's name? The former Enugu governor. Was he not part of Wike's group?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That his person got the PDP governorship ticket. So as far as Southeast is concerned, I don't see any. You know, the people that you see shouting in Southeast are these pro-article guys. Like all these this guy, this former minister of aviation. What's this guy's name? That was formerly in road safety. BT, do you remember that guy?
The one that got removed?
Chidoka.
Chidoka. Those ones now. Those ones are paperweight now.
But PDP should be like a very strong party in Southeast.
When
you can't just no, I'm saying as a political party, you can't just watch your party just get this in the whole region and not. I mean, that's. I mean,
you know,
APC doesn't really care. They never really. It's not really like a Southeastern arrangement per se. But
they had a good strategy now. They had a good strategy because the whole thing is immediately Obi left PDP, and there's this, Southeast people actually believe so much in Obi. You understand what I'm saying? And what was remaining after Obi left, what was remaining in PDP were basically those governors, the Southeast governors. Those were the basic people that were really funding PDP. And don't forget, party, if you don't fund the party, you can't just come and take ownership of a party you don't fund. It's the people that fund the party that owns the party. And this issue of party, one thing is, okay, probably people love this party. Another thing is the politicians, right? The executives in the party, the state ESCO, go back to the local government, the ward level, the zone. There are people that are basically people, like we go to work. Some of all these politicians, they go to their party almost every week. They meet, they do party this, party that, party that. You understand what I'm saying? So the thing is, as far as PDP is concerned, I know Rational Man was saying, no, Atiku is the only. I think if PDP want to have a future, number one, Atiku needs to step down. Forget about 2027. Because it's still, I can tell you that if it's still Atiku, it's still going to be the same thing. So Atiku,
I can guarantee it's not going to be the same thing.
No, see, let me tell you something. Rational Mind. The same thing will still come out. Because if Atiku there are a lot of people, even in the north, that have ambition, right? That feels that Atiku is a stumbling block. You understand? It's a stumbling block. So it's not like they really love Atiku that much, right? They just felt there was no choice. You understand what I'm saying? Even if you look at the north today, even all the states that you have PDP, it's not like all of them are, it must be Atiku, it must be Atiku. And even you look at the governors, the PDP governors, they are now trying to hold a block. Because you can't even take ownership of a party without the governors in the party.
Yeah, Larry, are you taking serious the reports that Good Luck might attempt to run again? Because we know he's a PDP man. So if the report is true, it's going to have to be PDP. Because you have too many, like I said, you have too many polling parties. Yes, Aki wants to run. You had Good Luck. Yagopi wants to return.
No, I don't see Good Luck running. The only person that is championing Good Luck is championing it for his own selfish interest. Is Bala Mohammed.
Oh, the
because,
Northern, they always just say
because
for
he wants to take vice president and position himself for president. That's the only person that is shouting good luck. Because see, forget about all those things. Every politician, they are basically positioning themselves. What you see in the north is every gladiator in the north is positioning not for 2027. The key guys are basically positioning for 2031. Because 2031 is the big deal for them in the north.
So Larry, pretty much what you're saying is that the ticket for 27 is pretty much an Atiku ticket, and we should just get ready for Tinubu, Atiku, possibly will be round 2 again.
Yeah, it's the same thing now, except
Okay.
probably there is the article just decides like, okay, fine. I so much want to.
That will never happen, Gary. Don't give obedient hope.
So
Don't give them hope.
if that happen, will be Tinubu and Atiku. So who is going to win?
The same thing now.
We know that one now. That's why for me, a lot of guys are like, okay, you are saying Wike is not even the problem. There are a lot of problems because everybody has an ambition. It's not an article thing. So many people in the north, they have ambition. Even you still see problem even in APC because there are still some people that have ambition in 2031. And for you to have ambition, you need to first position yourself in 2027. So that's what is happening across. Even in the south, right? You still have one or two people that will be like, everybody won't be president now. It's not like president is meant for some people now. So all these Jonathan, they say Jonathan, because why are they bringing Jonathan? Because they know they are basically looking at, okay, fine, worst case scenario, we lose 2027, but 2031,
Right.
we need to position.
Like, can I ask you one more question? Just one more quick question.
Yes,
So,
sir.
with the traction, that's my own personal opinion, by the way. With the traction, Showore is gaining amongst the obedience. If you notice lately, even the core supporters of Obi on this platform, they're shifting towards Showore. Do you see a scenario where Showore runs? He doesn't win, but he. Okay, Larry, you know where I'm going with this, but
I
you
know
finish
where
it.
you are going, BT.
I'm not to say like where if
No,
you can get those same numbers and
it's not
some more because it's not possible.
It's flat. It's flat.
Okay, but let's go. When
The
you give me hope
thing
for you, but
that you think that approach Showore, it's not like they like Showore like that too. It's just because it's an alignment of what they want now.
Oh, the revolution thing.
Yes, it's not like okay. Do you think the obedience they now like Showore that they will let go Peter Obi for Showore for what now?
Okay, just to go against
Showore is also taking advantage of that at least to be in their good book. It's not like they like Showore now.
Not they like you, but not enough to vote for him.
No, they don't. It's not like they like him for anything. It's just that they just feel okay, fine. They are aggrieved, and Showore is also aggrieved. You understand what I'm saying? There's an alignment of people that feel they are aggrieved, and Showore fall into that category. You understand what I'm saying? And it's not like they like Showore to the point that they now say, oh,
No,
Showore.
I disagree with you. Showore is not aggrieved. Showore is not aggrieved of anything.
Larry, you see what you've done now. You see what
Baba, you think if Showore was a Southeasterner, do you think you would be getting more support from that?
Yes. If it's a Southeasterner, yes, he might
They will not turn against Obi. All of them are done Obi and full. And full of the guy. They will say, okay, this is the guy we need. A guy that has a liver.
You see those
start from local government chairman again. They are normal thing. Showore should go and start from local government chairman. Showore should do this. Me, if you ask me, right, if I were Showore, what I want Showore to do, I want Showore to support people, right? At least if Showore, people with that revolution thing, if Showore can get at least 2 or 3 people into House of Rep and probably get a senator into one person into Senate, I think it will definitely make a lot of impact. Because Showore is basically.
You know why he won't do it? You know why he won't do it?
Yes.
If those guys make it
through his party. PDP and APC will buy those guys to do the what do you call it, to switch parties.
No,
They will buy them off, man.
No, he has. There are some people that are more of revolution. Showore's pattern is this. He has his clique of revolution.
Like Clifford, what's his name? Clifford in Royal, whatever that guy name is.
So he has his own clique. That are more of pro revolution.
I mean, between him.
Larry, let me tell you this. You see, the way we have that political arrangement in Nigeria and the way politics is practiced in Nigeria, there is no way that Showore or any one of those people that is sponsored now, I'm not talking of tomorrow, maybe things will change tomorrow, but the way it is today, that we have money politics, and the Showore people depend on poor people to donate money for them to run the.
Showore has money.
Can we at least agree? No, Enisuru. Can you at least agree that Showore appears to be more effective being behind the scenes than actually being in front?
No, what I'm saying is
like I said, if he's the one sponsoring or moving behind the scenes for people to be out there, he appears to be more effective in this position, Larry, right, than being the forefront and being.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Before you answer that question, let me just comment for you.
Okay, go ahead.
So you see, I think Agalego has already given you that answer to that question. You might say it's better for him to be in the background than to be in the fore. But I think I think he needs to be in the fore. He needs to be part of the political arrangement. But can he, at this time, the way the electoral law and the electoral crap in Nigeria is set up, can he? I don't think he can ever be a president under this electoral arrangement that we have in that country, because it's so skewed that he cannot even make it there. And the people are not ready. I don't think people are ready, but they need somebody. You see, Showore need some sort of people to back him up. What I mean, people to back him up, he needs the funding. He needs to do a lot of campaign. He needs to do a lot of create an awareness of his person. I'll say
Is he willing to share the stage? That's what I mean.
Share the stage with who?
Whatever he believes, somebody else by him has to say the same thing, but that's not just him saying the same. That's the spell. He must be willing to share. You will still have the same belief, but the face will be just not you. That's what he's suffering. That's the problem.
He doesn't want to share the stage with people that he perceived to be corrupt or part of the establishment that are corrupt. Say like people like Peter Obi now, still considers Peter Obi as an also part of the establishment that is corrupt. Imagine Peter Obi now wanting to endorse him. I don't think that is going to happen. It's not going to happen. Even though if Peter says, I'm not running, I want to back you, Showore. Showore is not going to accept it. I don't think Showore will accept it.
Even those that believe in the same thing that he believes. No. I'm saying that even those who believe in the same thing that he believes in, the face of your movement has to just be more than just you. There has to be other faces.
Of course. I agree with you. I've said that many times too to Showore, but Showore is just Showore. He's just who he is. He will never want to change his style. So for me, I think I would agree with what Agalego said to you. The way the political arrangement is structured, especially the electoral law and everything, Showore will never become a president of that country.
So the thing, BT, you said one thing, which I agree with you. Political parties in Nigeria, they lack ideology, right? And for me, if you ask me, a Showore can actually, and that's why for me, I still believe if Showore supports one or two people, right, to really bring, a political party that has ideology, and that ideology, a lot of people are conversant with those ideologies. And you now need someone that can disrupt the system within. And that's why, for me, I believe that if Showore believes so much in his ideology and he has people, he doesn't need too much people. He just need one person, Tori Egba. You understand what I'm saying? That can, if this whole establishment that you see, Senate, House of Rep, the only thing is just that because they've not really seen one person. In every assembly, there is always that one person, right? And they've not really seen that one person that is ready to let everything scatter if he wants to scatter. What made Dino Melaye popular? Was it not those days of Dino Melaye versus Dimeji Bankole? Because as at that time, Dino
Yeah,
Melaye.
they cannot win Kogi election.
No. I'm kind of like going back to when Dino Melaye started. You know, it was more of revolution. You know, Dino Melaye that time was coming from that SUG thing. You know, do you remember that first time that Dino Melaye, when Dimeji Bankole was?
Yeah, but that didn't make him presidential electable now. I mean,
No.
understand that movement. It became.
But that's where I'm coming from. Like people like that, you already need to sponsor people like that, right? I was expecting. That's why most times when we talk about Labour Party, I'm always more like, I don't really say
And you
anything.
think they'll be loyal to him?
No, see, you don't need to be loyal to Showore. You just need to be loyal to the ideologies of your party.
That way, they can then hold you accountable to that when you get into office.
You
That's
understand?
the problem we have. So if that happens, Mike, nobody will care about who funded the party or who is inside the party. We will only care about the manifesto, and we can hold you accountable to what is in it when you get to office. So when you die off, that legacy lives on beyond the founder, beyond the party member. It becomes a culture in the party. That when you get there, you know what to expect. You know what the demands are. You know the standards.
As far as Nigeria goes, see, the way you can win election is to have a party that has structure all over the country.
No, we are
Only way,
see,
like PDP, and you can do all these things Showore is doing. This talking intellectual, going online. It's only the educated people that will know you. You see those market people, those illiterate all over the country. They don't know you. All they know is PGP, APC. That's it. The two structure they've gone to their chiefs to tell them who to vote for.
Let's look at South Africa. In South Africa today, we know that this Malema, what's that guy's name? It's not like Malema is going to be president. But that Malema's party, they have ideologies that a lot of people know what they do. You understand what I'm saying? So if you now look at that in the Nigerian space, because we've not really seen like two or three people within all these House of Rep, all these senators that believe in one thing. And it's all about loyalty to that thing they believe in.
But no matter what you believe in, most Nigerian voters, they are illiterate. They don't know anything about ideology. They don't know.
That's why I said if Showore wants to, he asks for finances. Now all the finances, just put everything into this person. What do they need? Money, Abi? Isn't that money?
Larry, okay. Let
me say this. You see, all of you can say, "Oh, let's stay behind." Have some people in the front, back them, give them money. It doesn't work like that. Nigerian political arrangement is so corrupt.
Exactly.
That to even market the party, you need huge sum of money. And funding is one. Number two, you have to play tribal. You have to pay religious. You have to carry the traditional leaders along too. And to achieve all of that is big money. So the Showore party is based on ideology. Hold on, let me land.
No money.
Hold on. So when you don't believe, you as people don't believe in ideology, but you're looking for people that can spend money to organize you, spend money to buy your vote, spend money to give the traditional religious leader, and then use religious sentiment and tribal sentiment to push the party up. So as long as you cannot play that, then we can't get anything. And to do that, and doing that, when you get to the position, those people, when they get to a position of power, they cannot represent the people. Because all of that, bribing Oba, bribing religious leader, use market women, giving them money here and there, is not meant. You are not getting that support organically, but rather through a kind of financial inducement to get them. So when people like that get to power, they don't look back because they bribe their way to power. So all of you are trying to blame he's not playing politics well, he's not doing this. No, politics in Nigeria now is not the traditional politics in the real sense of it, to get for people to get to power and serve the people. No. And we have to understand what political party stand for. It's association of people with a political ideology as an aspiration to get to power through ballot means, through election or ballot,
Yeah, I agree with you, man.
But
There's no way you can
our
win.
Nigerian this thing, man. Look,
Yeah.
we
There's no
can't
way.
get it right.
There's no matter how you play the politics, he doesn't stand a chance. The only
He
way
doesn't stand a chance.
he doesn't stand a chance. You have to have that, buy all those areas, like different
Yes.
local governments have the chiefs and everybody and the
And
people on ground in
everything.
every local government to take care of. You have to pay them to help him secure the votes in all those areas. That's the only way. There's no all those ideology thing. It's wasting his time. To me,
We can't have people that will serve us right as long as we continue to play our politics like this.
yeah, that system, to me, forget it. We're in a mess. We will never. I don't see us ever getting the best to lead us with this democracy idea. It just doesn't make sense.
Baba, you know why I said House of Rep? Because I think for me, right, supporting someone to like House of Rep, because House of Rep is the least, right? Because this is some of the House of Rep votes. Some of them are even less than 10,000 votes that go some of all these guys into House of Reps. And when I say show rep, because if you look at some of the House of Rep votes, it's just probably one local government and 1.5 local governments that got some of all these guys into House of Reps. So with the resources he has, right, if he can, work with one or two guys, identify one or two guys across, work closely with them, help them with finances and everything. For me, I think he can actually is achievable. He might not get so much, but at least
So
he
I'm trying
can
to
get.
understand your point. Are you saying his way to become president is to get people into House of Rep and they will help him to become president? Is that what you're saying?
No, he can't get to president. We all know now.
Oh, okay. Then you're saying something different. Anyone can get to House of Rep now. Those are not the problem now.
No. I don't
Even
think
he himself can get to House of Rep if he's serious. He go and run.
he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. Let's put your
And so,
rep.
what's the point of him getting people into House of Rep? For what? What's the essence of it?
Like I said, Mike, it's a long-term play. If it's really about ideology, this is the thing.
To become president?
No, not him. If he believes in what he believes, that whatever political belief, he might not be.
That which is to become president now.
No. I'm saying no. He said he has a belief, like a manifesto or whatever.
You talking about sure?
You might not be the one that will benefit in terms of being president from it. But when you lay down the blueprint and you start winning all these local elections, state, federal, over time, if you can sustain that momentum and that belief, you grow it to the point where maybe somebody down the road will then benefit from it. What happens is People that come with this
But
belief
the guy
system.
is not about the party now. It's about himself now.
No,
It's
no,
about him becoming president now.
that's my point. They also want to be the one to benefit from that. That is the issue. You might have something, but it might not be you. You might not be the one that will benefit from it directly.
But Babati, I don't think you understand Showore. Showore believe he is the one that can fix problems. He's the one that
That's the
knows
problem.
it, and he wants to be president. That's why he created that party
the
to become
problem.
president. This one you are saying,
So
his ideology is not to create a party that will be for party to take over. That's not what he came in for. He didn't come in like Tinubu. They say we want to create APC to take over from PDP.
Do you know the issue I have? God forgive me though. If anything happens to the way like the clients now, AAC will just die within the next.
Now he didn't tell you that he's creating AAC to stay now. He's creating AAC as a vehicle for him to become president. That's all.
But I'm saying that if you really want to change the system, you must create a lasting legacy policy in the political space that will outlast you. Even when you're gone, you will still be there.
You don't understand. Again, that's not what he believes in, because that's what he believes in. That's what he'll be doing. He doesn't believe that. Okay, he's not coming into this space to create a party to be challenging opposition. He coming to this space believing that if he take over, if he become president of Nigeria, he can change Nigeria. That's all he came in for. If he had came in for what you are saying, the guy would have been calling all those other guys, those Durotoye and Galu, all of them, be pandering with them, and they be all talking together. But he's not. He didn't come for that.
No, I disagree with you, Mike. Look,
Okay.
those Durotoye and all the rest, they are not reliable people. They can't stand in one place. Are they not serving Tinubu's government now? They are all serving in APC.
Exactly that.
So what I'm telling those look, Showore cannot work with our Nigerian people will say, oh, he doesn't want to. No, look at those ones are not reliable. You can't say you want to challenge.
The kind of politics Showore is playing, there's no way you can trust anybody now.
No, not even trust. This is not even trust anybody. The issue is that look, a political party like that with ideology must have people that can stand firm against the political establishment, and that cannot be wooed by anything.
Well, good luck finding those people.
You can't join them. If you want to fight them, you cannot join them.
Don't you think that's Trevor already realized you can't find those kind of people? Because from the beginning, he already realized he can't. From the beginning, remember the guy in the party they bought, they almost hijacked the party from him. That guy, what's his name? Something like that.
From the southeast, from the south.
Mogbalu. No, Mogalu. The guy in the AAC, immediately after that first 2019, they paid him to snatch hijack the party from him.
From Showore.
In his inner circle.
It was sponsored by APC now. It was APC.
Exactly.
I can't go and destroy that party.
Baba, we can't say Showore cannot trust anybody now.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say you cannot trust
anybody. He doesn't trust all those ones. Maybe he still has the likes of all these Africa, all these Deji, all of them in the circle.
Deji, if people pay Deji money, he will turn against him, man.
But at least he has those people now. At least if they want to do protest, those are the people he uses now. All these Africa, all these.
Now they will join him in the protest and all that thing now. But when money comes to the table, they will turn. They will turn.
We are just in a mess in Nigeria.
We are in a mess, man.
We have now.
Somebody,
can't serve the people.
Somebody, I was looking at some numbers here. People are winning state House of Assembly with 27,000 votes. You can, that's my point. As a small party, focus on your strengths. You can win if you mobilize in those areas and win some elections there. You can't tell me AAC has been here for 8 years and you don't have one single win.
Hold on.
Not one single victory.
Hold on.
Councillor, give me one thing.
Let's be reasonable. Councillor, how much do you think? Go and ask people that win the position of councillor. Go and ask them how much they spend to bribe people. When Showore party is not ready to bribe people, do you think to vote for people for you to get people's vote. You think you're going to do it just for free in Nigeria? You might campaign hard. You might campaign hard. Hold on.
Donation to non-bank.
No, hold on. You might campaign hard though, but if you don't bribe, give them money. The market people, give them money. Bring people out. Go and give them money. You can't get no vote. Adewale was here.
Nigeria is just as good as their leaders, man.
Adewale, hold on.
Let's not waste our
Adewale
time.
was here. Hold on. Let me make this point. Adewale was here. He confirmed to us. He told us right here on this platform of SDP. He lost his police station. He said people that he has funded the education of their children voted against him because he didn't pay them money. Kilo man say people here now.
No,
Kilo man say people here, Mama Son say so already not play his politics well.
It's even worse with him because I know his philanthropic work here. Adewale, he actually he actually creates farm settlements for people where it will help you with in their thousands and he actually provides just for people where he funds your project. You are independent and he sends you off. You can go create your own business and you start making money. Those guys have stood up for him and say, Ababa, let's help you because you helped us. Let's help you campaign. That's the way you repay people back when you're ready to run.
PDP and APC give them money. That's why they didn't care. They forgot about him. Nigeria, they want immediate money. Immediate.
But the guy helps so many people now. No. If you have time, go look at it.
Nigerians.
So many people help.
Bro, if you help Nigerians, then if you don't continue helping, they will forget that help, man. They will even start swearing for you, sir. They forget us. People that not many people are. Why do you think I stopped giving? People I used to give money. In fact, because I gave them money, we are now enemies. Because the moment they come back, I don't have it again money to give them again. Now I become bad person.
Anyway, I don't know. This is my point.
Nigeria is looking for someone that will sustain their life, like continue giving and constantly giving. The moment you stop giving, and they will hate you.
Listen, here's my point. Even if it's for selfish reasons, somebody helped you with your poultry business now to help you set it up, and you're making money from it. And that person wants you for even if for selfish reasons. If this guy wins, so it can also help me from ABC and deal. Even for selfish reasons, you should still support that person. But to say that they
will say, look, you only give us more poultry. Didn't even help us build
poultry. Look, that guy Adewale, is 1,000,000 times richer than Sowore.
Yeah. I know.
That guy, because of his policy and the ideology of his that he believes in, he said he's not going to bribe people to vote for him. In his area, a presidential candidate, he lost his polling booth because he did not give people money.
No,
it's sad though. You got to be said he's sad though.
No, it's sad now, but it's funny.
I want you to buy you
are the one that always care for those people.
They don't know. They thought
you are the one that always care for them. Welfare. You want to have welfare.
Want to check for one.
No.
Tí Mike bá ń sọ wípé kó lọ ṣe ìrúbọ ẹ máa dàbí pé à ń ṣeré nípa wọn láti lọ ṣe ìrúbọ fún gbogbo wọn lu yẹn wọn ti ṣe tòótọ́ ni o wọn láti lọ gbé ẹbọ sóríta mẹ́ta oríta mẹ́rin kó ṣe gbogbo kí nǹkan bá lè tùbà tó tù ṣe. Kọ́wẹ́rí fún wọn lódò.
Ọ̀rọ̀ Leon ṣojú lásán yẹn bàbá tí I'm telling you, me I already know.
Tí Mike bá ń sọ ọ́ máa dàbí pé ó ń ṣeré. And it's very, very sad. So when all of you come and say, "Oh, Sowore is not playing," it is not Sowore. Sowore is doing his best, and he's doing it in such a way that people should see it. That look, you can't continue to do the same thing and you expect a different result. No, these people you have voted for them since 1919. Say 1999, Denny. Over and over and over, and you are expecting they will do that. They will never. So something is wrong with our people.
It's
just sad, man.
Baba Janle Koko, pity.
What if
Me,
we want back by running?
if you ask me, I think Showore can still have one or two influence on the youth.
Which youth?
No,
You know,
no,
we have like three
no,
different youths:
no,
north, east, west. Which one?
no. This money politics we are talking about, right? If you look at Southwest, for instance, the money politics is not really the youth. Most of the youths, they just want to like, okay, fine, this is where we want to go, and they just go. The major people that are into all this money politics are basically the politicians. They have their Iyaloja, the woman leader, woman this, my Baba this, and all those things. So, but for me, I still believe that if Shore still, he can still do something.
To
It's
become
just-
president.
No, not become president. At least
So,
to
so
have,
what else? What else can he? I mean, that's the only thing he wants to do now. I mean, other things he's not telling you that I can't do other things, but that's the only thing he wants to do.
and that comes to him himself now.
Well, he's not telling you that he has problem becoming other things. He's not interested. He wants to become president.
That see, Mike, he himself. Okay, ordinarily, me and you know, Showore cannot be president.
Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? If I would advise your or any other people, good people, the so-called good Nigerians who want to take over, they just have to accept the reality that hey, if you can't beat them, you join them. They should all just go and join PDP and APC, enter there, and then we enter and open door for other good ones to join that party. And eventually, inside that party, you can hijack the party from the bad people. That's the only way. To think you can create something outside and go and face these people.
But we all know that one
Is that possible, Mike? You can't hijack party.
No. You enter now. No, not necessarily hijack. What?
Look at the way they dare. Look at the way they.
No, it's not like you go there and start challenging them, doing the good boy like he's doing now. You just go there, you play your role. If I be doing boy for them, because you just study there, study. You wait for that moment. Like when PDP, they all started fighting each other. That was the moment someone could just sneak.
Mike, Larry, hold on now. Do you remember Dayo Israel?
I know Dayo now. They put Dayo.
Ideologue now join the party. The same thing Mike is saying. So how is he doing so far? He don't become PA. Don't forget. He don't kill matter.
No,
so Mike, once you join that thing now, be virus on my core any.
Like those things are
no. If you are really genuine person, really genuine, you know where you are going. I don't think they can corrupt you.
Mike Dayo is a pastor he's not a redeemed pastor.
Pastors were already corrupt. Don't give me that pastor stuff. You want to know your pastor?
No, it's like that's what he said now.
You see, all those things are not easy. One of my this last election. He said we were just talking, he said, he wants to go to Nigeria, he wants to vie for House of Rep position and all this. And I told him, I said, guy, are you so sure of all those things? He said, yeah, he's sure, he has leaders. He joined APC. He went in, push money, he was building boreholes everywhere. They were saying, oh, this and that, leader this, leader that, leader this, leader that. When they showed him, they told him, I shouldn't worry you. He will get the ticket. Oh, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, what happened in primary? Governor cornered everything. Dapo gave his voice. I said, he came back to the US. I said, bros, how far now? He said, those people are crazy people. Those people are crazy. But I said, I told you. You were basically like, they told him he shouldn't worry. This guy was basically building boreholes everywhere. Boreholes everywhere. It was basically
you want to smash power.
It was basically, leader. They call him this leader. I say this leader.
So because you are building borehole now, the people in power will not allow you to take power for them.
The party people. The party people. Those ones.
Larry, one interlude.
You know these Yankee people that will go there, think they can just go there and easily just take over. I'll just laugh at them. I come from America, I start building ball, I start doing this, I want to run. They will chase you, man.
It's not like you just start building ball. You know, you start from all this party leader, and look.
Bros, if you want to take power, it's not new. Okay, you guys keep telling me how is it possible? The question is, how did people like Wiki take it? Didn't they first become boy for somebody? Was Wiki not? Hold on now. Where Wiki was he not doing boy for Rotimi Amechi and Good Luck Jonathan, all of them? You start from there. You enter the party. You can't do boy, just humble yourself. They let them, start putting. And then once you find yourself in a position, you will flip on them. That's the way you play the game. That's how all of them got there too. It's not like they just appeared. They were all behind somebody.
You have to compromise a lot of things.
Exactly. You just have to join them. That's it.
No, you will have to come if you a person of principle that don't want to be part of the corruption. There's no way you can play. You can be part of them.
Hold on. Another thing, Baba Jalico, you really don't have to be. You really don't have to be. Do the corruption. You just have to act as if you are not against them. Don't challenge them. Just humble yourself. Just.
You think those people don't know what they don't know your
intent. Okay, let me ask you this. Baba Jalico, this idea I'm giving is not new now. Okay, when Fashola was under Tinubu in Lagos, he just had a position, right? The guy was not challenging or doing. He just humble. He was lawyer. He was everything. Tinubu made him governor. You understand? So if you look at other people too that became this thing, they were under a party and they were just loyal, but they didn't have to be corrupt, but they were just loyal to just humble. Now. Showore started the wrong way. He shouldn't have come into politics fighting heavyweights. I'm like, boy, you can't do that, man. These people were the moment you start fighting them, they will hate you and they will do everything to block you. What you should have done, since you already made yourself popular, you don't play this Superman and good man thing. Just come to Nigeria, join APC or PDP. You know this lady, Natasha Akpoti. She's likely to become president before she already. I'm telling you. The woman, she didn't come start challenging everybody, fighting anyone, making enemies. All she did, she just joined PDP. She went to her community and helped the people fix one road, and she didn't brag about it. She even trying to give psych those people trying to make it look like they take the credits. Hold on. Just to pally them, and they allow her to take ticket to become a senator, PDP senator.
Not like that. Forget that. How did Natasha get the ticket? I ask billionaire husband now. Do you know how much?
He can't tell me is that okay? Is the billionaire husband? Is he a party member? Hold on.
Do you know how much Natasha spent?
Calm down. Are you saying the husband was a PDP person?
Do you know who is Natasha's husband?
The colonel, the guy, former oil guy.
The oil guy now.
Is he a powerful person in PDP?
Billions in the lady,
Okay. Are you guys Hold on. So all the senators, all the people that became senators, including all those people in the north, all those guys, they all spent billions to become senators.
See, it's not just for you, right? Somebody has to probably say, yeah, this is my candidate.
That's what I'm saying now.
And for that person, how would that person say this?
Let me give you one idea Showore could have done if the guy was very wise enough. When you had that Sahara reporter, right? That Sahara newspaper, and you wanted to come into politics, the first thing you would have done is find who are the powerful people that can open the door for you, right? And at one point, the guy was already making friends with Rufai, those people. Like they were that time. It was the guy should have just be writing good news about them. You gotta get your hands dirty sometimes and call them and just play dirty sometimes, even though you're not a dirty person. But if you want to roll with the dirty people, you gotta play dirty a little bit. Hold on, I need to you write good thing about them, you call them and say, I write this good thing you are doing, this good thing that we are doing. And then you tell them like, how can I become your party member? I want to become senator, this and that. They say, I'm on this guy. You actually serve a value for them. And they're like, this guy here can be promoting uses Sahara reporter to promote something good, but now all he want in return is just to position in a party, a senator position. That alone, you can use that you can leverage that to get your foot into the party. But
Mike,
doesn't mean, and from there, once you get your foot into the party, you can start just playing with them, be humble, don't start fighting, be playing, I'm loyal to you kind of thing, until you sneak in, you become, walk your way to the top. And then once you get to the top of the party, that's when you not flip on them. That's the way you play your game, man.
Let me disagree with you. Listen now, because you did not finish that partial story. You said then he became governor, but who was still in charge? It was Tinubu. You see, no, hold on now. See, when they are they vet you now. You can play all these games that they're talking about. They are watching. They know. So they
My brother.
No, listen now, Mike.
Okay,
listen,
that's
a good point, Babati. Continue.
Mike, hold on now. I live in this. So the higher you go, the more they know they will keep helping you hide your skeletons. They know where they hide the skeletons. They have something over. They can't put you in office without have something on you.
Come on, that's not true. You say they have something on Fashola right now.
When he was governor, who was in? It was governor, right? But who was still running the show? It was still Tinubu now. It wasn't him entirely. He had issues.
Okay.
And when he had the second time issue, who was the one that helped him? The late Abeto.
Okay, let me ask you this now.
Listen to Mike now.
Okay, finish.
Abeto was the one that helped him because Tinubu didn't even want him back. Unknown to maybe you don't know. Tinubu didn't want him back second time. It was Abeto that can overrule Tinubu in Lagos. The late guy from Sele.
And not only even the Oba Papa.
So
the Oba beg for him. The Oba beg for him.
So Mike, they have a system in those places where even if you want to play that game that they're talking about, you still have to follow ABC. Look at what happened to our
Okay, wait. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you a question before you keep going. You see situations where a lot of guys that make their ground in PDP, right? They all switch cross carpet to APC. Are you telling me that Fashola, after building name for himself in Nigeria now, the guy's made name for himself? He has served as governors. Everybody saw like, this guy, the whole country know him now. He has served as Minister of Development, whatever. We also things to build. The guy has built that thing. Do you think if Fashola decided to cross carpet to PDP today, he won't become a heavyweight in PDP?
But to run for what?
You say will it become a heavyweight in PDP?
No.
First answer that before we go.
No, it will be because he's a former serving minister and governor. He has
what I'm saying. If Fashola switch to PDP right now, he'll be an heavyweight there. Heavyweight.
No, Mike. What we're discussing is you are empowered to help the people. That was what we were doing. So
no. What I'm saying is, we'll get into the party to what the point. The main argument is join them to beat them. What I'm saying is.
But him, okay, let's even say is a right guy, and joins the PDP. That is just one person out of
PDP will welcome him in quick.
Yeah,
because the guy don't make big name for himself inside APC. But if you are telling me because hold on now, because your argument is that those that pulling there, they still have super power control over him, this and that. Like Tinubu, all of them, they still have control over him. No, yes, within APC, yes. If you can't break through in APC, you already build yourself enough.
Okay,
PDP needs you. Enter PDP, God, go welcome you quick.
Mike, hold on now. So basically, if he joins the PDP, he becomes a kingmaker in the PDP. I get your point. So the question
I didn't say he'll be a kingmaker.
Because what is he running for? If he wants to run for office in the PDP, he has to be president now. So if he's not running, he becomes to be a kingmaker. Now here's the question: he's a good guy in the PDP. He now wants to bring in the good guys in the party to change the system. There comes the problem. He's just one kingmaker.
No, you don't have to play good guy. You just got to play your.
No, I'm saying, power. Like I told you, that look at the Lagos arrangement. Listen, Tinubu, as powerful as people think he is in that Lagos, when he was there, still has people that he answers to in that Lagos. When he was there, but like they can call to say we don't want you to do this, and they will say no. Amber Day, even he.
But you are shifting the. No. We understand. You're making it about Lagos. You understand Lagos? Yeah, I'm heavyweight man.
I'm
Lagos.
telling you,
Yeah, you can control those guys within Lagos. But when it comes to national, now, I don't think so.
Babati, let me say something.
Okay.
You see, these politicians are smarter than we think. Mike, you are just saying it like, oh, this politician, they just say you can just be a chameleon and say, oh, probably this, okay, let's keep. No, it doesn't work like that.
But it's been working like that now.
No.
Majority of them, that's not how they got there. Okay, how did Obaseki flip and take over Edo from Oshomola? Was it not Oshomola that built him?
Wait now.
How did Wike took over Rivers from Rotimi Amishi?
Wait.
I mean, it's happened now. I'm not telling you something as you now.
All those people you said, right? Where did they start from? Do you think
They started under those people? Those people, I'll give you their name.
That's one thing and one thing. They must have actually done one thing and one thing.
That's what I'm saying. Go and do one thing under them.
Fashola, we are saying, we are forgetting the fact that this Fashola was not even Tinubu's choice in the first instance.
But that's a different argument.
No, wait, because Fashola, we were saying, we said Fashola was a good guy, and he was with Tinubu, and they eventually made him, and he was able to do what he wanted to do. But what we are forgetting is the fact that Fashola was not even. What helped Fashola was, number one, should we say is luck?
No. Yeah, I don't think you get my point. You are presenting a different argument. What we started with saying, I'm saying join
now. We are saying Fashola, okay, probably Shore in this instance, right? Does like a chameleon or join them, and at the same time, was able to deceive them, do like a loyal guy. They gave him the ticket, he now start changing things. And I'm telling you that it doesn't work like that.
What do you mean? I don't get I don't understand your point. You're saying start changing things in what sense? I don't get it.
What's the essence of Shore, doing boy and joining some of all these parties?
What's the essence? You join them now so you can make your political ground like everybody else did. That's what I'm telling you.
How will he convince them?
Convince what in what sense? I don't get it.
You said just join them. Should join? Anybody can join.
Is it difficult to join APC and PDP?
No, you can join, but to move
exactly.
Up. No.
Mike, between joining
you can join and you can join anything, but to move up the ranks, you must go through whatever they have in their own party.
Exactly, and you go through whatever you have to go through, like everybody else is going through, and then from there you build yourself.
But at that point, once you go through that test, whatever they are doing in their party, when you are ready to run for any office, you are almost one of them. In most cases,
you don't have to.
That is hard, man.
That is hard. Okay, I have a question. Are you saying that? Hold on. Are you guys saying everybody,
no matter what?
Okay, are you saying we all know Wike how he was under Rotimi and things like that? Did he become Rotimi Amici? He didn't become him now. He's still himself. He gotta build himself. You gotta go under. You gotta start from under somebody. You don't have to become that person.
Mike, you should know
Obaseki, he started under Oshomole. If he wasn't Oshomole, it's not Obaseki now.
Mike,
he start humble. He start from humble beginning. That's the way you get stuff. It doesn't matter who your master, whether your master is a devil or not.
Mike,
you just know where you are going. If you know where you are going, you don't have to become anything.
No, Mike, you should know this now. I'm surprised you should know this now. You should know this now.
Show me the evidence now. So we can took blood oath with
I am not
with Rotimi Abi.
I can't speak for the defense, but in that Ogun State, there we go. Mike, you should know this now.
But everywhere now. Yeah, I can say in Ogun State or something like that, whatever.
So
I know now Yoruba, I know that
one. Argue. Let you go
okay, Babati. In Anambra, do you remember that case of Ngige and those guys? Andy Uba and the rest of them go to Shrine, go to Okija and all those things. It happens. The thing is, all these guys, they just want something to hold you so that you don't just tomorrow and do what you want to do. Why is it that, okay, fine, let me give you an example of one person. This our former Minister of Finance, this what's this girl's name? This UK lady that was from Ogun State, Kemi Adeosun. What did they do to Kemi Adeosun? They knew Kemi Adeosun was smart. They brought her in. Even the person that brought her in was the person that took her out.
No, I think she resigned on her own.
No, we all resign on our own. What's the genesis of what made her resign? Is it not the same Amosun that brought her in that took her out?
How?
With NYSC now, the NYSC thing. Who were the
So
people?
you expose something.
Who were the
Yes.
people that gave her the NYSC certificate? Who did the whole thing?
Well, she shouldn't have done that now. She shouldn't have.
No.
You can be part of you can join it without putting yourself, doing crooked things.
No, it's not. See, the whole thing that happened with that lady does not even know anything. Because they were basically the people that brought her in.
She didn't know she used the wrong NYC certificate.
She doesn't even know.
She didn't know.
She doesn't know.
Say Kemi.
So she thought it was real.
Yes. Because these were people that, she just came to Nigeria. She was from the UK.
No, she was sat as in Enugu for 4 years.
Was it not as a commissioner?
So back then nobody knew Abi. They knew they had this over hard now.
Yes,
that was
that's what I'm telling you now. The lady does not even know that what they gave her was actually fake.
So if you don't play ball,
you can't compare Kemi Adeosun with someone like Shore. She came from UK. She doesn't understand the system very well. But Shore, they are like Andrew lawyers, and he knows. The thing is, I agree with you. If you decide to put yourself in
that game is even easier for somebody like Kemi Adeosun than to come and Shore playing that game that you want. Because now,
okay, right now, do you think if they have something Shore, they won't have used it against him? Exactly. So the guy Shore knows his game now. He can't be someone like Shore knows his game. It's not Shore will not go and join. Hold on. Shore will not go and join PDP or APC with a plan. Hold on now, with a plan to take over in the future. You understand? With that behind his mind, and then be coming in with a fake NYC certificate, knowing someone can use that against him. It's not that dumb now. Come on.
By the way, Larry, so what they said that years ago that, as a matter of fact, that during the first OBJ time, I think I'm not sure that it was off. It turned down ministerial appointment. It might be all true, but that's what he said. Like it could have become minister if he wanted to. It's not true.
No, during the Jonathan time, yes.
He said they offered
Jonathan, not OBJ time.
During Jonathan time, Shore was basically just doing the dirty jobs for those guys. But that was what Shore was doing. He was doing what? The dirty jobs for those guys.
He's not doing dirty job. Even
he was doing what you said though already.
Shore has always been with Tinubu.
If he was doing dirty job and he didn't get appointment, then the guy will be foolish.
Shore has always been with them since those days when he was in Unilag.
With who?
Has always been with which people?
With them Tinubu group.
No.
No. Larry, I'm sorry.
No, they never been together.
Wait now. Never been together. Oh, wait now. When Shore, all this 1993, was he not on their side?
No. All these guys.
Was Shore not on their side in 1993?
No. It doesn't mean he's on their side. We are all fighting against the military. It doesn't mean we are all together.
Forget that thing, bros. Shore.
No. Hold on.
Tell me to forget.
So, okay,
Larry, this is
I don't know Shore very well, but
let me. Larry, let me help you here. Were you surprised when Gani Adams reviewed that Shore went to the OPC, that it was an OPC member?
But the guy was a kid now. You guys are talking about when the guy was a 21-year-old guy.
Were you surprised that it was that knee deep?
No, because Freddy Fashion was the leader of OPC.
That fashion of the AP. Okay.
Yes, Freddy was the leader of OPC then, and he was fighting against the military. And he, as the student leader, joined Freddy Fashion that this is a professor, a man of integrity.
He went to the OPC. Sorry, he went to the OPC right now. So they had to empower him.
He was a member. He was a member of OPC at the initial stage.
And you know what they did back then, right?
He was a member of OPC.
So if you're good against if you're good against Curtis and all those guys, you know what you did.
No, OPC was not a cut.
No,
OPC was more of a Southwest.
No.
OPC was
I
not
say if you are no. I say if you are going against court member, you know he was a student union guy, so it was being fought. But I want boy in the so they have to empower him. So you have to then defend yourself, and you know what happens when you defend yourself. So let me leave it at that.
What?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm draw out.
Babati is a conspiracy theorist, man.
Conspiracy theorist.
Babati, during those periods, was Shore anti-Tinubu and the likes of them?
It was not anti-Tinubu like that now. It was not.
It was pro.
They were never together. They were never together.
They were never together, but the guys in student union is like.
Wait now.
Yeah.
They were never together, but they were fighting the same cause.
Yeah, they were fighting the same cause.
Yes.
They were
fighting. I was there now. I was fighting. All of us were all there now.
Wait now. Even that time that they were fighting the same cause, they were getting one way or the other. These guys were basically, Tinubu and the likes of them were basically funding all those guys.
No.
They didn't. Tinubu was not rich back then. Trust me.
No.
No. It was no. It was funding them. Come on now.
No.
Hold on, please. No, please.
Yeah.
Please.
No. That is just your own.
Hold on now.
Tinubu was not funding him.
No, the movement.
Most of the movement.
Was funding
it doesn't mean that together. Even if you form movement, doesn't mean anything.
The particular movement that he was funding, but not the student union. He wasn't funding Showore.
Baba, all of them that were running the same course that time, one way or the
Look,
other.
let me tell you. Hold on.
Nobody was giving
Hold on. Let us
break
break this thing down. Let us break it down. Look. Let us put things in the right perspective. Look, Tinubu, all of them were in SDP, right? Showore was in student union, so there wasn't anything that they were doing together. Prior to the time of annulment of June 12th, it was annulment of June 12th that everybody was dissatisfied with. And everybody took to the street that, look, we have to fight this military down. This Babangida of a thing, this guy has promised us is leaving, and he has just come with abracadabra. No, we must fight him down. So, while the students were fighting against the military, the politicians of SDP that are pro-Tinubu were fighting against the military to that, oh, no, you can't do it. Those Tinubu and the rest, immediately the annulment happened, and they were pushing Abiola, no, declare yourself as the president. And they want to, where did they go? Leko, Koishe campus is there, this place, I can't remember, to go and declare himself as the president. It was after then that Babangida said, look, two persons cannot be president at the same time in a country. Immediately he declared himself the president, and they were kind of looking to get him. He fled. Abiola fled. He came to United States. He fled to United States.
Okay.
And when Babangida stepped down and Abacha came in, he came back, hoping that, no, the agreement he had with Abacha was that he will take out all Babangida's boys out of government. And after 3 months, after 90 days, he will now announce June 12th. That was the agreement between Abiola and Abacha.
Wait. Did he come back during Shonekon or during Abacha?
No, Abacha sacked Shonekon.
Abacha time. He came back.
Oh, so when Abacha took over was when
he came back.
Came back.
Yeah,
so Abacha tricked him, have
Yes.
And
they came back. They
and also they treat him to do that interview where he says, "Yeah, I'm supposed to be." So they kind of were pushing him to speak to the BBC more, and he was talking about, yeah, he's supposed to like. I'm waiting for them to hand over to him like any time from now. Like it's my kind of, yeah. So he was doing that more all the time. So they were pushing him to do that. So that was the excuse they gave to pick him up.
Yes.
So he kind of walked into a trap now. So trap on it. On definitely when kind of fell for it.
So when after 3 months that Abacha was not doing anything that would bring Tinubu, Abiola to power, and Abiola started ranting, and when he picked him up, then he started going after politicians. Then all this Tinubu and all of them, they fled abroad and started fighting against Abacha.
Right.
So while they were fighting against Abacha, the Showore them as students who were fighting against Abacha, and the support that Tinubu then was giving was to Tinubu from abroad was supporting Nadeko and not Showore's student struggle, but rather for Nadeko. So there was never a time that Tinubu and Showore ever work together.
But let's not move away from the point. So the point Mike was making is that it's almost impossible to run a party politics very transparent and still get people to vote for you. You must then infiltrate the existing parties and find a way in, which you can overwhelm them with numbers as youths, but good luck with the Gen Zs if they have enough attention span to even follow your plan. So that would be another way. But
So what does Gen Zs to follow his plan?
I mean, you need the numbers. I mean, if you want to overwhelm the party, though.
No, once you gain popularity within the party, that's all it is now. It's the party itself that people vote for. It's not. You don't understand. We all pay attention to the parties. We don't pay attention to. Hold on. Now, listen. Now, the party itself already created structures all over the country, right? So among the politicians within the party, whoever emerge on top as a candidate is who the people vote for. They don't care who the person is. They vote. Listen, when the election comes, even if you put monkey as a candidate for APC and a baboon as a candidate for PDP and a human being is running under unknown party, one of those baboon or monkey will emerge as a winner as a presidential winner. That's the fact, because Nigerians vote APC and PDP. The only reason it will be just there with this label of God's number is because of it was an ethnic thing. It comes from a large majority tribe, a large ethnic group, and the whole tribe went behind him. They were behind him and joined to support him. But overwhelmingly, it was people are just voting APC, PDP. Okay. Because those two parties already they've taken over every local government in that country. And every local government, that's what people say. If you travel, just travel outside of Lagos, go to Osun, go to anywhere. What people know is PDP, APC, PDP, APC. That's what they're talking
about. They were the first one. My point
exactly.
Is
so you telling me, Jay-Z, we need to follow? No, once you enter the party, you don't need to start looking for a crowd again. The party has already created crowd for you.
No, Tobacco Wale, you move up quicker. Tobacco influence.
The party are not looking for you to bring anybody. They already have people.
No, this is I'm going to use Dio again. I keep bringing them Dio because it was a disappointment. But if you have a movement to attract people into your party, they tend to notice you first. Because the point is for them to notice you earlier. Cool, you move up. It's the point.
No. For you to move up within the party, you just gotta play party. That's it. They don't pay attention when you are bringing anybody.
It's not okay.
What do you have against Dio?
No, because it was a disappointment. What he was preaching, because I was following the guy prior when he was doing all this speech, and he had all these people following in the thousands that were following, like a big movement. He pretty much achieved what Showore could not achieve. But I felt like it was a political ideology that should have morphed into something big. Him joining a political party kind of old people that were following kind of felt like, man, dude, what have I said? They were going with he didn't even keep up with that.
No,
so it wasn't, come on, you can't compare him to back then to what is it now. Look at the way he is now.
You see, that's the difference.
So
Dayo is not a politician. I
anything
think what
anything
happened,
Yabi.
I think, no,
Anything
I think what
Yabi.
happened, they outsmarted him. It was just Dayo
They
versus
kill
Seyi.
my thing is they kill that kind of they cut that cord off.
That's
Just to
what
destroy that
politicians
thing.
do now. You know, and that's, you know, it was basic. And Dayo, I like Dayo, but the problem was it was Dayo versus Seyi. And Seyi basically, you know, demystified Dayo. That was exactly what happened. It's not like Dayo didn't try. He was trying to bring that, you know, that innovative thing into the whole party.
Let,
And try to
let me tell you guys something. Babajali Goku, see,
Seyi was
let me give you guys game, Babati. If someone like Shore is smart, right, and you join one of those parties, right, in PDP or APC, if you notice when in those parties, the most powerful people in that party are usually the oldest guys, right? Atiku, people of the Buhari and Tinubu, right? If Shore has brain, once you join one of those parties, you start pandering to those old men, the older people in that party that are about to retire. Those are the people you're pandering to. So they'll be the one to now be lifting you up above the ones that are already there, the rest of them, because they are the most powerful. Well, this rule now, if someone like, see how Dino is playing the game, like if Atiku right now, I guarantee if Atiku is retiring right now, I need to endorse somebody, like hand over all those power he has as he's retiring to somebody in that PDP. It's going to be Dino Melaye. I bet you, I guarantee you. It will give power to Dino over Wike or those that they were there before Dino. They were already. I'm telling you, because Dino panned out to him very well. You
That's
understand? That's
Dino
the only if Dino is interested. Now I'm telling you that. Hold on. You guys don't know game, man. It's not like it's someone that going within the party that wants to take over.
Okay. So
Like once you come in like that, the people you be once you are in the once you are in the circle, you are in the party, your foot is in the party, you will now be pandering to those ones that are about to leave. So those ones that are leaving, they will make you so powerful that by the time they get out, the people you're now competing with are the rest of them.
No, Mike, it doesn't work that way.
What do you mean it doesn't work that way?
Nusuru now. So way that abuse the former Salam to his face that will lock you guys up if I were to be president.
But that's what I'm saying. You already screwed all those things up now. That's what I'm telling you.
I am here now to come and join you because I want to come on now. They already know you.
Have you been listening to me since? I told you that you screwed up. That's not how you should have came in.
So in what he should have done this, maybe
he should. After him coming into the party, that's not the way. He shouldn't have came in like that. I told you now. He should have. If he wanted to come into the politics, that's like he shouldn't have came in with the battling, fighting everybody. He shouldn't have came that way.
If he had not come out the way,
Larry, wait now.
You have known Shore.
We all knew Shore. He was a entire reporter now. You think we started knowing him because he became a for presidency?
He was abusing them there too now. In Asawara,
what he was doing in Sahara now.
And now, so that one too should not be there. So what he actually should have maybe 15 or 14 or 13. He's always been abusing them, even on Sahara reporters now.
The moment he wanted to come into politics, then you switch. You apologize. You start. You know.
No. You don't know Nigeria. You don't know. Go work by Michael.
Or you start saying something good about them or something. Bro, you can play it, man. I don't know why you guys just like being.
No.
Mike, what I'm telling you is the truth. I'm telling you.
No, once he did this Sahara reporter thing, he was already.
So what Mike is saying that you have to compromise everything.
That's the only way, Baba. I'm not lying to you. That's the only way.
The online newspaper that's been anti-government have to be
yeah.
No. He doesn't have to do it.
What do you think that Nigeria people will say about the
hold on. He doesn't have to make it so obvious now.
Look at they will know. Mike, possible what you are saying.
All he has to do is to keep people that way.
Mike, why are we saying that this guy Peter Obi is not different, is the same thing as Tinubu and Atiku, that they are the same establishment, that you can't separate him from them? It's because Obi has been member of PDP for a long time.
And that's why he's in a powerful position today now.
So you can't, there is no way you can redeem your image when you
Abuse them.
were anti them. Now you are now pro them, and then you want to say,
let me even help you.
might.
Let me help you. Do you remember in 15? So let's say you want, then OBJ was still in the PDP, right? The same OBJ that so we said that he was sleeping with his son's wife, and he was using libido. You know, say, I want to do your party now. Me say, I can join you.
I think it would have been more difficult to join PDP, but it would have been easier to join APC because remember, APC was a relatively new party. APC, they just came now, they just formed. You understand? In fact, it was almost looking like he was even supporting APC self. When he was trying to when he was getting rid of Jonathan. I was still sure airport to Rufai now. I mean, they are talking, gisting. So he didn't really have enemy within the APC, the new form.
No, it does.
That was the time.
No,
No. He didn't have much enemy within APC.
Let me give you one.
He had any. If the enemy, it will be irrelevant people. He wasn't enemy of Tinubu.
Let me give you one, Mike. So, who exposed Saraki and his banking shady stuff? It was Owore now.
Yeah, so was Saraki a very powerful APC person?
Now. He was a Senate president.
If you're talking about powerful people in APC, no, bro. Bros, if you are talking about APC, if you want to talk about people that hold APC, you got to give me name like Oshomole, Tinubu, Buhari.
Saraki was G5, right? It was not G5 that joined to form the APC, guys.
Bros. If you're telling me, hold on. If you're telling me that because Shore this Saraki, then not coming to APC. Now people like Tinubu, Buhari, we hate him. Are you kidding me? Saraki was no longer APC member.
That was 15. No. Forget Saraki now. But Saraki back then, so in 15, 14, no. Forget Saraki of now.
Saraki was never a real powerful APC person.
Come on now.
He's just a regular member. It was a powerful, the real APC people, we know them. Everybody here was just joining. They just tag along. People like Abechi, all of them, they just tag along.
Mike, do you remember Saraki? Guys, do you remember Saraki back when he first joined with the other government?
I remember.
Powerful. It was.
Don't think Saraki would have stopped Shore if Shore would have joined APC. Saraki would not.
Somebody that was chairman, government forum.
It was powerful.
He was powerful. He was powerful.
No, as a politician, but not as an APC person.
No.
Even as
okay, where is he now?
Back then,
back then, he was. If he was that powerful, but he would still remain irrelevant APC.
Remy, hold on. Because you said when if Shori had joined them after I went back then. The reason he lost power because of what happened between him and Buhari, how he hijacked the Senate seat from them, is why they kind of gave me that first year, and they went after him, even with his own sister, to destroy him.
Bro, let me tell you how important. Hold on now.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me tell you how important APC even saw Shore. Let me tell you how important they saw him. To the point where even Shore with his own mouth, he said it. He said when Buhari arrested him, Buhari sent that man that died, that old man, very close to Buhari, that Kiari man, I forgot his name. Yaba Kiari. He said Kiari came to meet him in prison to even ask him to come and join APC. That's how important they saw Shore at that time, because they saw that the guy played a lot of role in them even taking power from PDP.
Can I come in, Mike? Can I say something?
His own man to say it now.
Mike, I've been listening to you for quite a while, trying to promote Shore or something like that.
I'm not promoting those. Not promotion. I know you come and kill me.
Okay. Nobody.
It's Avajali Gogo that's promoting him. So focus on.
Okay. You know what? Let me tell you something that you guys forgot. Nobody, if you're a student union leader in any of the Nigerian teacher institutions, they always get sponsors. Maybe mostly from big politicians or sometimes from government officials. You telling us that Showore was not sponsored by Tinubu or the big politician that is a lie. It was sponsored. You cannot be so powerful or so strong like that, and you can just tell you
during the night when it was a student union, president.
Let me tell you something. Student unionship, they also flirt with the government because it's not the only leader of the student union.
There was a military government now. So which government are you talking about? I was sponsoring it.
I'm trying to say first. You said it was Babadeleko said it was a student union leader, And at that time, he was not getting any sponsorship. For you to become a student union leader, like big universities like Lagos, Ife, Ibadan, and the rest, they always have Baba Isale. And those Baba Isale most times are big politicians in that state or in that region. So
That is hold on. Are you
So
talking
let
about
me
this generation? Hold on now. Because what you are saying as if you are very, very sure. If you are talking about this corrupt Nigerian system you have today,
exactly,
I can agree with you.
No,
But hold on now, let somebody speak.
Remy, hold on. Let Baba respond real quick. Hold on.
What are you saying? He
Baba
said government was sponsoring him. He said government was
Remy, let him land now. Let him land. You come after him. Let him land real quick.
What you are just saying, it just show completely that you don't know how
Mike,
student unionism works.
About you guys wait now. Let Baba Jali people get across now.
It just show that you don't know how the student unionism worked back in the days when Shimures was there. They are very
oh my God!
No, I think you have to let him say what he has to say first before you respond. He's like,
I said it now. What else does he want to say?
He has to get across now. Let him land.
If Shimures was sponsored by the government, why was he picked up by the government and slammed in jail by the military government? He was sponsored by the government or by some power in the government at one government or the other, one level of government or the other. Why was he rusticated?
Okay, can I answer your question?
So you guys should just
let me respond to you.
We had responsible students then that are very focused, that really pursuing. They really they were really that were really determined to make sure that their school, what do you call it, the VC or all these things, stand up and run the university system to work for the generality of the students in the school.
Okay, let me respond.
It's not by true sponsor by government or this thing that you have today that doesn't that bastardize the university student and the unionism in university that we have it today.
Let me respond to you quickly so that you can come back again. When you talk about student union politics is different from being an activist or trying to get your right from the university governing council. When you are fighting, you are going for position in any university. Apart from you have the core caucus of the students, maybe in support of you or against you. They also look for funding from outside the university, and most times they go to politicians. If he is so popular, the government of the state can also sponsor him financially, because student union politics is not just a piece of akara. You just go there and say, okay, I'm the best student in university, everybody vote against me. It's not like that. I don't know whether you are talking about the 1940s or 1950s or 1960s. I don't know when you go to university in Nigeria. But anything from the 1980s, especially during the First Republic, 1979, and then when the military took over again. So what they did was very simple. When the military took over again, they become opposition to the military as a student union body. And there's a lot of funding from outside. And those funding from outside can come from foreign like NGO, or sometimes from this politician that ran away. It's just about interest. So if you are telling us here that it was not sponsored, that is that is far from the truth. You should ask people who went to university in Nigeria, maybe in the 80s or 90s. They will tell you the truth, unless that person does not want to tell you the truth.
So are you saying who sponsored him?
What I'm trying to tell you is that when during the Abacha era,
so who was sponsoring? Who was funding Showore?
Baba, you know what
who
I
was
want
funding Showore? Who was funding him? Who was funding Showore as the student union
Let me tell you,
No, answer that question. Who was funding Showore as the student union leader?
Now, calm down. Let me answer you. Today, I give you an assignment. When you meet your Showore or you call him on phone, tell him to tell you the truth. Who was sponsoring him? Tinubu sponsored him during that Abacha era. He gave him money. Go and ask him that question. It's an assignment now.
Well, Remy, when did you get your own thoughts now?
And he's against Tinubu.
I said
every
now
time he's anti-Tinubu, and yet he got funding from Tinubu. Come on, man.
What
Can't do something like this.
Remy, do you have proof that Tinubu sponsored him? Do you have proof?
They are together before. They are together during that
My
struggle.
sentiment.
Okay.
Can I, Remy, can I address
Let me
something real
say
quick?
something. Baba T,
Go ahead, Larry.
So I'm not even saying even if not Tinubu, but Abiola those days. You remember that Shore said something. He said they invited him to Abiola invited him, and as transport money, Abiola gave them 800,000 naira. That he rejected it. That this Baba, we are not here for money and all those things. So do you think that time, because Shoreas at that time was pro Abiola, and I'm very sure I know Abiola would one way or the other be supporting those guys, particularly in that Lagos. And who is Abiola? Who is Tinubu? So if Shore is now telling us that Abiola does not even have anything supporting student union in Lagos, why did they have to invite him to their meeting? Abi Baba, the 800,000.
Hold on. It was during the struggle for June 12th when the students were supporting Abiola on the basis of justice, and Abiola got to know about this, that okay, the student unions across the country were with him. And then the Lagos start of University of Lagos that Shore led then was a very, very powerful union. So he invited them. They went to his house, and after, just like you said, he shared money to all the politicians, and he gave student union leader. He said, no, we are not doing this thing because of money. Just keep it. And all the politicians that later turned against Abiola, collected all those money. All these things, Jorel was saying it openly. Nobody ever, none of them ever came out to say something against what Jorel said.
Baba, tipping 800,000 tipping in
yes,
1992.
he rejected. He has said this several times, and nobody, even Abiola children, never at one time
you want them to
came
say
out to say
collected
it is lie.
Baba, you so much trust this Shore.
No, just stop it, man. Don't say just atrocity. If somebody is saying something publicly, do you want to say he's lying?
Baba,
he said he rejected the money. He has said, and he wasn't the only. Hold on, he wasn't the only student union member that was there. He wasn't the only one from university that was there. They were. He had some of his assistants with him. They rejected the money. That we don't want it. We are not doing this thing because we want your money, but we are supporting you for justice to be done. No, you can't like it. Just know you don't like it, but don't want to destroy his personality by saying, "Oh, you don't know."
Remy and Larry, you guys know it's not fair to make someone guilty of proven innocent. That's not fair now. You have to be innocent of proven guilty now.
Go and being proved, Larry.
I think you are being Naika Babajale Koko, you are being sentimental with your analysis today. Let's be frank here.
You don't even have facts. Number one, they say, Tinubu was sponsoring him. They asked for the fact. You don't have it to present. But just because you want to promote Tinubu, that is why you are saying all of this.
I did not even say I'm promoting Tinubu.
To see your job, Thomas,
èèyàn jẹ student union leader ẹ sọ pé wọn sponsor ẹ ó kàn débẹ̀ wọn kàn gbé fún ni tí ò ní kọ́ ni student.
ok yẹn ṣe kó sọ pé Tinubu ló gbé ìfìdẹ́bí sọ pé Tinubu sponsor ẹ púrúfù tó ní pé Tinubu sponsor ẹ dà púrúfù tó ní pé Tinubu sponsor ẹ dà ẹ jà fẹ́ parọ́ ẹ máa parọ́ pé kẹ́ promote Tinubu.
ẹni sùúrù
irọ́ ńláńlá tó fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ ẹ fẹ́ parọ́ pé kẹ́ promote Tinubu.
Hold on, Remy was in the room.
Calm down.
Remy was in the room. And then what you hearing or those Remy was there when the phone show with any put me in a bug. Remy, do you have proof that show already did not maybe about the can look before show any proof?
Ṣé tí bá ti wà ní proof ṣé platform mi màá ti máa gbé fún yín pé.
Okay. Oh, so you have proof, Abi? Okay.
No, mi ò sọ̀rọ̀ proof mi no. Má rope mi yín bẹ́ẹ̀.
I mean, rope. I'm not betting now.
I did not say about proof or no proof. What I'm trying to tell you ni pé all these student union leaders, apart the politics of this is not easy like that. Do you think most of them, how do they get money? How do they get rich like that? Do you think it's the student union contribution that makes them have opportunity to be financially?
Did you get rich?
Kò lówó, ẹnu ló fi ń sọ̀rọ̀ látijọ́ yìí, kò lówó àbúngáyìn. Ṣé tí ò bá ṣe pé torí protest?
So you are saying the money he has is from student union in 1990s?
No, listen. Is it not because of this protest that I started digging? Mo rí pé lóòótọ́ òun náà ń gbowó látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn NGO káàkiri all over the world láti foment trouble káàkiri. Apart from he has been collecting that money for a long time. Are you telling me in Nigeria nobody sponsor him? Who is he?
But to be honest with you, the money from all those foundations, you got to be honest. So before Mike labels me a conspiracy theorist on the platform, it's just our Ford Foundation fund. It's kind of like I'm not too comfortable with that.
Babati, hold on, Babati. Babati, hold on. You are a heart specialist. So if you are carrying out a research now, and the Ford Foundation now give you grant to pursue your research, so again you will to other people. Hold on, just hold on, man.
Remy, hold on now.
Remy,
hold on, Remy, hold on. No, but my point is that
hold on now. Let me.
I would have preferred that the Nigerians be the one funding what he believes.
Just stop it, man. Just stop this guy.
I don't like foreigners funding.
In Nigeria, will fund anything.
But I know that.
You prefer who to sponsor who? Who is going to sponsor?
No, I'm saying that okay because
even within the educational system in Nigeria, it's not funded well.
I'm saying that when it comes to changing the system, revolution, whatever, I feel more comfortable. I will fail in doing that. Of course, we have failed to do that. But I'm saying that personally, for me, I prefer Nigerians funding change to not some foreign because you might be influenced. Not me, be our influencer, but I feel more comfortable if Nigerians were the one funding him, not some foreign organization that might have influence on him. Because there was a story that was run. I forgot the story. That he had to pull the story because they put pressure on him by Ford Foundation. So I mean, that's my own issue.
Story.
that story. He had to pull that story because Ford. They said if you don't put that story, we withdraw your phone, and they had to withdraw the story. So on to compromise then, because now he has to do what they want him to do. That's the only issue I have with the funding part. Right? I'll get my point. If we can fund him ourselves, I mean, prefer than Ford funding him. It's my point.
Look,
I was also.
Let me speak now. So like I was saying, so you are carrying out a research, and the Ford Foundation give you grant in coffee share research, and some people now got to know that you are being sponsored by Ford Foundation and want to say you are enemy of Nigeria. Is that fair?
No. I won't say that.
It's not fair. Okay, now that's fine. So this guy set up a newspaper, or just by his own effort, set up investigative journalistic outfit, and Ford Foundation haven't seen what he is doing. Now give him money, grants, so that what he was fighting for is good governance in his homeland and in Africa as a whole. which is good for humanity. And they gave him fund. And then you people want to turn around and use it that, oh, they are funding him so that he can destabilize government in his country. Are you serious? So those corrupt practices that politicians carried out in that country, looting your phone, stashing it away in foreign account, all those things that he was able to get, the evidences that he published, was he doing it for Ford Foundation or for Nigeria to see that, look, these are the kind of people that are not good. Don't vote for them. Look for people that are good, that can serve you well. So we just have to be careful. Look, I'm not saying that you should like Yoruba. You don't need to like him. But don't destroy him with all this, what is baseless, what is unfactual.
Right.
Don't be saying what is unfactual against him. It is this mischaracterization of him. It is not good. We are all educated and we should be civil when we are throwing all this kind of thing out. When you don't have evidence to prove it, don't say it. It is not good.
Okay. Let's talk also. Thank you, Baba Jale Kuku. When he started his online publication, Sahara Reporter, digging into the amiable stuff and bringing out a lot of stuff against so many people, when you do that, you are already started making an enemy for yourself. What you are doing for the people, some of it might be totally true, some of it might be half truth, some of it might be 25% truth. So whenever you now leave that position and join the politics, then you are already in the mud with all the other politicians. But if you are telling me my politician Showara is a saint and the other ones are thieves, are crook, they are criminals, they are that, I don't buy that. If you are talking about politicians, then if Tinubu is a criminal, then your Showara too is a criminal. Because you cannot come here and tell us that your guy is as clean as a white sheet, while the other person is as dark as a black one or a dark one. So what we are trying to tell you here is this, that everybody have an interest. And once you have an interest, sometimes you don't have the wherewithal to go about it. Some people will support you to go about it. And those people that support you financially, they have a huge stake. If you ever become a governor or become a president of that country, and I did my own research, the other day I was telling you that a lot of people were telling you that this guy should have started from local government. They know what they are talking about. I went to Elijah, the local government he came from. That local government has been in darkness for 25 years. There is no presence of your guy there. The guy did not help anybody there, and he claims he's from that local government. Till today, that local government is still in darkness.
But the
Tell
guy
me,
is not a politician now. Remy, what are
no,
you talking about?
it's a politician. It's a
Do you know
politician.
that he just
Right,
spewing just
let me
lies
finish.
and propaganda? He has a foundation, no, that
Let me
sponsor
finish.
people, that give people
Let
what do you call it? Scholarship for education. Oh,
let me
look at what this guy is saying.
let me
So
finish
they
now.
have a foundation that give people
Let
scholarship for
us talk.
education. All these lies
Let us
that you are
talk.
lying, you are spewing
Let
because
us
you
talk. This
want to
one
promote
I
Tinubu.
go and check it.
Oh,
So Remy, what about the foundation of what he's saying about? Can you address that?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Let
Let me
Remy talk now.
let me talk. Now you have
All
been
right, go
talking.
ahead now. No one is
Relax.
stopping you now.
Okay, so I was talking that local government has been in darkness for 25 years till today. And if we talk about Showore as a politician, if my memory serves me right, he has been contesting since 2019. And that is when you put it together, it's only over 4 years now. At least everybody come from somewhere. If you tell me he has been doing a lot of foundation for those local government, sending their children to school, I did not read something like that. If you also have a proof, you to bring it out. But in conclusion, Showore is a politician. As you that support Showore and you are painting the other guys black and blue, they are good, they are terrible, they are criminal. I also have the right to also say your guy is a criminal, is a thief, is a pretender, and is somebody that wants to destabilize the country. And I hope when he step on back to Nigeria, they should pick him up and send him to
okay. Have you landed? Have you landed? Have you landed? Okay, hold on. Number one, you see, very funny.
Have you landed by look
Have you landed? You see, you see, it can be very funny when you want to place Showore and your corrupt politician side by side. When you say I'm calling politician corrupt, oh, Showore is also corrupt. In what way, Showore? In what way do you want to describe Showore as corrupt as your politician? Has
When you finish,
he
I will
held?
tell you.
Hold on, no.
When you
Let
finish,
me
I will tell you.
let me learn. Has he held any government of position before? Has he stolen your money before, your public fund before? That as your Tinubu is stealing it today, as others are stealing it today. Has he held any political position before? And yet you want to put him in the same level as corrupt people. In what way has he committed corruption against you? I mean, it just show that you have nothing to say against this guy. You just want to
want me
say
to
something
respond
to promote your corrupt politician, particularly Tinubu. At any time somebody says something against Tinubu, you want to go haywire.
It's so
You want to
funny.
go haywire
I'm not
and
going haywire because of
carry
Tinubu.
cutlass, crash ground with cutlass, and looking for someone's
You
head to
sometimes you try
chop down.
you come
Just
around.
it can be very funny. You don't need to forget about Showore. Showore is not your problem. Face people
We
that
are
are
talking about
giving
him
you
today.
problem
We are
in
not
that
talking
country.
about
It is
anybody.
not Showore.
Baba Jali
Go
Kotu,
ahead.
you always come here. You are giving us. You are coming here to be. I'm a man of that holy, very fat and very truthful. To be frank with you, I see you as never here or there. Go back to what we are discussing about. Your Showore is the founder of AAC. He was accused 2 years ago of siphoning the party money. He was the treasurer. He was the party chairman, and they took them to court. And we don't know what happened at the end of the day. He was accused of siphoning a lot of money. There's a lot of people that accuse it. There's a guy that came here the other day, also accused Showore of doing the same thing. So if it's a small party, you're already stealing the money, and some of your party members accuse you, and you do your dabaru or whatever, you agiti or whatever you say.
So Remy, you believe the Asian white guy that said so what it was staying in hotels, and you
They
believe
said there's no smoke. There's no smoke without fire.
but they said that the guy was sent by the APC. No, Remy.
So Babati, let me ask you a good question. When a lot of people accuse Abure of also siphoning Labour Party money,
right.
some people believe it. Some people say no, he doesn't do that. So it's the same thing. So they also accused him that he did the same thing. So and they were in the same party together. I'm not a member of the party. The people that also member of the party.
By the way, did Showore ever publish the account? Because even me said, I
never
gave him money. I gave him money.
Babati.
Never published nothing.
I'm after the
Babati.
Yeah.
Babati.
Yeah.
If you don't know, say you don't know.
I'm asking,
Larry, hold on here. If Larry followed that space well, Larry is here. I think it will tell you that Showore is the first party that published their expenses after the election.
For 19 or 24?
For 19 and 2023.
Okay.
So, look, if you don't follow that space well, say you don't follow it. But to say whether you publish, his AAC has been the party, the only party until recent that you see Labour trying to do their own. Showore has always remit the account, published the account of their party concerning the donation and expenses. So look, Showore is not your
member
problem.
of that party, and you
Showore
have
is not your problem. So I like what you say is that some people accuse. Hold on now, let's do it conversational. Showore, he said some people accused Showore of stealing. They went to court. What happened? Do you know the outcome? Case dismissed because it was baseless. No fact to that effect. You can fact check that. So what you don't know. You just have a deep hate in your heart against him.
No,
why you hate him. And it's just unfortunate that you can hate Showore. Hold on now. You can hate Showore with that deep in your heart, so deep in your heart, and you love the politicians that are destroying you, particularly Tinubu, that is looting seriously now. He has avoided this thing for his own brother. the
Yeah.
richest oil block for his brother. Look, you people are just, it can be so sickening when we can hear those of you that are well educated going after somebody that have never stolen your commonwealth before, and you are promoting people that are seriously looting the commonwealth of the country.
Okay. A reporter, I will tell you the truth. I don't hate people, and I don't hate your show. We are just talking about he's a public figure like other politicians. But today he's a politician.
Has he stolen the public fund before?
Let me talk now.
No, ask the question. It's a question. Has he stolen the public fund like Tinubu before?
Can you just relax, Baba?
No, it's a question
I
to
will
you.
answer your question.
Why are you going after? Has he stolen the public fund before?
Abajale Kokwe, relax. Just
no,
relax.
ṣó ti jí owó ìjọba rí.
Àní máa dá yín lóhùn question.
Tó jọ̀wọ́ òlu yín rí.
Àní máa dá yín lóhùn question.
O ní nǹkankan tó fẹ́ sọ, ó kàn fẹ́ ṣe ìbàjẹ́ ló ń ṣe, ìbàjẹ́ ènìyàn ò dákẹ́ Olúwa dúró. Ẹ̀yin oníbàjẹ́ tẹ fẹ́ pa ọmọ èèyàn jẹ́, tẹ máa borúkọ èèyàn jẹ́ káàkiri. Ẹ lọ sùn, abẹ́jẹ̀jẹ̀ jí níbi tẹ̀yìn wà ní ẹ lọ sùn.
What is that effect? Okay, first and foremost, as a politician, you enter a game of politics. You can come on to be a winner or a loser. If today Showore has been elected as the president of Nigeria, at least he will be the president. So it does not mean that all his action or inaction will be 100% right. And tell anybody that is being born in this world, you will have a moment in your life that when you do a retrospect, you cannot tell me everything you have been doing in your life is 100%. One way or the other, we have find ourselves that we have to bend the rules, or sometimes we have to do something unethical. So don't come here and be presenting anybody as a saint. Today, you might call Tinubu the criminal of the world, number one, whatever you want to say. But through him, a lot of people are able to realize their long-time dream, be a governor or a senator or a president. From those people's angle, the way they will look at him will be totally different the way you are looking at him. Back to your show, if you're a member of AAC and you say he has published all those accounts, if you have it, bring it on this platform. Let's see it. And if your guy is so clean, because if Nigerians believe in him, he would have been elected as a president. Look at the vote. In 2019, he got 50,000. In 2023, he got a little bit above 30,000. That means the support is declining. People don't believe in him. You can't force people to vote for him. They don't see him as a material, as a good material to be a president of the country. He can keep on trying. Who knows? Maybe one day Nigeria will change their mind. But what I'm trying to tell you is that once you put your head into politics or into investigative journalism, there is no way you'll be above board. Because what you are writing or what you are investigating upon is also born out of two things. The right one might be you want good things for your country. The second one might be I don't like Remy, or I don't like Babajide Koko, or I don't like Mike. I go and dig about him. That is also hatred. Or this guy can be my political opponent in future. Let me find something against him. So when we are saying something, let's be factual. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He is not a saint, and he is not totally clean. If he's totally clean, why doesn't he use his own money? And he does not, he never, apart from Sahara Reporter, tell me which position he has held before. That we can say, okay, apart from this Sahara Reporter, these are the business concern or business going you are doing in Nigeria that you are making a lot of money from. We don't have that kind of situation. But in a nutshell, I don't really see him as somebody I can.
Hey, Remy, I think Babajide Koko may be right about as you read, what do you call it, scholarship thing, you know. It says here that Showore Foundation, a scholarship scheme named after the late father of human rights activist and presidential candidate of African Action Congress in 2019.
I think you are mixing this thing up. The scholarship you are talking about, is it for all Nigerians or for his local government?
Oh God, look at this guy sitting in the poll again.
No, I'm not shifting post. I'm not. Let me
local government, nothing good there. There's no electricity. He has not done anything for his people. Now they bring him fast.
For God. When I was talking the other time, I mentioned Ilaje local government, where it came from. And I told you categorically, for over 25 years, that local government has been in darkness till today. And as a son of that local government, he has not done something. This is a person who wants to become a president in the future.
This scholarship thing here is saying that it's in those states. It's in it's the annual event foundation taking place in Methodist Primary School, Kiribo, in Odo local government area of Ondo State. It looks like that's where he's from, So it looks like he's doing scholarship in his hometown, And you say he's not doing anything. But I think Babajale goes right on this one. I cannot agree with everything else.
Scholarship. I was talking about electricity. I never mentioned scholarship.
No, but Babajale Gogo say he's doing scholarship, but he said Babajale. Hold on. The reason why I brought it up is because you asked Babajale for proof. You say you prove that Showore is doing scholarship. That's how I was like, okay, let me see.
No. Oh, call me that Mike. What I said, Babajale, what I told Babajale, as if Babajale is a party member, he should go and bring proof of those accounts he published. I think he will have it in his hand as a follower.
But I do remember when Babajale Gogo mentioned scholarship.
No,
Babajale Gogo should bring proof.
Talk about scholarship with Babati.
Why did I go and look for scholarship then?
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael.
Did I just out of nowhere go and look for scholarship?
People here, man, paro.
Why would I just go and be looking for scholarship online? It's because I heard it now. That's why I went to look in his school. Scholarship.
Why are you picking on Remy? I feel like let's move on.
Listen to me carefully. I only mentioned about a local government without no light. And Babati came that, and I also said that Showore was accused of being the party chairman, the treasurer, that is siphoned the money.
Well, you also know, but hold on.
Let me just for me 1 minute.
Okay.
Babati now came with the idea of that, has he ever published the account? And Babajale Koko responded that, it is only Showore that published the account. And I said, okay, Babajale Koko is a party member.
I get all that. But there was a time where Babajale Gogo, hold on now.
Put me 1 second.
Hey, we know. Okay.
And then I told Babajale Koko as a party member. I want to everybody, but as a party member, if you're a party member, if you have no publication, publish it. Me, be scholarship or me, scholarship.
Okay. Let me tell you what I heard. Why I went to look for this. Because Babajale Gogo now mentioned that Showore of those scholarship, you have a scholarship, and then you ask Babajale Gogo, say, where's the proof? Since he was asking you for proof.
No,
something else. Hold on now. You want parody? Well, we can play this back. Calm down now. You asked for the proof. You didn't lie. You didn't do anything wrong. You asked for the proof that he's doing
scholarship. I did not ask for proof.
That's why I looked it up myself. I won't just go and look it up for no reason. It's because you were asking Babajale Gogo for proof. That's why I looked it up, and I was even thinking there's no.
Mike, he was asking about the funding.
I know he did that one too, but there was a time where Babajale Gogo mentioned that Showore was giving scholarship.
The account of the party.
We know that one. He said that one too, but there was also another time. Oh God! Wow! My God!
Mikey, I don't know. Look at the turnaround, 360 degrees.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Mike, you are a liar. Babati was we are not going to move on. I hate one thing. I hate people lying on me because I will not lie on you. I was categorical. I told Babajale Koko as a party member, give us the published account. It is you, Babati, that you talk about that scholarship or where.
Let me see if I can even find published accounts. If I find out one, I don't say this.
Look, Mike, if it's possible for you, if you can rewind, I'm so sure of what I said. If it's point for you, you can go back and let everybody listen to us if it's possible. If one man is also listening, I also use this opportunity to call on him to come outside and rewind and let everybody listen to us what we have been talking about in the last 10, 15 minutes. So that you guys will know that I never mentioned scholarship. I just told him that those accounts he said is only Showore that publish it. He should bring it out. That's what I said. And I hate people lying on me. I would never lie on you. Why?
And he said maybe because you are a party member, that's the reason you know about it.
Yes, I told Babatale, it's a party member. Publish the account. Publish those accounts. That's what I said. I never mentioned about scholarship, and you're lying on me. Why should I? Why? I don't like it. No, like it.
Move on.
Okay. I know Joma, she thought she's a bystander. Maybe she can help us tell us if who's maybe Joma can you help us out, type it or something.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
But Joma has been listening the whole time. You know?
Yeah, we go take Musoro.
Okay, let's move on.
You know, we Ogun people cannot be seen arguing on live TV. Let's just Eka Farabali.
Babati, come to kọjá bí pé
ká lè wà in one accord, ká lè ṣọ̀kan náà ni.
ọ̀kan wo lẹ̀ ń ṣe
ìṣọ̀kan lè Odùduwà.
ìṣọ̀kan wo lẹ̀ ń ṣe.
ìṣọ̀kan lè Odùduwà.
No, Babati, to be frank with you, Babati is not a matter of because it's my tribe man is the president of today. I supported Buhari in 2015, and I hope it will turn the country around. The reason why I believe in him that time, because as a former head of state of Nigeria, just that short spell, there is a decorum in Nigeria. People filing, but unfortunately, politicians and Nigerians, they gang up against him, whatever, you know the story. But unfortunately for him, I started noticing a lot of nepotism. The moment Adeosun was kicked out and they bring that woman that became the finance minister, and then the way they are controlling him, because it's also not healthy, I know that we are in the problem. But one thing I would off my heart for him is that at least we get something out from him. Infrastructure development. And he spent a lot of money on military, which is good for the country. But on an economic angle, he is not doing the right thing. Now the president we have today, he made a mess on ground. It's a total mess. It's a total chaos. And now he's trying to fix it. Although I cannot say that all his actions are perfect. I'm not stupid. I know that some of the things he has done is not good, but that is politics. So, and that is the game. If you are not brave or courageous, you cannot be a leader. There are some decisions that you take that a lot of the populace will not like it. But the way you will see it will totally be different from maybe we on this platform. And in the next 4 years, or next 3 years, Nigerians have an opportunity to change him if they think he's not doing the right thing. Will I die because of him? No, I will move on. So it's not because I'm supporting Tinubu because it's a Yoruba guy. I've seen so many things he has done, and I've seen that he still has a lot of things to do. Because the country, man, there's a lot of youth empowerment program that is going on that a lot of people don't know about. But people that knows about it, they continue to tap into it. But is it enough? Of course, it's not enough. But telling me here that because you are a Yoruba man, that's why you are supporting. No, that is not the story. Even this same Kobasojo that you are talking about, I went to jobs during during the PDP primaries with my youth team. I know how the politics being played at that big wire at that time. Ekweme has a big hand, but in 12 hours things change. So sometimes seeing is believing. I don't know. I'm not saying I know everything all, but what I know, I will tell you. So if somebody is telling you that because, Mr. D, nobody is a saint when it comes to politics. Nobody is a saint. And if
but like the obedience, don't you think that nobody's a saint? Like, it comes across like it's never done anything wrong. I mean, sure.
No,
he has issues too now.
The issue with the obedience is simple. They want a new face. But unfortunately for them, Obi play a fast one on them. because and that the sentiment also support the Southeast at that particular moment. So a lot of young people, especially our youth nowadays, they don't really like to do their research. They just like, my friend is doing this, so because they communicate using the social media most time. So and with that support base, that okay, if this is what is going on, we don't want Tinubu, we don't want Atiku. Okay, maybe Obi is somebody we can manage, or that at least it does not have a lot of the way they put him in front of them. They put him like a saint, and they fell for it, and that is it. That's all. It's after the election that a lot of people are not. Oh, it's also part of them. It's also this, it's also that. And to me, I'm not a kind of person that will be talking, all politicians, all of them are criminal, all of this are this. Me, I always look at people individually. Everybody, because of their own interest, you want to advance in whatever you believe in. Some people will use the right way, some people will use the indirect way, and they will get the result they wanted. And at the end of the day, you have to look at the politics is in play in your country. Nigeria is different from America or UK. And if you want to play politics in Nigeria, you have to start from that grassroots. So at the end, so you have to look at how they play the politics. When you talk about they will bribe them to go and vote. When you go to advanced countries, what do they give them before they vote? Do they listen to the interest from the community? Or do they like cajole them, okay, this industry, this is what I'm going to give you? So they also have the way to bribe them, maybe not in cash, but can be in kind. The result at the end of the day will almost be the same thing. So why is some people dogmatically like, okay, I follow this Harris or something? Because they have interest in mind. If she become the president, I'm vying for the position of maybe household state house aide, or I want to become a treasurer or something. It's all about interest, and that interest you pursue it, and if you believe in it, you also put money into it. That is politics for you. But anybody that is telling you politics is plain and simple, you just go there, everything is just 100% right, that person is lying to you. So another person can speak now so that we make it a conversation.
Are we still on, or am I to? What happened to everybody?
Yeah, I guess you guys are done arguing. Maybe I'll end the show then. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. All right.
All right, too. Good night, everybody.